Okay. Okay. Evening, everyone. Evening, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the Gorton and Denton by-election, in which what could be one of the most closest by-election contests in recent history. Very competitive, unusual in recent times, as based on the very few opinion polls that we've had. This is looking like a three-horse race. Something we haven't really seen this tight since the times of the sort of the alliance in the 80s. Although obviously there's going to be outliners, there probably have been tight races, but just generally that's what comes to mind. My name is Andy, and joining me tonight is Councillor Michael Mullaney, and we're going to be doing a live reaction commentary as well as giving this video a little bit of a twist. It's for anyone who watched our Caerphilly by-election, because this is a political election history channel. Even when I do my debate streams, we'll be linking this by-election from the elections and by-elections of the past. And I think we were hoping to do it on a theme of political comebacks, and I think that's what we decided that we're still going to do, unless Michael's changed the agenda. So
no, that's the plan.
We had hoped, hadn't we, Michael, that Andy Burnham might be standing, but that did not happen. But we thought we'd keep it on this theme, give it a go. And I'm sure there are many examples from the past that you might know, Michael, where there've been people like Andy Burnham who tried unsuccessfully to come back through their party, then got denied it. And as well as looking at the history of elections similar in this area, in this part of Manchester, we may even get a chance to look at people who came from the world of media and celebrity, because we all know Matt Goodwin is standing in this contest. He's an academic, but he's mainly been known through his media work. So we might even see if we can. I've definitely got one person that springs to mind who contested well, I'm not sure if it's a good comparison actually, because he ran as an independent. It was the one who contested against Neil Hamilton. So probably not a fair comparison, because he did stand as an independent.
There are academics who've stood previously in elections, so that might be one way of looking at it. There are a few academics I'm aware of, political academics, who have stood in by-elections before, so I can remember those.
Yeah, and apologies if I'm just recovering from a cold, so I'm hoping in between me coughing my lungs up that Michael could rescue the stream and sort of give some facts or insights. And yeah, so that's what we'll be doing. We'll be exploring, we'll be giving updates, looking at social media, giving our own commentary on this, and also, like I said earlier, about linking it with election and by-election history, as well as the general area. Michael, how are you today? And how promising are we thinking of this going to be an early finish, or do you think we're here for
good. For a long time? Not sure. I think it was quite a late declarer. I mean, it is. You would hope that by-elections could be declared fairly quickly, because it's a one parliamentary seat. People are only casting one vote for one candidate. It shouldn't take too long. It's a reasonably urban seat, but we'll see. Obviously, it's going to be an interesting one, because we've got potential of 3 different parties who are in the race to win. I think it's going to be one of the most entertaining by-elections for a long time. And as you say, the thing about this live stream is we do the conventional live stream of looking at the election that's taking place today. So we will be discussing Gorton and Denton, the background to it, the various candidates standing, and as you say, any news from the count or the parties that we hear, we will relay to the live stream. But we're also tying it into a part of history in terms of what by-elections relate to this one. So when we did Caerphilly back towards the end of last year, we looked at Welsh parliamentary elections, by-elections in the past. Tonight we're looking at people who've made comebacks or tried to make comebacks in parliamentary by-elections, because initially it looked like the big story of this by-election was going to be Andy Burnham standing again. I mean, it seems like a long time ago, but it's only about a month ago that Andy Burnham was actually blocked from Labour's NEC from standing in this election. But so much has happened since then that it does seem long ago. But the thing about this election is it's actually quite a short one. Andrew Gwynn only announced his resignation from the seat on the 22nd of January, so it's only 5 weeks ago. Sometimes by-elections can take months. You might have thought that Labour would try and bury it in the May elections. I think that's what they did with Runcorn and Helsby, which was hold it on the same day as the all-up elections for the county councils and bury it then. But they didn't. They've gone quickly for the election, presumably maybe to get it out the way or to try and prevent other parties from building up a bandwagon in the seat. But certainly it's going to be an interesting one tonight because we genuinely have three parties, Labour, Reform and Green, who could win. And usually by-elections can be quite dull. I mean, I think, for example, of in the last parliament, you had Old Bexley and Sidcup in December 2021. That was a safe Tory seat. It was before Boris Johnson became unpopular. And I think everybody knew then the Conservatives were going to hold that seat. And it was therefore a fairly dull one because it was fairly obvious what was going to happen. This is not going to be a dull one. There are three parties that have got a serious chance of possibly pulling out a victory tonight: Labour, Reform, Green. So it's certainly worth waiting up for because it is uncertain as to what the result is going to be.
Yeah, and speaking of opinion polls, Michael, because there's been quite a few opinion polls where it's like I said, it is literally a three-horse race between Labour, Reform and the Greens, and there's been a lot of talk about tactical voting, which I think in the Caerphilly by-election that proved very useful for Plaid Cymru, where I think a lot of people who were anti-reform voted for the Plaid Cymru in order to lock out reform. And obviously the question is for voters in Gorton and Denton is whether people on the centre, progressive, the sort of left, rally around the Greens or whether they rally around reform. And I think if it's a close contest, I think if it's a close result and reform do just squeak in, then there'll be quite a lot of question marks for Labour and the Greens. And obviously this, like you said, Michael, it's been quite a short. It's been a short campaign. It's also been quite a short scheduled election. You'd think they would have done it in the for the locals, get it buried, you know. So this might be an ultimatum on, you know, like you said, by-elections can be quite boring, but by-elections can also be quite significant. You know, they can have quite a significant outcome on the premiership of a leader. I think in some respect it was through by-elections that unseated Theresa May, Tony Blair. I think it also impacted is kind of their early resignations. But yeah, so yeah, it will be quite an exciting night. I think I'm just going to share my screen because I think it might be good if we kind of paint a picture of the constituency. To sort of look at the sort of key indicators and just to sort of get an idea of the constituency. So I'm just going to do that. Hopefully, yep, here we go. And hopefully you can all see that now. Awesome. Right, so there we go. So where do I start? So I basically rushed up a quick little infographic just to sort of give an idea of this constituency. So it's in Manchester in the north of England. Now, it is a new constituency, and I think that's what makes sort of looking at those, measuring this result can be a little bit difficult because it is quite a new constituency because it used to be Manchester Gorton and Denton had its own constituency, but then there were some boundary changes and the borders got moved and basically created this new constituency. This is actually, so it's very new. It's only come out from the last election. And it combines the towns, Thameside town of Denton and Gorton, and also includes wards such as Longside and Leavensholme and Burridge. So And it has about, and I think it has an estimated, from what I checked, it has about an estimated electorate about 74,000. Now, depending on turnout, I'll be a bit highly surprised if all 74,000 came out for this by-election. So there we go. So yeah. Now, in terms of the demographics here, so moving on to this section here. So the demographics are quite interesting. So people who remember the EU referendum, because a lot of people measure, they often use the EU referendum result as a kind of metric to sort of determine where votes can go. And Manchester generally as a whole voted about 65% Remain. And it's pretty much no different in sort of the constituencies of what used to be Manchester, Gorton and Denton when they were both separate constituencies, and Withington as well. And it's no different from the rest of Manchester. About 60% voted for Remain. So there's a sort of like, so that's quite, so for anyone, so for people who, I mean, the thing about Brexit, I know it gets measured quite often, but I think it's so fallen out of conversation now that probably it's quite redundant in a lot of ways. You know, I don't think it's a particularly useful metric, but I put it in there because I just found it quite interesting. So there you go. Now, it's quite a mixed multicultural constituency. So it has 60% white in terms of ethnicity. And then, if I remember, I think it's about 25% was Asian, and then 10% were black or Black Caribbean. So it's quite multi-ethnic, mixed, and a very diverse and multicultural area. I think in wards there are particular notices on there is shifts in particular notice depending on certain wards. So I think some wards have a higher white population, and obviously some wards have a higher Black, Asian, or ethnic minority constituency. But that might prove useful for the Greens because they've made Gaza quite a big issue. Like with some other parties, they've made Gaza quite an issue, and a lot of Labour voters sort of moved to the Greens over the issue of Gaza. Obviously, I'm being a little bit semantic there because obviously people are individuals. There'll be loads of reasons why people vote, and they might, Gaza might not be up there on their agenda, but for people in the kind of Muslim community, that might be something the Greens might be able to bank on in this by-election. In terms of deprivation, it's got higher than national average in terms of poverty rate and deprivation. By the way, this is all taken from the Office of National Statistics. So this was all coming from the Office of National Statistics. So it has a 23% poverty rate against a 14% average, so national average. So it's got quite sort of high deprivation and high poverty there. And in terms of good education, it sits at 43% against a national average of 51. So again, lower than the national average. Now, let's turn over to the election of 2024. So its legacy seats, so Gorton, Withington and Denton, when they were separate constituencies, have traditionally been quite a strong, very, very safe Labour seats. And they sort of averaged about 60-70% of vote share when they've had past elections. That's what they averaged. And in the last election, they got 51%, so that's pretty good for Labour. So Labour got 51%. Reform, they got 14. Unusually for Reform, this is an area where they actually did contest in 2019, because obviously in 2019, Reform did decide to, they decided to not stand in some. So this is an unusual outlier where they actually did stand in that election, and that will become obvious Greens got 13%. The Workers' Party 10%. I don't think they're standing in this election, so again, that might benefit the Greens, or possibly, well, maybe Labour. Not too sure. 8%, and then for Conservatives, and 4%. And then if you look at the swing here, you could see Labour did get a very reduced vote share at 16%. Reform got 9%, again because they contested from 2019. But the Greens more or less doubled their seats, doubled the vote share.
Yeah.
So that looks quite promising. And then the rest. And fun fact, it used to be Gerald Crawford's old, Manchester Gorton, the legacy one.
Yes. Yeah. He was the when it was formed in '83. Kaufman was the first MP, and he had various posts in Neil Kinnock's shadow cabinet, shadow foreign secretary, shadow home secretary, I think, in the '80s as well. So he was quite a senior figure in the Kinnock shadow cabinet, though obviously never got quite elected. Most famous for the 1983 election, when as a shadow cabinet member he dubbed the Labour Party manifesto the longest suicide note in history. But so this is, I mean, the interesting thing about this seat is obviously that, and it's now 10 o'clock, so polls have now closed in Gorton and Denton, and so we await the beginning of the count. Significant thing here, of course, is that Labour were on a downward trajectory at the last election. Obviously, we talk about the last election being this great landslide victory for Labour. Actually, in a lot of seats like Gorton and Denton, where there's sort of quite a lot of a Muslim vote or a young professional vote, the Labour vote, student vote, was down a lot. I mean, it was down 16 points, which is pretty substantial. And the big gainers tended to be the Greens and the Workers' Party. And I think Galloway and certainly Jeremy Corbyn has endorsed a Green vote at this election.
He did yesterday, I believe.
Yes, yeah. It's going to be an interesting one, because obviously these were two fairly, Denton and Reddish, the old seat, and Manchester Gorton were fairly solid Labour seats. But we've got three parties tonight that can win. And usually in a by-election, there might be two parties that are challenging to win. It's not often you've got three parties that have got a serious bid to try and win. Labour will obviously hope to win because this has been made up of Labour seats for a long time, and they had a reasonably comfortable majority at the last election, even though their vote took a big drop. But Labour Party is in a bit of a hole at the moment, is in a bit of a mess, and things are going very badly for them. So it'll be a surprise if Labour win because of the state they're in, although they have campaigned hard. Reform, you might expect them to be challenging to win, because obviously they are ahead in the polls basically since last May's local elections. They've been consistently ahead in the national polls. They gained Runcorn and Helsby last time, and they've been doing quite well obviously in the local elections as well, and in council by-elections. The challenge for this seat though is the combined Reform Conservative sort of right-wing vote was only 22%. So there isn't a massive right-wing vote, and although it might go up, it's still quite a challenge to win a seat where actually the vast bulk of people were voting Labour, Green, Workers' Party. I mean, between them, those parties were polling about 74%, and Reform and the Conservatives about 22%. So it's a big ask really for the Reform to try and win a seat which is so left-leaning, although with the increase in the Reform vote being quite significant, maybe they've got a chance. The other party is the Green Party. Now, the thing about the Green Party is the Green Party is formed in 1985 from the old Ecology Party. They don't have a very good... So they've had over 40 years of fighting by-elections, the vast majority of which they've lost their deposit in, less than 5%. You know, the Green Party hasn't really historically had a very good by-election record. In fact, I think their best by-election result was Somerton and Frome in 2023, when they got just over 10% of the vote. So it's not a staggeringly high vote. And in the old days, before 1985, that would be a lost deposit, because the old deposit level was 12.5% then. So they've never got above 10.3% in a by-election. So in a way, you can look at this and say, well, can Labour really win when they're so unpopular nationally? Can Reform really win when there's only 22% of people voted Reform and Tory at the last election. Can the Greens really win when they've only ever got 10% of the vote as their highest vote in 40 years of parliamentary by-elections? But of course, somebody's got to win. But the issue now is that where politics is so fragmented, the party that wins tonight could get 30% of the vote. 70% of people will have voted against them, but they're still winning with 30% of the vote. And that's the thing. It's this fragmented politics. And as you mentioned, the big issue is going to be, will people do what they did in Caerphilly, which was unite behind one anti-reform party, which they did. They united behind Plaid Cymru, which wasn't necessarily obvious because Caerphilly had been a Labour seat since 1918 for over 100 years. So it wasn't obvious that people would switch to Plaid Cymru, although they'd had as the candidate there, Lindsay Graham, I think it was, who'd been the Plaid candidate since 1983, was a long-standing councillor, had a bit of a personal vote, so he'd at least had time to build up a sort of personal following in the constituency. But the reality is, the big question is going to be, will there be a tactical vote? Labour's vote fell to 11% in Caerphilly. I think we'd be surprised if it fell that low in Gorton, and I would expect it to be significantly higher than that. But will there be a last-minute tactical vote switch from Labour to Green? I think that will be the question in order to ensure that Matt Goodwin doesn't get in for Reform.
And how it's also a question of how tight if it's a generic Labour candidate, Reform would now admitted that the Greens were still they were still in quite a distant third, so a lot's changed since then. But it was still a poll that they did at the time when Andy Burnham had declared his interest of standing for Gorton and Denton, and the YouGov poll. It showed that if it was just a generic Labour candidate, Reform would get in. If Andy Burnham was on the ticket, it'd be a tie. But if it was a tactical vote, then Andy Burnham would probably have won that seat. And I think, like you said, Michael, that will, if it becomes such a tight contest, then I think that could really add a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer, because he made a judgment. Well, the National Executive Committee made the call; they made the judgment, but let's be fair, it was leaned on by the leadership. Most likely,
he spoke at the meeting, didn't he? I think Starmer went and spoke at the meeting, didn't he, and endorsed.
Yeah, well, yes. It's ultimately up to the committee, but they made the decision. And if it is a close contest, if either the Greens or Reform get in, and it's by just 10 votes or whatever, then I think that would really. A lot of people will begin to question Keir Starmer's political judgment on that. And it becomes a by-election, ends up becoming a referendum on Keir Starmer. So yeah, I think someone in the comments just said, I'm currently at the count. Thank you so much. Pooch Strower 555. I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm currently at the count. People are saying comfortably Green. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Well, that will be interesting. I mean, it's early. I mean, we'll have the ballot boxes actually arrived yet. I know some do arrive just after 10. They will be from particular parts of the constituency because it will take a bit of time. If it's just closed at 10, if the votes they're looking at are the postal votes, which are sometimes opening first, if that is Green, that would be a surprise, because I would expect the Labour Party to do better in postal votes than in the on-the-day vote, because Labour would have been the establishment party there for 40 or 50 years. They're the ones that would have signed their supporters up to postal votes, whereas Greens, who I don't think had any councillors in the constituency and have only really just had 4 or 5 weeks to campaign, I would expect the postal vote to be better for Labour than the on-the-day vote for Labour, and worse for the Greens than the Green postal vote to be worse than the on-the-day vote. So if what this person is looking at is the postal vote, and that is indicating a Green win, then it really is game over for Labour. But I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. But it's certainly very early at 7 or 8 minutes past 10 for the ballot boxes to have arrived, unless they're ones that are very much in the proximity.
Unless it's obvious.
Unless they're one. Sometimes there are polling stations literally at the counting place, but obviously that will be one polling district, which may not be reflective of the whole constituency, and it
Now,
might be in an area that's disproportionately likely to vote Green rather than
now,
Reform.
Michael, tell me this: do some constituencies do they still weigh ballot papers if it's that obvious, or is that not done anymore? Because
I would like to say that was a myth. That in the past there were some very safe seats where they said they used to weigh the votes instead of count them. I'm not sure
oh
if
right,
that is
okay,
necessarily true. Um,
okay,
but certainly it's early in the night. But I'd certainly say if there's a decisive result in an election, you can usually see it by half 10, 11. If it's close, you won't necessarily know. Um, but you'd also have to have an idea of where the early ballot boxes were coming from and which part of the constituency they were from, which ward they were from, and whether that's a ward that's more likely to lean Green, Labour, or Reform. So the early boxes may not be reflective of the constituency as a whole, so may give you a sort of a misleading indication of what's happening. Certainly the polls have been very close. I mean, we've had this Omnisys
yes,
poll that showed Green 33, Reform
I
29, Labour 26, and then the opinion one that was Labour 28, Green 28, Reform 27. So absolutely too close to call. And again, makes it very difficult
yeah.
to suggest that one party is clearly ahead.
Well,
I also,
well,
oh,
here
have
we
you got them on
go.
there? Right.
Yes, I've got it. I don't know what order they're being done at. Let's go. All right, so it's
There's
going in
those
age
two top
order.
ones are the opinion, the two
Yeah.
latest ones at the top there.
So this is the one I originally saw where it looked. I wouldn't say comfortably. I wouldn't say it was comfortably a Reform victory, but there was enough of a gap between Reform and the next contender, which was Labour. Now that did have quite a high sample. Now I do data analysis, and there are some opinion polls like YouGov who are the gold standard when it comes to opinion polls. Find out now, not particularly my favourite opinion poll. If you actually look at the British polling board, they get an average, which average is average, but it's not an
Goodwin's
A. So
favourite pollster for years anyway, weren't they? They were the
well, of
ones
course,
that
well,
he would always talk
I,
about in
I,
his newsletter because they
I,
showed Reform doing best. Yeah.
and Zach Polanski as well. I think the Greens like to to reference that poll, but it did have quite a high sample size because obviously this has been treated as a constituency opinion poll. So to get 1,000 people answering an opinion poll is actually quite significant, really. So, but it's worth bearing in mind when it comes to find out now. They were pretty, they're okay. They're okay. And then we sort of, and then the next one, Britain
Someone's
predicts.
saying
I
zoom in a
can't.
bit. Text is small. I don't know if you can do that.
Oh,
Somebody in the
zoom
chat,
in.
and somebody says they're viewing from Italy. So thank you and congratulations.
Oh,
Thank you for tuning in. Um,
ciao.
yeah.
Thank you from
Um,
Italy. It's gone international. Uh, can anyone see that okay? Is
So
that a bit better?
so somebody said that comment was from before the polls closed about the Greens. So yeah,
Ah, right.
that's I think somebody said that they'd heard someone tell the ITV the Greens have benefited massively from tactical voting. Well, we'll see. It may be.
Yeah. Yeah, from IT. Oh, right. From ITV was this? Did they say? Right.
I mean,
Okay.
we'll
Okay.
see. I mean, the
Yeah.
polls have shown it to be fairly close. Obviously, the two tactical voting sites that did give, because I think I'm on their email list, so I got them as well. The two, so Forward Democracy and the Tactical Vote did both suggest voting Green as a tactical vote to beat Reform.
Yeah.
So yeah, and in
Micro
fact
Galaxy
the
135.
someone said they're glad you've now zoomed in. So these are the early
Yeah.
ones, aren't they? That was when the
Yeah.
Workers' Party was still talking about standing. Obviously, that's
Yeah.
the Find Out
Yeah.
Now one, which obviously endorsed Reform, and then
Yeah, and this one
the
was quite a small sample size, 143. So again, if you know your statistics, there's always the margin of error, but the better your sample sizing and obviously the way you carry out the poll, if you just do it in one ward, it's going to be quite pointless. That's why it's not just the sample size; it's the ethnocentrism. I can't remember when I did psychology, but basically, you're sampling when you're doing your sampling. You
ethnography.
find
Yeah,
that's it.
it needs to reflect the constituency as a whole and have a weighted sample that's reflects all the demographics and geographical bits of the
Yeah.
constituency. So yeah, and it is
But
difficult with a one constituency to get an accurate poll, and
yeah.
yeah. I mean, I remember there was the 1983 election. There was, I think, there was a group of academics who did a phone poll in Margaret Thatcher's constituency that showed her losing Finchley in 1983. Well, of course, she didn't. But Lord Ross Kempsall has just tweeted the same thing. I'm literally at the count with the Communist League. Well, there we
Thank you
go.
very much
I'd be interested to know
comment.
what brand of communism the Communist League represents. Are they Trotskyists or Maoists or Marxist Leninists? Which brand of communism do they represent? There we go.
Or just pure Marxism, go back to its roots.
Well,
Thank you so much.
are they
Thank you
against
so
the
much
revisionists of the
yeah.
real Communist Party?
I think we've got quite a few Green supporters in the chat. So, is there anyone in chat while me and Michael look at these polls in a bit more detail? Can anyone in chat tell us if they're actually in the constituency? Did they vote today? Don't have to tell us how you voted, but yeah, let us know in the chat if you're in.
Somebody's asking about what they think will be the best result, what will be the best out. Do you have a personal preference on which party takes the seat, and what result do you think will be the best for the Lib Dems if it affects the party much at all?
They know as well.
So, just being for the sake of honesty, obviously we are both Lib Dems. You're a member of the Lib Dem. I'm a Lib Dem councillor and parliamentary candidate as well. So yes, I mean we are Lib Dems. Realistically, although obviously I hope the Lib Dems win every election, realistically this is one where it's likely to be Labour, Green and Reform battling it out. If I was in the constituency, I would vote Lib Dem because I'd always vote Lib Dem, but I would understand if people decided that they would vote tactically for another party if they thought it was best to stop Reform.
Yeah, and the same for me. Don't ask us how we vote because the answer's going to. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. The answer's going to be we would vote Lib Dem because we wouldn't be members of a political party.
I hope we can sort of park our own political biases, because I know Ben Walker, for example, who's a very good pollster for New Statesman. I will mention his predictions. He is a Labour councillor in Chester, but to be fair to him, he always tends to be very neutral in his analysis of the of campaigns.
And to be honest, I wouldn't say a personal connection, but I actually have met Hannah Spencer 3 or 4 times at mutual events that make votes matter. Anything to do with the NHS, I've met her, and obviously Hope Not Hate as well. So I do have I have met her. She's always been very pleasant, very nice. She's very, very power to the people in the way she gives her sort of speeches. But I've had nothing but I've had nothing but good experiences with her. So I do quite like Hannah Spencer, and I think people try to make controversy for the fact that she actually is a councillor for Trafford, and I think she lives in Trafford. But for me, that's semantics. It's part of Manchester, really. So, and I think Matt Goodwin's actually from London, if I remember. So there we go. So yeah.
Well, there's always tended to be a benefit from living in the constituency if you're going to, and obviously the Plaid Cymru candidate in the Caerphilly election had a big benefit that he'd been standing for Parliament there since literally 1983 general election and been a councillor, I think, since 1975, 1976. And I think it was one of the reasons that helped him really absolutely collapse the Labour vote and win that seat by a more comfortable margin than people thought. So I think living in the constituency and being local does have a benefit to it, but it's not the only thing.
I was going to say, is that a bit of a myth when it comes to? I'm just going to stop sharing my screen while. I was going to say,
somebody's asked, are we saying we wouldn't vote tactically? So I'd say I wouldn't vote tactically, but I could understand other people making that judgment.
You're putting me and Michael in hot water there. I think Michael, because he is a councillor,
it's I would vote Liberal Democrat in any election, but I totally understand if other people in a seat like this, where it's clear it's Green, Reform or Labour, I would understand if other people would decide to vote alternately because of the situation. Just as in those seats where the Liberal Democrats have a good chance of winning, I'd obviously encourage people who might normally vote for another party to vote Liberal Democrat tactically as the best option to beat Reform or Conservatives or Labour, whoever's in that particular one.
I think a truthful answer would be that Greens and Lib Dems support proportional representation. So I think an even honest answer would be it just shows that our electoral system at the moment does not work. Like you said, Michael, it could be we might potentially get an MP who will win less than 30% of the vote. We've already seen elected mayors get elected on 25% of the vote. That's just not great. It's not great for democracy. And so that would be my answer. Excuse me. It would be hilarious if Reform don't win. Well, I think I was
going to say I think it's pretty low down the Reform target list. If the total Conservative Reform vote of the last general election was 22%. Now, admittedly, I think Reform probably can win over some Labour voters as well. I think the Reform vote isn't entirely a right-wing vote in the traditional sense, because I think there are Reform supporters who, for example, support nationalisation of a lot of industries whilst also supporting very hardline policies on immigration. So, yeah, there are Reform voters that may well come over from Labour. But I think it's still a lot of an ask for them to win this one, because it is, it's going to be low down on their target list. Reform could win a general election without winning Denton and Gorton and Denton. But if they do win, it will be a sign of how their support is expanding.
Yeah, it would do. It would be actually, because I think of all the seats that. Well, no, actually, apart from the seat that they took off in Merseyside, I can't quite remember the constituency now, but I know in the 2024 election they took off Conservative voting, traditionally Conservative safe seats. And I think you're right, Michael, that this would just add to the momentum that they are taking from both Conservative and they're taking from. This will be their second gain from Labour. So, yeah, right. I suppose history of the constituency. So let's sort of spice it up a little bit. So yeah. So we already mentioned Gerald. I can't get my teeth there. Gerald Crawford being a former MP. What do we know about the constituency from its election past? Is there anything? Is anything exciting to say? Anything interesting?
I guess we have to sort of take into account the two constituencies it largely comes from. I think there is a bit from Withington, but mostly it's Manchester Gorton and Denton and Reddish, two seats that were, Manchester Gorton historically was a fairly solid Labour seat for many years. Kaufman held it fairly comfortably. I mean, in the it's been trending away from the Conservative Party for a long time. Even in the 1980s, when there were the Thatcher landslides, the Tory vote was going down quite significantly in Manchester Gorton. So it's a seat which has largely been trending away from the Conservatives. There was a period in the 2000s when the Lib Dems were able to pick up quite strongly in some inner city seats amongst Muslim voters, when Lib Dems did get second over 20 years ago. But since then, it's tended to be Manchester Gorton was generally quite safe Labour seat, although the Greens did get a very narrow second place in Gorton in 2015 in the old Manchester Gorton seat. So there has been some Green support there historically. And then if you look at Denton and Reddish, again, that was a 1983 created constituency, which again was pretty solidly Labour. Even in the Thatcher landslides of 83, it was voting for the Labour Party. And again, the Tory vote was trending downwards even then. So it's tended to be a pretty solid Labour seat. So it's basically created from two pretty solid Labour seats. I think the interesting thing was 2019, this seat was absolutely overwhelmingly Labour. They got 2/3 of the vote. And actually what you saw at the last election was Labour going down to 50%. One of the attacks always on Corbyn from, I suppose, his sort of internal critics within the Labour Party was, the 2019 election was the worst result for Labour since 1935, was how it was written up. That's true in terms of seats, but actually in terms of votes, the Labour Party in 2019, with about a third of the vote, got a higher vote than it had got in 4 the previous 9 general elections. The Labour vote in 2019 was higher than 983, 987, 2010, 2015. So actually in terms of votes, the Labour Party vote wasn't that bad in 2019. What happened was it was just piling up votes in seats like this, inner city, multi-ethnic, student, sort of young professional seats, but just not winning votes in sort of small town rural seats. And what happened at the last election was you saw the Labour majorities crashing downwards in a lot of inner city seats, including in Keir Starmer's own seat. I mean, quite remarkably for an incoming prime minister in Lanside, he had a big drop in his vote share in his own constituency, which doesn't normally happen. But where they did do well was in the small town rural seats, which they picked up, often because Tory votes were lost to Reform, and that allowed Labour to slip in and win the seat with a fairly similar vote to last time.
Yeah, and I think as well, that was part of a strategy for Keir Starmer, because they a bit like the success for the Lib Dems, really, both like the Lib Dems and Labour decided to vote, sort of concentrate their vote in certain constituencies, which is why you saw quite a depressed vote in traditionally strong Labour seats. But obviously, Labour ended up gaining a lot of constituencies that had been very Tory, very safe Tory seats from their inception, really. So I think obviously that gives that kind of that puts Labour in a bit of a blind spot in this example, because obviously through that strategy, it means that they've made, 51% when all the other parties are, scrabbling to get the teens, that's still pretty good. But for an area that has been 65, 60, 60, 65, 70 plus in terms of share of the vote, for it to collapse by 16%, I think that created sort of future pitfalls for Labour. And obviously, with this contest now, one that, no prime minister would ever expect to land on their doorstep, is obviously making this constituency quite vulnerable. So yeah.
Absolutely, and I think that it is going to be an interesting test of how the Green Party can do, because as we say, I think that's going to be a significant one in this, because the Green Party historically has not tended to do that well at parliamentary by-elections. Best result, I think, was 10% in Somerton and Frome, so it's never ever come anywhere near winning a parliamentary by-election, yet tonight it might. And clearly it's beginning to learn that where they have a chance of winning, they're absolutely flooding the seat with people. I think, people have been sort of vox popped and said they've been, flooded with Green Party activists and campaigners in the constituency. And if you look at the last general election, the Green Party basically targeted 4 seats. The Brighton seat they held, the Bristol seat they were looking to gain, the Herefordshire seat, and the seat in Suffolk, Waveney Valley, they were looking to gain. And they gained all 4 by targeting them all. So I think perhaps what we have seen is where the Greens can really mobilise and target their resources, like in this seat, they can potentially win. And I think that's a new sort of thing for the Green Party, because it will be history tonight if they do win, because it will be the first time they've won a parliamentary by-election, or even the first time they've come close to winning one.
Well, and also a first for the Greens. In fact, this will be their first by-election win as well, because they've only won in parliamentary elections. So Caroline Lucas being the first one, and she was the sole. I'm going to scroll down. That's annoying me. She was the sole Green MP for a long time, and then we saw this breakthrough in 2024, where I think really that sort of planted the seeds for the Greens really, because I think it was their highest. It's their highest number of votes or highest share of the vote they ever achieved.
Yeah,
Is that
and
right?
obviously 4 seats. Previously, they'd only won one seat, the Brighton seat that they won in 2010, 2015, 2017, 2019. So going up to 4 was a significant breakthrough. So clearly they're going forwards, and if they win tonight, it will be a substantial result. And in a way, it will be worse from a Labour Party perspective. A Green gain will probably be worse for their position than Reform, because the Labour Party have been fighting a bit of a losing battle on one front to its right with Reform. If they're suddenly losing in some of their safe city seats to the Greens, then they're losing on two fronts, and things are getting even worse for the Labour Party. So a Green win tonight, I think, is going to be a really, really bad result for Labour.
I'm just on Manchester Evening News because they are giving live updates and reporting on this. So, dismiss. I don't know what's going on with this cameraman. I mean, it's giving me motion sickness. That is. We'll come back to that. Yeah,
So,
yeah. Palestine. Right. Oh, let's just look at the comments. Let's have a quick look at the comments. All right. Let me play catch up with the comments. And thank you all for joining in. People who are joining in.
Yes,
thank you.
thank you everyone for joining this this live stream. As we say, what we try and do with this live stream is we combine a live stream of the election that's taking place today, but we also link it to historic by-elections on a theme that's sort of related to today's election. And because the Gorton and Denton election initially was vaunted as the possible return of Andy Burnham, former Labour leadership contender, we thought what we would do is have a look, when it gets a bit quieter during the night, at historic by-elections that have seen attempted or successful resurrections of politicians' careers, because over the years quite a few fairly prominent politicians have lost their seats and then tried to return in by-elections. One other sort of predictor of results, which is usually worth looking at, is Ben Walker in the New Statesman, who does his Britain Predicts forecast for the seat. And again, similar to the opinion polls, his forecast was Green 31, Reform 30, Labour 29. So literally three-way split, absolutely even. So that again is looking at, three parties all very close together. So it is going to be an interesting night. As I say, if the polls and the predictions are not accurate and one party has managed to clearly forge ahead, we may begin to get signs of that from the count. There will be people from all parties at the count doing box counts. So what happens in a count is you get the verification of the votes first. They tip all the votes out of the ballot boxes, and people can see, as the ballot boxes are opened up, the numbers of votes coming out, and they can tally how many have voted Conservative, how many have voted Lib Dem, how many have voted Labour, how many have voted Green, how many have voted Reform. And you can get a good indication from that. But you have to be careful, because some ballot boxes will be from areas that are more likely to be Labour, some will be from areas that are more likely to be Green or Reform. And so you have to sort of weigh the figures that come out of those boxes according to where in the constituency it is. But certainly, if there's an area you'd expect to be very strongly Labour and suddenly Reform are miles ahead or Green are miles ahead, then that gives you a good indication that something surprising is happening. And so often on election night, you can know at 10:30, 11, if it's really decisive, what the result's going to be. Otherwise, it may not be till the early hours.
Well, yeah, I was just looking at the Manchester Evening News, and they're saying possibly they're predicting 4 a.m., which would be obviously this. When was this reported? When was this reported? So when could we? 10:21. So they've probably just done a general prediction there. So, but we'll keep updates on this as we go along. Right. I think maybe. Oh, go on, Michael.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment about turnout, because turnout was quite low in this constituency at the general election. I mean, it was 46.8%, which for less than half the people to vote in a constituency at a general election is low. Now, usually in by-elections, turnouts are even lower because you're not voting for the government, you're just voting for one MP. It's not going to change the government. When it tends to go up is on the occasion when a seat which had been very safe, so people just didn't bother voting because they thought it was obvious who was going to win. And I think if you were in Gorton and Denton in the past, you would assume that it would just go Labour.
Yeah.
This time, because it is genuinely undecided, and if you're not Labour, your vote will count this time because either Green or Reform could beat Labour. You might see the turnout potentially going up. I mean, one of the things we saw in Caerphilly by-election back in the autumn was that the turnout was actually higher in the by-election than it had been in the Welsh Assembly elections itself in 2021. And that was because Caerphilly had been a Labour seat since 1918. There wasn't much point bothering voting because you assumed Labour was going to win. But then suddenly in the by-election, Reform and Plaid Cymru could win, and suddenly your vote actually counted. It could make a difference for a change. And I think what might mean that the turnout stays up this by-election is that it is genuinely undecided. If you're a voter in Gorton and Denton, it isn't just going to be another Labour win as it has been in the two seats, Gorton and Manchester, Gorton and Denton and Reddish for the last 40 years. You could elect a Reform MP, you could elect a Green MP. And also, not just the uncertainty. I think when you've got a polarised political system and some people are very in favour of one party, or probably more accurately, some people are very anti one party, that tends to mobilise votes. So reformers will be mobilised to turn out to vote for Reform, but because there's a chance the Green could get in or Labour get in, they'll be mobilised to vote against Green and Labour. Equally, Green and Labour supporters might be mobilised to vote for their own party, but because there's a chance of Reform getting in, they'll be even more mobilised to turn out to try and stop Reform getting in. So those sort of factors mean that although usually you'd expect turnout to be lower in a by-election, you might find that there's not much difference, or potentially it might even go up slightly because there is a genuine contest and people aren't just voting for a party. If anything, they're probably often more than likely voting against somebody they really don't want to get
in. What did you make of the campaign? What I don't know if you've been observing I'm not going to pretend I followed the campaign much, but what did we make of the campaign? I mean, I think there's been quite a few dirty tricks, really. I mean, I saw today on X that Labour. Now, I think in good faith, Labour being an established party would not breach election rules, and I think they would have the wisdom and the know-how not to do that. But apparently, they did a poster outside of one of the voting centre, polling centres. So yeah, that's something I heard today. And I think it's been quite a negative campaign, really. I mean, I'll give small credit to. Well, I mean, I'll give credit to. I'll give small credit, but it seems like Hannah's one seemed a little bit more. If I was to have the criticism, it seemed very meme heavy. Like I did, if I was to, so I'll do a crap sandwich. It seemed very meme heavy, not enough substance or policy, which is fine. But it seemed a lot more positive from her campaign. But I think from Labour and Reform, it's been, particularly for Labour, it's been quite dirty and a bit kind of negative. What's your thoughts, Michael, on that?
So I think Labour's seeing that its route to victory is to say that it is the party that can beat Reform, not the Greens. So obviously it's going to rely heavily on the result last time, that it was comfortably ahead of the Greens. But I think also they seem to have produced a claim that there was a tactical voting site saying vote Labour, when in fact this site didn't actually exist. Because actually the two tactical voting sites that have indicated a tactical vote have actually said Green. So obviously that suggests probably a worry from Labour that they're seeing a lot of their supporters perhaps drifting away to vote tactically Green to stop Reform. And obviously in that circumstance, they're going to do what they can to try and hold on to their voters and avoid them voting tactically for the Greens to beat Reform. You found this is the poster. They said there was this tactical site which didn't actually exist.
It got pretty viral.
And the problem is, yes, you see tactical, which it does look like one of the tactical voting sites, but it's not.
But that's not unique to modern political history. That's not unique to today, really. I mean, this has happened, from the time of Gladstone, really. Obviously, I think it's a bit unwise to do that. But
part of the issue now is that these can now be picked up and put all over social media. I mean, years ago,
news travels fast.
Yeah, so 20 or 30 years ago, you could put a leaflet out saying, you're the tactical vote to win, and nobody would know if it was untrue or not, because it couldn't be plastered all over X, and lots of people point out that the tactical vote site didn't exist. So obviously now, in a way, social media means that they're more accountable for the claims. If you are saying this site which doesn't exist is saying to vote tactically. I mean, Matt Goodwin's campaign has been pretty abrasive. I mean, his style, to be honest with you, his style is pretty abrasive. I mean, I was quite a fan of his academic work. He wrote a very good book some years ago, Revolt on the Right, with Rob Ford. I know they've now fallen out. In fact, Rob Ford was writing Substacks on the by-election. And obviously him and Matt Goodwin don't get on anymore, because I think when they started together, they were sort of fairly sort of centrist, centre-left academics. And whereas Rob Ford stayed there, Matt Goodwin has obviously now moved very much his politics. He now has this sort of email list that he sends out to, which I get the shortened version because I'm not paying for it. I'm not subscribing to it. But it's pretty clear it's sort of aimed at sort of right-wing people in America, largely sort of Trump fans, that his sort of thing is directed at. And he's sort of gone from being this sort of centrist, centre-left academic to being this very right-wing figure who I think also is now pretty well off from all the subscribers that he gets for pushing these very right-wing views, which is now taken into politics.
Yeah, well, issue was made of where he lived. I mean,
I think, was it Hertfordshire, St Albans or something? Yeah. Although he said he'd had links to the northwest. So
I'd be interested for any Greens in the chat, but also your input, Michael, because someone who did have a link to the constituency is Zach Polensky, and yet he didn't decide to stand in this constituency. Do you think that was a strategic error, or do you think he made a wise choice there?
I don't think he needs to be in Parliament immediately. I think he said he wants to stand in I think there's a number of seats in sort of Hackney, Islington, North London. He's indicated he might want to stand in. He is a member of the London Assembly, isn't he? So logically, you'd expect him to probably want to stand in a London seat, given that he represents London on the London Assembly. And he doesn't necessarily have to be in Parliament to be leader of a party. I mean, obviously the traditional view is you should be in Parliament to be leader of a party, but Farage was leader of UKIP and Reform and the Brexit Party for years without being in the Westminster Parliament, although obviously he was in the European Parliament. And equally, Polanski was standing against two against the joint leadership of the two MPs, and he gets elected with 86% of the vote or something ridiculous, wasn't it, that he won that leadership election with? So he didn't need to be a Westminster MP to win that leadership election. So I think it was probably a wise move. Also, if you're a leader and you do stand and you lose, it can be seen as a bit of a sort of personal rejection to you. So you probably have to be a bit cautious about whether you stand or not. And to be honest with you, if you've got somebody who's reasonably local to the Manchester area as a candidate, then it's probably better that they stand rather than you if you're a member of the London Assembly.
Yeah, and I suppose in some ways it was probably, with you saying about Zach, it would have been if Zach had lost, then it would have probably deflated the momentum and would have looked poor on them if they didn't win with Zach. Probably shows a bit more bravery for Andy Burnham, really, because if he did contest and lost, then that would have been even further embarrassment for Labour. Speaking of Andy Burnham, because we were going to make this about political comebacks, and I know we're still quite early into the night, but I think we could sort of do a trickle feed of various examples of political comebacks. Now, I've got some in mind, but Michael, would you like to lead on this?
Well,
on political comebacks and to sort of learn how successful they are. Do people?
Well,
yeah.
It varies. I mean, so I suppose one example we could perhaps look at. People often ask, has a prime minister ever lost their seat? To which the question is, a prime minister did sort of lose their seat, but they didn't. So Arthur Balfour was prime minister from 1902 to 1906. A Conservative prime minister. He led them. Lord Salisbury had led the Tory party in the 1900 election, which took place during the Boer War. Parky election, he wins a huge majority, but then it sort of goes downhill. There's a lot of splits in the Conservative government of 1900 to 1906 or 1905. Balfour resigns as prime minister just before calling an election. So and he goes on to lose his seat in the 1906 general election. Now you can make an argument that he wasn't prime minister when he lost his seat, although he effectively had been prime minister a few weeks before the election. So he loses his seat at the general election of 1906, along with sort of a very large number of Conservative MPs. But he then gets back in a by-election a few weeks later in the City of London, which is like the ultimate safe Tory constituency. It had very comfortably elected the Tories with 3/4 of the votes in the 1906 general election. One of the Tory MPs stands down in Balfour's favour, and Balfour gets back in a couple of weeks later in February 1906. As a Conservative MP. So there's an example of someone who loses their seat, very prominent figure, Arthur Balfour, leader of the Tory party, who manages to get back in a by-election. He, until the 2024 election, he was the leader who led the Conservative Party to their worst ever election result in terms of seats. He was also a bit of a philosopher. I think he was famous for saying that very few things matter in life and most things don't matter at all, which was quite a detached attitude and probably a good attitude to have if you lead your party to its worst ever defeat, to not think most things matter at all. So he ended up losing his seat in a general election, but he does come back in a by-election a few weeks later. So there's somebody who managed to sort of resurrect their career. Another one who managed to resurrect his career, former prime minister who lost his seat later on. I was going to say Herbert Asquith. Oh yeah,
Belford made a mistake in not hanging on.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, it was an odd one in that he basically resigns as PM for a couple of weeks before the general elections called in 1906. I mean, the Tory party was massively divided between the Free Traders and the Protectionists. They'd had Joseph Chamberlain, who joined from the Liberal Party 20 years earlier, who'd argued for protectionist economic policies, and Balfour was trying to sort of hold the party together when it was very divided. And they go into this 1906 election, which turns out to be an absolute disaster for the Conservative Party, although it's the last hurrah of the Liberal Party. It's a landslide before the Liberal Party goes into its decline, which it's beginning to recover from now. But who knows? Maybe the 2024 election is this landslide is perhaps the last ever big win for the Labour Party. But we will have to see. So Balfour is a good example of somebody who managed to retrieve their political career due to a by-election. He's also the takes credit for the phrase "Bob's your uncle," if you ever heard that phrase. So his uncle was Lord Salisbury, Robert, hence Bob. He was Prime Minister until 1902, and he stands down in favour of his nephew Arthur Balfour. So hence Bob's your uncle. That's how Balfour became Prime Minister, because his uncle, Lord Robert Cranborne, Lord Salisbury, stood down and he took over in 1902. I'm having a look at some of the comments in the chat. Somebody's saying Labour.
Australians.
Yes, there are. It's good to see. Hello from Australia.
I assume it's morning now. Good morning. Thank you for joining.
Morning in Australia. There we go. I've looked at polls. Am I right in saying Labour's in trouble? Yes.
Well,
I think they are certainly going to struggle to win. If Labour lose tonight, they've lost a 10,000 seat majority. Yes, it's a pretty solid majority that they will have lost.
I mean, this is the latest poll. This was pretty much. This is the latest poll here. Again, very still competitive, but not looking great for Labour. And I think some of you will probably have seen the poll where if tactical voting was used, it would be a knife edge between Green and Labour. But people were writing in the comments it would be a huge upset for Labour. A 10,000 seat reduction in its majority. Wiped away. Excuse me.
Bookies. I mean, obviously, the bookies in this election have generally said the Greens, I think, were favourite, and then Reform, and then Labour. The bookies aren't always right. I mean, they are sometimes, but they aren't always right, and sometimes they can get it wrong. I think Brexit, they got it wrong, and things like. I think Hillary Clinton, the prediction was that she'd win on the betting, but it turned out wrong. But we wait and see. But
Christian country, Michael, they don't bet there.
The indications of the betting are that it's likely to be Green, which is sort of indicating what the polls are slightly, which indicates possibly
just to give a quick update as well. So. I don't know how significant this is, Michael. So this might give us a clue about the Greens' prospects, because Zach Polensky is at the count.
Right.
Is that a sign?
Well, that is a very good sign. Leaders generally don't tend to turn up to count unless they think it's going to be a good result. I gather. There were two by-elections in July 2024, one in Leicester South. In fact, the agent for the Leicester South by-election was Stuart Bray, who's a colleague of mine and Lib Dem leader of Hinckley and Bosworth Council. And there was also a by-election on the same day in Birmingham, which was a bit more of a safer Labour seat. And Charles Kennedy was basically that night, I gathered, taken to a destination halfway between Birmingham and Leicester. And basically, if we'd won we were either going to win Leicester or win both Leicester and Birmingham. And so basically, if we just won Leicester, he'd go Leicester. But if we won Birmingham, because it was the longer shot, he'd go to Birmingham, and we won the Leicester South election, but we lost Birmingham by about 500 votes. So he ends up going to Leicester to celebrate the result there. But you get this: a party leader is unlikely to turn up to account unless they're gonna win. So that's probably quite a good sign for the Greens.
And we've
Someone's
just got
asking.
Labour's chair not putting any bets on, which it's a bit cryptic, but it doesn't sound
It doesn't
entirely
sound.
enthusiastic.
I mean, obviously, people sometimes downplay their chances, so it looks more impressive afterwards if they do win. But in fact, Roy Hattersley tells a story of there was a by-election in the late 70s. It might have actually been Manchester Moss side, but it was basically a one where Labour thought they were going to lose. And so Hattersley got put on as the Labour guest. And then he said, James Callaghan said to me afterwards, when Labour won the election, he said, "Oh, I was expecting us to lose that one. If we'd won it, I was going to put David Owen on the programme instead of you." So parties don't always necessarily guess rightly what was what's going to happen. If the Greens win, how many MPs will they have? That'll put it up from 4 to 5, which is the biggest number they've ever had. The Greens had no MPs until 2010. They got 4 in 2024. I would say, interestingly, the Greens did have half an MP between 1992 and 1997 because Plaid Cymru made some kind of arrangement with the Green where candidates stood as joint Plaid Cymru Green candidates, and Cynog Daffis, who I think gained Ceredigion for Plaid Cymru in 1992, won it on us. It was Plaid Cymru, but won it on a joint Green Plaid Cymru platform, so they sort of had half an MP there. What result would be in terms of the Lib Dem result? Yeah, I mean, look, Jackie Pearce is a good candidate. She was a councillor for many years in Manchester Gorton. She knows the community well. The reality is, in any by-election, there are usually 2, and this is quite rare, 3 parties who are really in contention to win. And in those circumstances, you get squeezed out. I suspect tonight, both the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, if either of those parties hold their deposit, I think they'll be pretty satisfied with that result because you know, they are just getting squeezed out. But if you look at the last Parliament, in elections like Chesham and Amersham, North Shropshire, Tiverton and Honiton, where the Lib Dems gained those seats from the Conservatives, you saw the Labour vote being really squeezed into the ground. I think in Chesham and Amersham, it went down to 2 or 3%. The reality is, if you're not in those top 2 or 3 contenders in a by-election, you are going to get squeezed out, particularly if a party is really mobilising its voters, as Labour, Reform and Greens are doing by sending thousands of activists there. If there's a by-election in a few months' time in a seat where the Lib Dems are in a strong position, where they've got a lot of councillors locally, or they've got a good vote at the general election, then that's one where I would expect the party to be putting a big effort in and making a challenge. But as I don't think we no longer have any councillors in the constituency, and we obviously weren't in the top 3 last time, it's one where we're inevitably going to get squeezed. That's what happens in by-election.
Yeah, and Manchester generally is quite a stomping ground for Labour. And
yeah, although we had
and like you said about the tactical votes, I mean, me and Michael basically said we would vote for we'd vote Lib Dem, but we understand when your vote, I think the Lib Dems got 4% last time, roughly 4%. So when your vote is already that far down, naturally you're going to probably tactically vote and lend those votes to your next preference of choice. But I think a lot's been said in the chat about some, I think mostly support proportional representation. What I can see, I think I saw 1 or 2 comments that aren't fans of it. But
So,
yeah,
someone
yeah,
asking, do they think Reform has a chance? Look, Reform have put a big effort in. They are leading in the polls at the moment. They've led all the national opinion polls since last May. They did gain Runcorn and Helsby from a long way back. They have won councils last May. They are winning council by-elections. So clearly, Reform are going forwards. I think the challenge they have in this seat is you've got a constituency where at the last election, the combined Conservative Reform vote was 22%, and the combined vote for the Greens, the Workers' Party and Labour was around 75%. And in those circumstances, it's going to be difficult for Reform to win, even if the left of centre vote tends to be evenly squeezed between Green and Labour. So I wouldn't rule out Reform. Clearly in the polls they are very close, in close contention. They seem to be running a reasonably strong campaign. There seem to be quite a few activists up there for Reform, but it is a seat which is well down their target seat list, and there are a lot more seats that are easier for Reform to win than
I think
this one.
it's for Reform to lose rather than for Labour to lose, I think, at this point. And again, tactical voting, it's quite tight. And sometimes opinion polls, when you get these it's very rare we get opinion polls on a constituency level, but they have become quite a new. Well, I bet you're going to pull up a fact.
There are historically. So if you look at things like so Bermondsey, which is obviously a really historic by-election in 1983, when Peter Tatchell was the Labour candidate, and there were a lot of people wanting to vote tactically for alternative parties. There was like an independent Labour candidate and a Liberal candidate, and I think when the polls indicated that the Liberals were in second, it then led to this collapse in the independent Labour vote, and Simon Hughes won for the Liberal fairly comfortably. Equally, I think there was Greenwich in 87, which again had an unpopular Labour candidate, and it wasn't sure whether the Conservatives or the SDP were the main challengers. And then Newsnight produced a poll which had the SDP second just before the election. And there was a guy called Vincent Hanna who back in the 1980s and 90s worked for the BBC and used to do all their by-election coverage. And if you look back at the 80s and 90s, TV did a lot more coverage of parliamentary by-election. There were special programs on the BBC, and they would often have press conferences every day, remarkably, for parliamentary by-election candidates, where they would be challenged by the press every day. And Newsnight, I think, produced a poll in Greenwich a week or two before the election, which showed the Tories in third place and the SDP second. And this led to a row between Angela Rumbold, who was the Tory MP who was managing the campaign, and Vincent Hanna. And she says something like, "Oh, this poll's dodgy and wrong," and sort of Vincent Hanna sort of threatens to sue her and things. So, but in the end, the SDP gained that seat. So these constituency polls can make a difference if they make it clear who the tactical vote is. I think the uncertainty about this election is, as you've seen from those last two polls, Green 33, Reform 29, Labour 26, Labour 28, Green 28, Reform 27. It's all very much of a muchness. It probably shows the Greens probably in a better position than Labour.
And also, people can be tribal as well. It might be that, it might be you will get people who aren't enthusiastic about Labour, but they just do not find the Greens palatable, and they'd rather vote Labour. And considering Zach's now shifted the Greens,
did you see Prime Minister's questions or listen to it? Prime Minister's questions this week.
Well, I was laid up.
For some reason, Keir Starmer decided to go heavy on the Greens' policies on drugs. So what a surprise that was! Obviously, that was clearly an attempt to stop Labour losing to the Greens by saying they were extreme.
Does fear and negative campaigning do they normally work, or do they just a turn off for
I think it
the
depends
electorate.
whether they're credible or not. So I think, for example, if you compare sort of the Tory attacks on Ed Miliband and Tony Blair, the Labour Party, the Tory Party really laid into Ed Miliband during the 2015 election. I thought it was pretty effective, but a lot of people at the time were saying, "Oh no, he's going to backfire." But the basic argument was Ed Miliband was. I quite like Ed Miliband. He's a nice man, intelligent man, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But it was quite easy for the Conservatives to portray him as this man who was going to be easily bullied and pushed around by Nicola Sturgeon, Alex Salmond, and the SNP were basically going to tell him what to do. It played into an image of him as a weak leader, and therefore it was quite an effective attack. That I think there was a poster of Ed Miliband in Alex Salmond's top pocket or something. And there seems to have been quite a swing in that election from people who were thinking of voting Labour but ended up voting Tory because they thought the SNP were going to run the government and dominate everything, and the SNP were going to steal all our money from England and all the rest of it if Ed Miliband got in. Whereas on the other hand, they ran a negative campaign against Tony Blair in 95, 96. There was a famous Demon Eyes poster where Tony Blair had red eyes looking like the devil and all the rest of it. And it was like, who knows, maybe in retrospect after Iraq and his various dealings with various governments post-premiership, maybe they had a point, but nobody really thought Tony Blair was the devil and the demon back in 95, 96, and it just didn't work. And in fact, I remember Labour managed to get some bishop of somewhere to come out and do a TV interview saying it was absolutely disgraceful for the Conservatives to portray Tony Blair as the devil and how awful it was. So a lot of it depends on, is the attack credible or not? And if the attack's credible, like Ed Miliband's a weak leader, nice man, I like him, but a lot of people believed it, then it can work. If it's like Tony Blair's the devil, well, in 1995, 1996, not many people were open to seeing him as the devil back then.
I think the mood of 97 was that it was seen as quite a generally negative campaign from all, from both the Labour and the Conservatives. I remember this is what I remember what my parents told me, dressing up in a chicken suit.
Oh, right. So
John Major, you're chickening out of a debate or something.
No, it was Tony Blair's point of view. Yeah. So basically, if you're losing, if you're a party leader who's losing, you always try and challenge the other party leader to a TV debate because you're a long way behind. You need something to try and change the dial. I mean, I think Neil Kinnock challenged Margaret Thatcher to a TV debate in 1987, and she turned it down. By 97,
and she had polls to say she'd probably end up doing worse if they encouraged her not to.
Yeah, and she was miles ahead in the poll, so she weren't going to risk it. And equally, Tony Blair was miles ahead in 97. So I don't think he ever explicitly said he wouldn't do the TV debate. I think what he did was basically he sent his team out to make demands that were so unreasonable on the TV producers that basically they just couldn't reach an agreement. But it was a bizarre one. I remember one Tory broadcast in the 97 election. There was New Labour, New Danger, but there was also New Labour, Euro Danger, where they had this lion in the broadcast, which they sort of superimposed red tears on this lion. That was like the British lion was crying if Labour got in. So there are some strange negative campaigning over the years. There was New Labour, New Taxes, which had a purse with demon eyes sticking out of it, which again was another one of these odd things.
They loved doing the demon eyes, didn't they?
The demon eyes, that was it. I don't know what it was, but again, now if you called Tony Blair a demon, you probably could win an election on that. But in 1995, 1996, when he was 60 or 70% approval ratings in the polls, you weren't going to get very far by bashing Tony Blair.
And I think we could. I suppose as we've entered, as for progress of time, we've become quite humorless in a lot of ways. Because I imagine the campaigns of Gladstone and Disraeli, I imagine they must have been pretty brutal. I can't imagine they were gentle with each other with the negative.
No, what was it Disraeli said of Gladstone? Gladstone went round saving fallen women, and Wood used to go walk the streets at night rescuing fallen women, and I think Disraeli said to him, while you're out rescuing fallen women, can you save a few for me or something? But yes, I mean there was plenty of negative campaign, and obviously there was stuff about Lloyd George was supposed to have had affairs with lots of people. Yeah, so Herbert Asquith certainly had affairs as well. But politics could be brutal in the 19th century. There were people that died. General elections in the 19th century, if you look back, there were deaths from sort of semi-riots. And Lloyd George in the 1900 election during the Boer War had to be, went to speak in Birmingham, which was the heartland of Joseph Chamberlain, who was very much jingoistic for the war. And there was this crowd outside, and they sort of thought Lloyd George was going to be lynched. So I think they put him in a police uniform, and he had to clamber out of a back window from this hall in Birmingham where he was speaking, because they thought his safety couldn't be guaranteed. So yeah, elections in the past could be quite brutal events.
Good God. That must have put from Howard Wilson's perspective when he just had an egg thrown at him.
Well, indeed, yes, and I think the '64 election there was some rally where Alec Douglas Hume got shouted down by people, because in those days there was heckling, because they used to let opposition supporters into meetings.
Your aim as good as your material. The famous incident where, again, the heckling, because Howard Wilson, he loved to heckle. He loved.
He really got his mojo on when people started heckling him. Yes.
Because someone threw a pamphlet and he said, if only your aim was good as your material, else, and
indeed, and then somebody was shouting about Labour was letting savages run countries overseas or something, and Wilson says, we've no problem with savages, we even let them into our meetings, to the person that was shouting.
We don't support savages, we just have them into our meeting. I can't do the voice today because I'm so deaf door was this cold. So I'm just going to look at any further updates, and maybe Michael, you can entertain the chat with. So when I think of political comebacks, because I sort of remember. Well, I suppose actually. How's this being done? Are you doing it in some kind of order? Because I don't want to.
Well, I was going to look at Paisley in 19. So if we're talking about prime ministers who made comebacks after losing seats, so the person that we mentioned, Asquith, earlier, the person that took Britain into the First World War was Herbert Asquith, who was the leader of the Liberal Party and was the last leader of a Liberal-only government. He has a few problems during the war. Lloyd George ends up joining up with the Tories. And Asquith is basically removed as prime minister in 1916. The 1918 election, there's a huge landslide for the Conservatives and for that wing of the Liberal Party under Lloyd George that was most strongly prosecuting the war, and Asquith loses his seat in 1918 I think it's 5 North East. So he goes off and stands in Asquith in the by-election. Stands in Paisley in the by-election of 1920, which he gets elected for, and it returns him to Parliament. It had only had 100-vote majority for the Liberals at the previous general election, so it was a very marginal seat. They'd only just beaten Labour, but Asquith goes back and wins it by 3,000 in February 1920. And so he returns to Parliament to lead the Independent Liberal Party, and so resurrects his parliamentary career there. And the Liberal Party almost managed to recover. So in 1923, they get 158 seats. and 29% of the vote, but they don't quite catch up with the Labour Party. You get 191 seats and 30% of the vote, and that's the first Labour government formed in 1923. So that's another example of a leading politician who manages to recover and come back into Parliament. If we want to look at somebody who tried but failed,
I was going to say, I
suppose with Andy Burnham, although Andy Burnham didn't really have the chance. I mean, it's an interesting what if he had been the candidate tonight, would he have managed to win the seat for Labour with his strong personal vote? Maybe.
Crystal ball at this point now, isn't it?
Indeed. Yeah. But one is a guy called Patrick Gordon Walker, who was a leading member of the Labour shadow cabinet in the run-up to the 1964 election. He's the MP for Smethwick, which has a sudden influx of immigration in the run-up to the 1964 election. And it becomes famous, the Smethwick election of 1964, because the Conservative candidate runs a very strong campaign against non-white immigration. And in fact, there's a slogan used which says, if you want a certain person for a neighbour, vote Labour. We won't say what the word is, but it's a slur for people from a black background. And he loses his seat in Smethwick. Harold Wilson condemns it and says the Tory that wins the seat will be a parliamentary leper for getting elected basically on a racist vote. So then Patrick Gordon Walker's lost his seat to Peter Griffiths, who was the successful Tory MP who ran on this sort of fairly racist campaign to get him out in Smethwick. What Labour then do is pressurise this elderly backbencher called Reg Sorensen in Leighton to stand down from his seat. So October 64, there's the general election. Sorensen's persuaded to stand down in the December of 64 and gets given a seat in the Lords to create a by-election for Patrick Gordon Walker, who continues as Foreign Secretary for a few months, even though he's not in Parliament. And it's basically assumed that he will get elected in Leighton, because in Leighton, the Labour Party had won the seat with 8,000 majorities in the October. So when the election takes place on the 21st of January 1965, it's generally expected that Patrick Gordon Walker will return as the Labour MP. But shock of all things, he doesn't. He ends up losing by 200 votes to the Conservatives. And so Gordon Walker's attempt to come back fails. And he doesn't get basically to be Foreign Secretary because he loses his seat. So there's an example of somebody who tries to come back in a parliamentary by-election, a very senior, big figure, but just misses out by 205 votes.
All right. That's quite interesting. I've noticed someone posed a question in the comments. Oh, prediction. Okay, people's putting their predictions in. Interesting set of predictions there. Thank you so much. People who have commented. Oh.
Someone's asking, how reliable, trustworthy do you think Book is by-election polls, national polls?
That's the one Yeah.
I think the answer is they can be, but it's not always the case. I think
Truman.
Well, yes, and I think, for example, of a by-election in Dunfermline at the beginning of 2006. Now, this had been a pretty strong Labour seat. This took place just after Charles Kennedy had been removed as leader of the Liberal Democrats. There was issues to do with, obviously, alcohol issues and upset over his leadership. I mean, to be fair to Charles Kennedy, he'd been a remarkably successful leader. He increased the party's votes and seats at both the 2001 and 2005 elections, and the 62 seats that he won in 2005 was at that time the biggest number since 1923. It was only bested last year when we got 72. So he'd been a very successful leader, but there'd been various complaints about his drinking and so on. And so he was removed as leader. at the beginning of 2006, and there's this by-election in Dunfermline, and the Lib Dems take a hit in the national polls. Everybody predicts Labour's going to win because the Lib Dems have had this leadership removal and are unpopular and all the rest of it. But actually, basically, the team in Dunfermline, there's a guy called Willie Rennie, who's the candidate, who's a very effective campaigner. They basically go and they run a very strong local campaign. They pour in the activists and the supporters and members, and they go and win it. So sometimes by-elections can just go against the national trend, the national polls. But generally speaking, they tend to follow the pattern. I mean, if you look at the last Parliament, when the Conservatives began getting unpopular from sort of 2022 onwards, just virtually every by-election they fought, they lost. With the exception of Uxbridge, and what you had 3 by-elections on the same day. You had Somerton and Frome, where there was a 20,000 Tory majority over the Lib Dems, Selby, where there was a 20,000 majority over Labour, and Uxbridge, where there was about an 8,000 Tory majority over Labour, caused by Boris Johnson resigning his seat. And what you see in that election is the Conservatives lose the 20,000 majority in Selby to Labour. They lose the 20,000 majority in Somerton and Frome to the Liberal Democrats, but they hold the 8,000 majority, the seat with the 8,000 majority in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, Johnson's old seat. They actually hold it. And obviously there were local factors there of I think it was the Eulers scheme, that the mayor, Sadiq Khan, had become very unpopular because of Eulers, and the Conservatives ran very strongly on opposing Eulers, and they managed to win the seat against the odds on that issue. So I think my answer would be all things like opinion polls, MRP polls, betting, all these things do matter. But I think in a parliamentary by-election, sometimes if a party is really effectively campaigning on the ground issues, they can win it against the odds.
Yeah, and we have to remember in context, opinion polls has improved a lot. It was the method and the scientific method of applying opinion polls has improved considerably.
But constituency polls is always difficult.
A lot of people look like a great example. I always remember this because it was probably, I think it was my second election that I watched when I started to get into politics. It was the 2010 election. And I was very enthusiastic about the Lib Dems. And I was rallying behind them because they got the Clegg Mania. Nick Clegg got...
2010, yes.
Got the Clegg Mania. And I'll always remember this. I think it probably says a lot about David Dimbleby's colours. They did the exit poll. It came out, and David Dimbleby looked at it. It's all the Lib Dems were actually down, and he said, "Oh, that can't be right." Which, and there's a bit of a myth there because the polls were beginning to narrow by that point. If you actually look very carefully, the polls were actually beginning to narrow, and actually the exit poll and the last week's poll pretty much had stabilised to the vote share that ended up being the election result. So I think there has been improvements in, and obviously we said earlier there are some opinion pollsters that are good. The golden standard being like Ipsos and YouGov. So yeah, I think that's also worth consideration as well. I mean, they weren't particularly, they got better each decade, but they weren't particularly accurate in the 1980s.
Well, the exit poll is a bit different to the opinion polls because they actually ask people when they leave the polling station. How they vote. So they can be. They first used an exit poll in the 1970 election, where it was generally assumed that Labour were going to get re-elected. There was a poll a couple of days before the general election when Labour were 18 points ahead of the Conservatives, and the general view was that the Labour Party was going to win the 1970 election. That was what all the sort of opinion polls did. And then on the 1970 election programme, they did the first ever exit poll, which predicted a Conservative win, and that was the result on the night. You go to 74, October 74, the exit poll predicts a Labour majority of about 100. And of course, they only end up with
And
about 3. So that's
1970.
way out. So October 74 is probably the worst example of an exit poll, the BBC. But because Labour win, this is the thing. Exit polls can be really wrong, but if they predict the right winner, nobody really notices. So because Labour won by 3, nobody sort of goes back and says, well, the October 74 poll was really wrong because it said 100 Labour majority, it was only 3.
Ah, but then you get cases
Then you
like
go to 92 when
1970.
it's really, same way. But 92 was really close. So 92 exit poll was actually less wrong than this October 74 one.
Well,
But
I
because
mean,
the 92 poll says a hung parliament and the Tories narrowly win, it's always remembered as the exit poll that's really wrong because it picks the wrong winner.
Because I'm a sad person, I watched that on YouTube, and again,
92.
the exit poll did say a Conservative majority, possibly Conservative largest party, but without a majority. So again, it's one of those Nelson Mandela myths that I always get. That I always find with these.
Indeed, and I was a Labour member in the run up to 97, and there were all these opinion polls. So in the run up to 92 election, the average Labour lead in the polls was 1%, right? So they lose, but their only average poll was 1% ahead. In the run up to 97, Labour are like leading in most of the opinion polls by 20 or 30 points. And these were adjusted polls. They used to adjust the polls to reduce the Labour lead, but they still gave a 20 or 30 point Labour lead. And I remember at the time people saying, oh, Labour will lose. The polls were wrong last time. Yeah, but the polls were wrong last time with a 1 point Labour lead. Okay, that can be wrong. The polls in the run up to 97 were like 20, 30 point Labour leads. They're not going to be wrong. And of course, Labour win. But actually, the polls were wrong in that I think the exit poll shows an 18 point Labour lead, and actually Labour only win by 13. But obviously, it's still a big win. It's 5 points out, but it's a big win. And because it's pointing in the right direction, it's generally seen as being right. But of course, in by-elections, you don't have exit polls. So we haven't got that to give us an indication tonight of what could be happening.
And I suppose what will test this is that because they often try and I don't know what happened there. What will really test the opinion pollsters is that what they tend to do, because you just made me think then. What pollsters tend to do is that they used to, so in the 90s there was the 92 disappointment for Labour, and it became known as the shy Tory voter. People who were going to vote Conservative, but they felt quite guilty. They didn't want to say to someone holding a clip chart, a board, clip chart, and asking them how you're going to vote. So they were called the shy Tory voters. And then what pollsters then began to do, which you've just said, Michael, is that they changed the way they did their calculations to factor that in. But obviously, what makes it difficult now is that we're in a multi-party situation, along with tactical voting, which might come not only just from the left, but also from the right, because we've got the Conservatives and now this advanced UK potentially splitting the right. And I think that will be the thing that will start to test pollsters. So I think in answer to that question, I think this by-election will be a good template to see how these opinion polls, constituency opinion polls matched compared to the results.
Yeah, and sometimes the constituency polls get them right and sometimes they get them wrong. I mean, from my own perspective, I was the Lib Dem candidate in Hinckley and Bosworth last time, and I knew it was going to be myself or the Conservatives that were the top 2 parties just from the campaigning we were doing. But because the MRP polls use a lot of demographic data, and we were like a seat in the East Midlands where the Liberal Democrats generally don't do very well, a lot of the MRP polls were coming out saying it was going to be close between Conservative and Labour. And of course, Labour pushed that in this constituency. But actually, Labour came 4th in Hinckley and Bosworth and they weren't going to win. But they got 8,500 votes and I lost by 5,000 to the Tories. And the Tory MP, of course, very sneakily was putting on all his things. Oh, it's between us and it's between me and Labour. Well, of course, it was because he knew that I was his main opponent, but he was pushing Labour to try and split the vote. And obviously, in the end, I lose by 5,000. Labour come 4th by 8 with 8,500 votes and split the vote. So the MRP polls can sometimes be accurate, but they don't always pick up seats that perhaps are a bit anomalous. where the local party is campaigning in a way that means that it outperforms what you'd expect from the demography in that kind of constituency. A lot of the comments coming in are about people being concerned about family voting. This reminds me of
I did see that. I'll share while you're talking, Michael. I'll share it on screen because I did see that.
So if we go back to the 2019 European elections, the then Brexit Party, which was Farage's party then, wins the European elections, and there is a by-election in Peterborough a few weeks afterwards, which the Brexit Party was expected to win, and they narrowly lose it. And the argument that Nigel Farage used for that election was that it was all down to family voting. Basically, he was arguing that Muslim voters in Peterborough had voted en bloc for Labour, and Labour won by about 500. So it sounds like he's using the same argument that they used in that election in 2019 when the Brexit Party lost. It will be interesting to see if there is a difference between how people vote in postal votes and how they vote on the day, because particularly in a low turnout election, a lot of the votes cast will be cast by post, and that the postal vote might be cast very differently to the on the day vote. So you could have a situation where perhaps Reform wins on the day, but the Greens or Labour win on the postal vote, or vice versa, depending on which party manages to get its supporters out to vote by post. And I presume when they talk about family voting, that might be referring to postal votes, but we'll see.
Yeah, because I was a bit confused by that. I was thinking by proxy. That was my immediate thing, but I'm glad you clarified that. Democracy volunteers, independent election observers. So I don't know much about this group, but if they're an independent observer, then I guess what would happen if does the election get worst case scenario? Let's say those cases where there was illegal use of family voting. Will the election get recalled?
It's a difficult thing to prove. I mean, if you can prove that, I mean, election. They used to say in Northern Ireland, vote early, vote often, and a lot of dead people would often vote in. There were certain Northern Ireland constituencies where, like, the poll will be over 90%, even though the electoral register at the time was very out of date, and more than 10% of people had either died or moved or something. So something dodgy was going on. So that it's very rare. I mean, it's very rare for an election result to be overturned because of dodgy voting, and you'd have to prove that there were enough cases for it to have swung the difference. I mean, people turn up to vote as a family. I mean, you can't really prove it one way or the other. What it might mean is turnout may be higher. I mean, that may be a thing, and obviously the question then is, well, who is that going to benefit? I suspect a bit macabre. Would your vote count if you voted early by post but died on? That's yes. And I think there have been cases I know where people, because the postal votes are cast 2 or 3 weeks before the actual election day, there will be people who cast postal votes who sadly may well pass away. And so long as they posted the vote before they passed away, if it was in the post and the council get the ballot paper, even if the person sadly has passed away, their vote will still count. Yeah.
In the Caerphilly by-election, the betting market showed a huge swing towards Plaid Cymru during the count, with Reform being ahead when the polls closed.
Yeah, so I suspect what happened there was people at the count, and I don't know if this counts as insider trading or something, but people at the count can clearly see what's happening, and the boxes are being emptied. And if there's a ballot box from a part of the constituency which you might have thought Reform were winning, and suddenly it's showing Plaid Cymru miles ahead, and this ballot box has come in at 10 past 10, that gives you a pretty good indication that Plaid Cymru are overperforming and Reform are underperforming. We're now at gone 11:30. There will be a lot of ballot boxes that have been opened in Gorton and Denton. I suspect any sharp campaigners from the parties there at the count will now have a good idea what's going on. They'll be able to see from the ballot boxes being emptied which parties are doing well in which particular polling districts. Basically, if the parties have got their act together, they will have an estimate of how they're likely to do in each ward in the constituency. And obviously, for example, the Greens are likely to do better in Levenshume than in Denton, for example.
Well, speaking of the Greens, they're feeling pretty confident, giving Labour the scare of their lives, party sources claim.
Again, it'll be interesting. I mean, for the Greens to win will be a historic event because their past best result in a parliamentary by-election is only 10.3% in Somerton and Frome. So for them to come first or second, I think will be a first in a by-election, but to get more than 10% will be. Clearly, they're going to get significantly more than 10%. Whether it's enough to win, we'll have to wait and see. But the Greens are going to have their best ever by-election result. I think that we can say without any question, this will be the best Green Party parliamentary by-election result in the party's history, having been formed in 1985. Or if you go back further, they were the Ecology Party from 75 and the People Party from 73, I think. So it'll be their best ever result ever, whatever happens, whether they win or don't win.
Where do you think their direction of travel would go? Because they've won in the last election, Brighton Pavilion. You know, it's slightly urbanised, but they won in very rural, sleepy, leafy, conservative, former Conservative seats. Now, if they win in the heart of Manchester, does that change their direction? Because Gorton Denton is very different to I can't think. Adrian Ramsey's constituency.
Waverley Valley, in Suffolk. So the Greens, I think, benefited. The Greens managed to win those seats in Herefordshire and Suffolk, which were very conservative-leaning seats that haven't voted Labour before. Labour usually nowhere near winning. They're not left-wing constituencies. I think by having quite a vague national message, Adrian Ramsey and Ellie Chowns, they seem, sort of nice, sort of moderate, sort of centrist figures. Very different to sort of Zach Polanski's really out there radical left position. And I think what you will see is the Green Party vote clearly surging in what you might call the Corbyn constituencies. If you look at the 200 odd seats that Jeremy Corbyn was able to win in 2019, I would expect the Green Party to be doing well in those constituencies, because they will be appealing to a lot of ethnic minority voters, particularly the Muslim vote because of the Gaza, but also to students and young professionals and those sort of left-leaning graduates that you find a lot of in the cities. The problem, though, is that by being very unapologetically left-wing on a lot of issues, whether it's the drugs issue, whether it's immigration and other issues where they put themselves on a very polarizing position, what you might find is that perhaps some of those more green conservative sort of switchers maybe less inclined to vote for such a left-wing Green Party. So what you might find as a prediction of the next election, you might find the Green vote going up almost everywhere, apart from in the Herefordshire and Suffolk seats, where there may be a ceiling on their vote there, and there just aren't enough people in those two seats to vote for a very unashamedly left-wing party. So if you're Adrian Ramsey, you can win that seat in Suffolk by being seen as a vaguely centrist party. But if you're a very overtly left-wing party, it's going to be much more difficult to win that seat. Whereas on the contrary side, it does make it easier for you then to be winning some of these seats in the Liverpools, Manchesters, Bristols, where having a much more overtly left-wing position might actually help you be more.
It'll be interesting it'll be interesting to see if, in terms of their opinion polls, if they've already hit their ceiling. But what could happen is that votes begin to transfer into those
It changes the nature of
constituencies.
their vote,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
there's particular demographic votes where their vote goes up, but perhaps others where
yeah.
it doesn't.
It would be quite interesting. I mean,
So we've
I
got a
often,
comment.
I often think the Greens have. I actually don't see policy difference between the last Green leader and Zach Palensky. So, but
It
obviously,
may just be the
we
vibes and the
will learn.
positioning.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's I
So
think it's a lot of charisma and personality. He's quite. I mean, he's often seen as the Farage of the left. That's what people often like to describe
he's a
him. He's
polar voice.
outspoken. Yeah, yeah.
There's a question
But no,
about, could we see a breakthrough of the? I'm sorry.
oh no,
About
go
in
on.
the chat, the SDP 7 more advanced UK's Nick Buckley. I mean, both have seemed to have been running quite a strong social media campaign. So I think both of them have been producing films for their campaign. The question I'd ask is, have they got many people on the ground knocking on doors, delivering leaflets? Because there's a
Hmm.
holistic side to the campaign. Social media makes a difference, and if you're putting up lots of videos, that's great, but also you need to be knocking on the doors, speaking to people, getting leaflets through the doors. So I think the question would be, have they got the troops on the ground like Labour, the Greens and Reform have, to actually knock on doors and get literature through the doors? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Nick Buckley, as he says, does have some name recognition. I'd heard of him before as being this sort of very right-wing figure. And clearly he has some followers, although obviously I think, just as we've seen the Green and Labour having an argument over tactical voting, there has been a very strong Reform attack on Buckley, basically saying he's going to split the right-wing vote and let the Greens in. And I suspect, because whereas with Labour and the Greens, both parties have got quite a lot of ammunition to throw to say they're the main contender, I suspect in Gorton and Denton, Reform have the troops on the ground to stick out loads of leaflets saying it's us or the Greens. A vote for Buckley is a wasted vote. I suspect Buckley hasn't got the resources to try and counter that message. So I suspect he's going to get pretty badly squeezed tonight. And I would be surprised if he got more than a few percent of the vote.
I saw a comment. Thank you for that comment, and thank you for your explanation, Michael. I also think, just to add on to that, I also think it's hard to predict, like the split vote. It's hard to predict if the SD, because I've heard arguments being made that a lot of people are treating Reform UK as a traditional right-wing party, but it's not really. They've got quite on some economic policies. As far as I last looked, they still want to half nationalise water, half nationalise the energy, and doing things that's seen as economically on the left, but on sort of social issues, they are seen as are very on the right. So it really upends this whole treating them as kind of this traditional conservative party. I mean, there will be conservatives who I would no doubt probably they'll end. It might be the saving grace for the Conservatives. They will probably vote Conservative because they think, well, I agree on this, that, and the other, but I don't agree on this issue. But a comment I've just seen. Any update on when the results are likely? Oh, I wish it would keep moving. Why do you keep moving?
So it says Nick Buckley does have canvases about. I mean, we'll see. I mean, how many he does manage to get out. I do get the impression that the advanced UK are likely to be fairly heavily squeezed, but maybe they won't be.
And it's quite a
Something
new
else is,
party as well. It's quite a new party. I mean, they haven't got the infrastructure
I mean,
just
how many
there yet.
councillors nationally have Advance UK got? Maybe half a dozen. Whereas Reform now, they got, was it 600 seats or something last year? So they've got a big infrastructure. I mean, here in Leicestershire alone, they've got, well, they had 25. They've had 2 resign. I think one defect to Rupert Lowe's party, and one has now resigned his seat. But they've got 23 county councillors in Leicestershire alone, and similar numbers in Nottinghamshire and
If
Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. So they've got a lot of people. So the odds now is that it's all over, right? Greens 1 to 24, Reform 8 to 9. Well, if it's 24 to 1 on, I suspect somebody in the count has seen the Green Party is doing better than expected. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We can't call it, but if the betting odds is now 24-1 on, that's almost a certainty. It's almost, tomorrow is Friday. Yeah. We'll see if that turns out to be the case, but I suspect what it means is the early boxes have shown the Green Party doing better than expected in the constituency, and therefore heading to win. But again, if the declaration is not till 4, we've got a long time to wait. But someone else has put an interesting comment in about the Greens and about Labour.
Well, if the Greens win, that one.
Yeah, so this is an interesting comment.
If the Greens win, could Labour try to compromise Green voters by adopting some of their policies, or will they continue to push back against them? I mean, the thing is, all political parties are coalitions, right? So there will be some Labour members who are called the soft left or the left who would probably welcome that. But there is a kind of tribal attitude within Labour. There's a loyalty base there. And there'll be some Labour members who, just due to the history, the sort of the tapestry and the history of the Labour Party, because it's linked with the trade unions, they feel like they can't surrender that, and it is really it's up to the leader of whoever's going to be leader. When you're a leader of a party, you want to lead in terms of elections. When you're a leader of a party, you want to lead to win. That's what you want to do. You want to lead to win, and we have our electoral system where it punishes people if you aren't ruthless and brutal in that. In terms of coalition arrangements, possible. I think it could be possible depending on the leader. I don't think. Again, I support PR myself. I think we need to have a politics of cooperation anyway. So. But it's a two-way street. If Labour've got to give, then the Greens will have to give, and it really depends how well they do. So, yeah.
So I think it's an interesting question this person has put about whether Labour will start to sort of try compromising the Greens, because the strategy really has always been to try and win over those sort of voters who were red wall, flirting with the Conservatives in the past and Labour, and then sort of reform Labour, and that's where a lot of the Labour messaging has been targeted at. And it was said during the Morgan McSweeney era that you had something called the puncher hippie strategy, which was that Labour had to be seen as having no compromise with the sort of left. Their approach was going to always be the left were beyond the pale. They weren't going to pander to the left wing. Obviously, there was the kicking out of Corbyn and so on. I do wonder if we basically take the view that Starmer is not a terribly ideological, principled person, but basically is going where he thinks he can win the election and the votes. If he previously thought that was reform because he was losing votes to reform, if he now is losing votes to his left and the Greens, he may well decide simply pragmatically out of electoral saving Labour seats that he needs to appeal more to the Greens. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't perhaps start seeing more messaging that's more left-leaning on a lot of issues. Obviously, it will only be a question of degree, but you might, for example, see on the Israel-Palestine crisis, perhaps Starmer might take a line that's more critical of Israel than he has in the past. Perhaps on immigration, he'll perhaps sound more liberal on the past than he has been. So I do wonder whether a Green win might influence Starmer to sound more left-leaning in order to avoid losing votes that direction. Because I remember I was a member of the Labour Party in the late 90s.
Just going to go to the toilet.
Okay. Yeah. And I remember at the time a lot of, I'll carry on while you, I remember at the time a lot of people in the Labour Party were very unhappy when the Labour Party in the run up to 1997 said that it wouldn't raise income tax for rich people. It wouldn't raise the top rate of income tax, and it would stick to the Conservative spending plans for the first 2 years in power. In fact, after the general election, Ken Clarke said New Labour stuck to his spending plans far more rigorously than he would have done if the Tories had been re-elected. And I remember at the time people would say, these policies are too right-wing. Why aren't the Labour Party more committed to putting more money into public services immediately after the 97 election? And the message was always from the New Labour leadership, you've got nowhere else to go. There's no viable sort of left of Labour Party for people to vote for. The issue now, of course, is that for people who are unhappy with what Labour are doing on a whole range of issues, there is somewhere else to go. There is the Green Party, which is left of Labour and is winning a lot of support. And I suspect you may well see that pushing Labour towards at least sounding more left wing.
Is that realistic in context, Michael? Because I imagine if the threat is coming from the Greens, then that will only sharpen the now. I mean, I wrote an article saying the problem with Morgan McSweeney, that you are right, he made a reputation in basically anyone who was considered on the left, even the soft left, were basically excluded from the cabinet and from Labour, sort of Labour governance, really. I would say, is that really realistic for Labour? And would that only sharpen the sort of the soft left's argument that they probably need to get someone on the soft left to be Labour leader to chip off the votes from the Greens?
I think that it may well, it's going to put more pressure on Starmer. I think if they lost to Reform today, the Labour Party already had a problem of losing elections to Reform because they'd lost Runcorn to Reform. Reform were ahead of them in the opinion polls. Reform gained some sort of Labour council seats last year. If they're suddenly losing a parliamentary seat to the Greens, and from a seat where the Greens are starting a long way behind, a lot of Labour MPs, if you're a Labour MP in like a 75% Remain voting in a London constituency, your chances of losing to Reform are pretty minimal, right? Because you live in a seat where there just are very few people who are likely to vote Reform. Suddenly, though, if the Green Party is winning and you're one of these Labour MPs in a London seat, actually, I could lose my seat to the Greens. So not only are you going to have some of the Labour MPs in the Midlands and the North, in some of the sort of small town rural seats, being worried about losing their seats to Reform, also what you're going to get is a lot of the Labour MPs in inner city seats, in London seats, and some of the other big city seats, now also worried they're going to lose their seats to the Greens. So yeah, it's going to put a lot more pressure under Starmer, and it may well be that people decide that they need to move to the left to sort of stop the Green Party draining too many votes off them.
And I think that's really the question mark for Labour, because they're being attacked. I mean, under the 2.5 party system or 3 party system that we once had, even though the Liberal Democrats, the Liberal Party, the SDP, the Alliance were there, Labour's traditional opponents were, well, so their ideological adversaries were the Conservatives, but their party adversaries was the Alliance, this sort of centre to centre left party, Alliance Liberal, that came after Lib Dems. But now we're moving into this multi-party system, which becomes really fragmented now, because we now have got a right-wing populist party that is chipping votes from Labour. And we've also got a left-wing populist party chipping votes from Labour. And I think that really only adds to the confusion of where Labour can really go. And it seems like the criticism Starmer the criticism that people have of Starmer is that he's seen as a technocrat, not a very deep person when it comes to ideology or personal politics.
Yeah.
He should really
So
be the ideal candidate to try and bridge these two sides, and yet he's not. So, do they go for West Streeting, who probably not a great example? He's more of a Blairite than I'd say he's on the Labour right, but I'd say he's more of a traditional Blairite. But do they go for the Labour right, or do they go for someone like Angela Rayner, who's someone on the soft left who could hoover up the Greens? Because right now it seems like the strategy it's not working for Keir Starmer, who I think wanted
yeah.
to manage the government like a computer.
So I think it's sort of following a Blairite strategy that worked when the Conservative Party was very unpopular after 1997. And there was no party that was massively to the left of Labour. Taking that sort of centrist Blairite position sort of worked. But now when you've got both the Reform Populist Party to the right and the Green Party to the left, Labour really risk bleeding votes to both sides. I mean, somebody's put in the chat, Labour is reform light and dominated by Friends of Israel. They won't shift left. If Greens win, they'll harden their right stance to compete with Reform. I suppose that depends on whether you believe that, if you believe Labour is reform light, and is that because it's an ideological decision, or is it simply a tactical decision where they think that's where they're going to win votes? And if it's a tactical decision, then arguably it means Labour Party can be flexible. I mean, look, Keir Starmer was elected in 2020 on quite a left-wing platform as leader of the Labour Party, whereas Tony Blair really from the start was pretty clear that he was going to lead the Labour Party from the centre. He very early on, for example, had the argument with his party over Clause 4, the commitment to nationalising industry, which Hugh Gaitskell had tried to get rid of in 1960, but dropped when he got this huge backlash. Tony Blair, very early in his leadership in 1995, got rid of Clause 4, despite the fact that some of the traditionalists in the Labour Party were against that. Whereas Keir Starmer got elected in 2020 on a platform of, abolishing, was going to get student tuition fees. He was in favour of nationalising various industries. He called Jeremy Corbyn, a good friend of his. He really did pitch to the left and then sort of moved right as leader, which suggests that there isn't any great, he's not a right-wing leader of the Labour Party because he's a right-wing figure in the Labour Party. He just tends to follow whatever he thinks can best advance him. He was very strongly Remain when he was the Brexit spokesperson for the Labour Party, and then sort of forgot all about that when he became Labour leader. So I suspect he'll do whatever he thinks it best wins in votes, but we'll see.
Couple of comments here. So someone's asking if the Greens win, they're seen as the left of Labour. Will this give free space for the Lib Dems to capture centrist Greens? I think we call them. So there's Mango Greens, and you'd call the centrist Greens watermelon Greens. That is an interesting that is quite interesting. I think there's potential to have space. There's potential to have that space because, like we've both said, we've got a Labour government under Keir Starmer who doesn't seem to know how to approach his party and sort of carve out a direction. And I suspect there could be openings for. I mean, you could argue. I mean, this is where the tactical, like we said about tactical voting, there will be in this election. Undoubtedly, there are going to be people who voted Labour today who are not wild about Labour, who don't think they've done a great job, but they really do not want the Greens to get in. And considering the tight opinion poll, they think I might just use my vote. So you might want to say that space should normally, again, this is where you come back, Michael. Successful Labour leaders are ones who are able to, one, occupy that space while still balancing their cabinet as well. So the most successful Labour leaders have been the one who've tried to occupy that space of the sort of the broad centre, the sort of big tent. I don't know what your thoughts on that. That's a very interesting question, Michael. I think that's a thank you for that question. I think that's a really interesting question. What's your thoughts on that?
So I think some people who vote Green do so because they saw it as a left of Labour option and were attracted by its policies on Gaza and other issues, on economic issues where it's quite clearly left wing. But I think a lot of people who did also vote Green did so generally because it was just generally seen as a party for the environment and conservationism. And some of those people can be centrist or even centre right. And you look at some of the places where the Green Party can get councillors elected. Often they're places which are quite small c conservative, and in fact the 2 of the 4 seats they won at the last election in Herefordshire and Suffolk were in previously very strong conservative seats where Labour had been quite weak. If they suddenly become a very clearly polarising left-wing party, then I think some of the more centrist Greens may well decide that the Liberal Democrats are more of an alternative to vote for. So you may see the Green vote going up because it does appeal to certain demographics quite strongly, but you might see them lose a few votes, perhaps from some of the sort of centrist voters who previously may have voted Green, but perhaps are put off because the Green Party is now much more polarizing in its sort of messaging. Turnout, someone's asking, is turnout estimate usually published around now? I don't think I've seen anywhere yet saying turnout figures yet. But
no, we reported earlier that the Greens were feeling quite buoyant. Now Labour are saying they think that it's going to be very close. We've yet to hear. Now it's too early to say. It's early in the night, and they've only just. It's been 2 hours since they started the count, but I've yet to hear any reform sources. So
the talk from reform is obviously they don't sound too confident because they're saying about all this family voting, which usually you'd expect someone to say if they didn't think they were winning. Although sometimes people, I remember when George Galloway won his seat in 2005 from Una King, he won the seat, but he stood up and said, basically launched this rant about how there were ghost voters and voters who voted who weren't on the electoral register, and how an investigation needed to be into the corruption in Tower Hamlets politics. And he won. Now, obviously, he'd clearly written that speech expecting to lose. And so had delivered this whole rant about how the electoral process was corrupt, but he actually won the seat. So, you know, people don't always predict rightly that they're gonna lose, but yeah, if somebody's going around saying there's a lot of family voting, it sounds like that's an excuse. But you know,
and. Someone's commented about the Manchester City Council. They did report back. I did see that earlier. Where was it? I'll be honest. I've not. I mean, you've studied elections, Michael. I've never heard of this organisation, so I can't independently verify how reliable they are. But I've never heard of them. I'm sure there is like a proper auditor of something. So, but the council basically said
as well, you need voter ID. So presumably, whoever's turned, I think it's talking about, people will turn up and need an ID to vote. So if they haven't got the ID and someone's trying to vote in their place, then presumably they wouldn't have the ID because they need to turn up either with a voter ID certificate or with passport or driving license. So it may simply be entire families are turning up to vote. But that also, of course, gives an indication that perhaps turnout is going to be fairly healthy, given that less than half the people voted in the general election
Do
in this seat. Perhaps the turnout will be higher.
does does is there higher turnout when um is there a higher turnout when oh, I'm trying to think of a good question. So how can I sort of answer this? Oh God, we've still got a few hours to carry on from this. um, I high turnout because we don't expect high turnout in by-elections. I suppose what circumstances if
I
this
think that
if it's true that this is going to be a high turnout, what circumstances can create a high turnout? Is there a particular pattern when it comes to
so,
by-election turnout?
so generally speaking, a turnout in a by-election is going to be lower than a general election because you're not picking a government, and a lot of people will only vote at a general election because they're picking a government. So therefore, for turnout to be higher at a by-election than a general election is a rarity. I mean, it happened in Caerphilly last year that the turnout was higher at the by-election than at the assembly election. And I think the circumstances in which the turnout goes up at a by-election, which is very much against the trend, is basically if a seat which had previously been a foregone conclusion, as this seat was, everybody knew Labour were going to be Labour were going to win this seat. If it suddenly becomes competitive, um, then some people who previously didn't vote will turn out to vote, because if you're a Green or Reform voter in Gorton and Denton, you probably knew your party didn't have a chance of winning in 2024. Now suddenly you know your party does have a chance of winning, particularly if you're having your door knocked every other day by Green or Reform and leaflets are coming through your door every day. Suddenly your party has a chance of winning. That's going to increase your chances of turning out. So whereas you may not have previously bothered voting because you just assumed Labour would win, as they have done at every election in Gorton and Denton, the previous seats, Manchester, Gorton and Denton,
Does
and Reddish since the 80s, you might turn out to vote this time because your party could win. Also, negative voting is very important, right? If you think all the parties are roughly the same and there's no difference, you're probably not going to bother voting. And there were some people who thought there wasn't a massive difference between Sunak and Starmer at the last election. They were both fairly technocratic. But actually, a lot of people will see that there's a big difference between the vision that Greens are offering and Reform are offering. And if you're somebody who's Green inclined voter, the prospect of Reform winning may well be enough to push you out to vote to stop Reform. Equally, if you're a Reform inclined voter, you're not going to particularly agree with Zach Polanski and the Greens, and that may make it more likely that it pushes you out to go and vote as well. So negative voting can often drive people to vote as well. And if a party might win that you really don't like, that's probably going to make it more likely that you turn out to vote as well. So where you have these
as
really polarizing by-elections, they may, against the trend, get people to turn out more likely than they would have done previously.
Has there been examples? I suppose it's going to be quite hard to measure because we talked about constituency polling and they existed, but I think they've become a bit more occurring in modern times. Has there been examples where again, it's going to be a difficult one for you to answer, but has there been an example where it looked so obvious that a political party was going to win, like it's a safe Tory seat or it's a safe Labour seat, and then the turnout actually determined another party to
So
win?
it can happen. So for Manor South Tyrone, which was 1981, there were two by-elections there. The turnouts were as high in the by-elections as they were in the general election, but that was in the context of Northern Ireland and a very polarised politics. And you had the hunger strikes. Bobby Sands, who'd been a convicted member of the IRA in prison on hunger strike,
And
stood
has a
in
name in
the
Iran
by-election,
for a fact.
and that got people to turn out to vote. And also it was a very close seat between the Unionists and the Republicans. And so that is the kind of election where people will turn out. Again, it's this polarizing thing. If you're a Unionist, you don't want Bobby Sands to win. Equally, if you're a Republican, you don't want the Unionists to win. And because the by-election was looking very close, it had the effect of increasing turnout. Now, there is an example actually of a by-election that had a higher turnout than the general election.
I was just going to say, excellent question.
Yes, Darlington. So well done for the question. And the answer is the Darlington by-election of 1983. So Darlington had been a reasonably safe Labour seat, although the Conservatives came reasonably close in 79. There was a by-election in 1983 which took place immediately after the Bermondsey by-election. So you had in the early 80s the initial surge of the SDP Liberal Alliance. When it was formed in 1981, it went ahead of Labour and the Tories in the polls. By 1982, you have the Falklands War and the economy beginning to recover, and the Conservatives go ahead in the polls and the Liberal SDP alliance fall back. By early 1983, the Tories are quite comfortably ahead in the polls. Labour and the alliance are further back. Then you have the Bermondsey by-election of February 1983, where the Liberals gain the seat from Labour on a 44% swing. Then suddenly there's a by-election in Darlington, and everyone is saying this is going to be the future of politics. Labour had a narrow majority over the Tories. It had previously been quite a safe Labour seat, but at the by-election, the general view was it could go Conservative, it could go Labour, it could go SDP. Conservatives are putting a big effort in because Margaret Thatcher's thinking about calling a general election, and she was going to wait and see what happened in Darlington to help make her decide whether she wants to call a general election in 1983. She could wait to 1984 if she wanted to. The Labour Party are really keen to hold on to this seat because they've just lost a safe seat in Bermondsey to the Liberals. If they lose Darlington, the general view is Michael Foot will be pushed out and Dennis Healey will probably take over as leader of the Labour Party, because all the polls were showing that Dennis Healey was a much more popular figure than Michael Foot, who'd become a very unpopular leader of the Labour Party. The SDP Liberal Alliance, they just gained Bermondsey. They saw Darlington as their chance to gain a seat and keep the bandwagon going, and potentially the Liberal SDP alliance could, if they could take Darlington from Labour, might finish second in the general election that was to come ahead of Labour. So all the parties piled in. It's like this election. There were three parties, all of whom piled in to Darlington: the Conservatives, Labour, the SDP. Initially, the SDP looked like it would win, but then they selected a candidate called Tony Cook, who, although he was a local TV journalist, I think he was the sports reporter for Time Tees TV, he actually turned out to be quite a poor candidate, because in those days, parliamentary by-elections had press conferences every day, which seems quite remarkable now. Like, who's going to risk putting up one parliamentary candidate who might be good or might be not very good to be put before all the press reporters from the Mail, the Sun, the Express, the Telegraph every day to be grilled and hammered? And by-election candidates were torn apart by the press, and for some silly reason the parties kept putting these people out who often were completely inexperienced. They stopped doing it now for the obvious reason that, you know, if you're not an experienced politician, the papers can just tear you apart at these things. And the SDP candidate, a guy called Tony Cook, just kept being torn apart at these press conferences. He despite the fact he was a TV journalist, he didn't do a very good job. And basically he ends up coming third, and Labour just hold on to the seat. But basically all the big political figures were up there. The Tory ministers were up there. Neil Kinnock and Dennis Healey and Michael Foot were there. All the members of the SDP Gang of Four and David Steele were up there. The place was flooded with people. And so Darlington went from having had a 78% turnout at the 1979 general election to having an 80% turnout at the 1983 by-election. Postscript: the guy who wins for Labour is a guy called Ozzy O'Brien. He wins the seat. And then a couple of months later, Margaret Thatcher calls a general election. She sees the SDP is no longer a threat, and she's going to win, especially as Michael Foot holds onto his job because Labour hold Darlington and he's very unpopular. She calls a general election and she wins a landslide, including gaining Darlington, which is then won by Michael Fallon, later to be Defence Secretary some years later, an MP for Sevenoaks. But yes, Darlington's an example where turnout was higher in the by-election than the general election, probably because you had three parties all had a serious chance of winning in what had previously been a safe Labour seat. And also you've got the wider political picture here. People know that if Labour lose this seat, it's really bad news for Keir Starmer. So if you're fed up with Keir Starmer, that also motivates. It's one of the things that Matt Goodwin's been using, hasn't he? His big campaign is, this is your chance to kick out Keir Starmer. And there were a lot of people, you just have to go on Facebook, there's a lot of people who are very anti-Keir Starmer, often to a quite remarkable degree.
And Keir Starmer did a unusual intervention, or at least that's what I read in an article. They found it unusual, and I think I would agree. He actually went down to campaign in the constituency. Is that unusual for a prime minister?
It is. It's rare for prime ministers to go because it's always a risk. Harold Macmillan, when he became unpopular in 1962, this was after the Profumo affair and stuff. He went and campaigned in the Stockton by-election. And the reason he went there was because he had been the Conservative MP for Stockton in the 1920s and 30s. The Tories won a landslide in the national government elections of 31 and 35. That meant Stockton, even though it was generally had been a pretty safe Labour seat, it went Tory. And Macmillan always had an affection for Stockton. In fact, he called himself, I think he was Lord Stockton, Earl Stockton, when he went to the House of Lords, even though he had a different constituency when he, was it Bromley? He had a different constituency when he was Prime Minister.
He used to write books. There's one called The Middle Way, and he talks about his constituency there. So, but I just thought I'd add that.
So he went and campaigned. He went and campaigned in Stockton. Generally speaking, prime ministers avoided campaigning by-elections because through the 70s, the 80s, 90s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, governments tended to lose by-elections, and therefore the prime minister tried to avoid being too associated with them. Tony Blair went and helped in one or two by-elections in the early years of New Labour. I think he went and helped in Edisbury, which was a by-election in 1999, which was a Conservative seat that Labour nearly gained. And I think also David Cameron campaigned in Rochester and Stroud. So Rochester and Stroud was a Conservative seat, Mark Reckless. He defected to UKIP, and he decided, whereas now the Reform MPs are not resigning and fighting by-elections, when Tory MPs were defecting to UKIP in 2014, Douglas Carswell and Clapton and Mark Reckless in Rochester, they did campaign. And in fact, if you remember, Mark Reckless timed his defection from Conservatives to UKIP during the Conservative conference, which really annoyed Cameron. And in fact, I think Cameron at the time was quoted as saying, "We're going to kick Reckless's fat arse out of Parliament." And he went and campaigned in Rochester and Stroud, and the Conservatives lost the by-election, although they did retake it at the general election a year later. So prime ministers do sometimes go and campaign, and somebody rightly says that Starmer got some stick for not campaigning in Runcorn when they lost by 6 votes, and obviously a couple of hours canvassing can get you 6 votes. So maybe, although the argument is when your approval ratings are as bad as Keir Starmer's, if you want to get a few extra votes, you might want to avoid going over, because you're probably going to make it less good for your party to win.
Normally, you try and lean in on your talents, don't you? You try and lean in on your more popular politics. Like I believe I know it's not an election, but the Scottish referendum, Scottish Labour lead on Gordon Brown, because he was still very, and still is, quite personally popular in Scotland. And when the result was looking quite close, they brought in Gordon. Basically, Gordon Brown rescued it.
It's sensible. Yeah, well, if you look at the 2010 general election, although Gordon Brown lost the 2010 general election, there was actually a swing towards the Labour Party in Scotland in 2010, and they picked up a few seats in Scotland because Brown was more popular than Blair. So that was probably a sensible use of Gordon Brown's time. And I suspect Gordon Brown, like John Major, is somebody whose people's views of them has gone up since they've been prime minister, where I suspect with Tony Blair, the opposite is probably true.
Yeah. Do you think that says a lot about, I suppose, how presidentialized, even more so, that politics has become? Because, again, you'd think like, people know names like Andrew Rayner, West Streeting, but you'd think they would, or does it show the sort of this government's kind of limited talent pool? The fact that that Starmer decide to campaign rather than, well, saying that Andrew Rayner might have gone in campaigns there, so I'm probably talking out my arse. So she probably has done. She probably did go out campaigning because it is she's part of Greater Manchester. So, but yeah. Right. Any other comments that we got? I think because we did promise a little bit of running on a theme of election comebacks. Michael, would you like to tell? I'd love you to do my favourite one, which is I don't know if this is. Yeah. Well, were you up for Portillo?
Yes, I was going to do Michael Portillo, and in fact, I brought along a prop, which is Michael Portillo, The Future of the Right, written by Michael Gove. I may be one of about 20 people in the whole country has got a copy of this book.
You revealing yourself.
There you go. As the ultimate political nerd. There you go. He was the future once. As
braver man than me.
So Michael Portillo now is known, obviously, as the guy who goes on train journeys to seaside towns wearing, salmon pink and lime green,
harmless, lovable uncle type.
His quite remarkable suits that he wears on those train journeys. But people may have forgotten now, but he was the future of politics at one time, or at least according to Michael Gove. So he was a favourite to take over from John Major after the Conservatives lost in 1997. He was the MP for Enfield Southgate. He'd got a 19,000 majority. Everyone generally thought the Conservatives in the Conservative Party was going to lose the 97 election, but they assumed he'd win because he had a huge majority. But he ends up losing his seat. There's a huge swing in North London. There's also a general group of people who don't like him particularly much. And so he loses his seat in the 1997 election and he can't stand for leader of the party. Had he done so, he'd have probably won. If it was him against Hague, he'd have probably got elected. But he then has to come back to Parliament. Now, his opportunity comes in Kensington and Chelsea. Now, Kensington and Chelsea, even in 1997, which was an absolute disaster for the Conservatives, it's still a safe Tory seat. Interesting seat because the previous MP for Kensington and Chelsea had been a guy called Nicholas Scott, who was a very liberal Conservative MP, but he was also a fan. He was also a fan of alcohol, shall we say. And there were a few embarrassing instances where he perhaps overindulged in alcohol and he gets deselected by the Kensington and Chelsea Conservative Association. They then Kensington and Chelsea Conservative Association decide to replace him, having deselected him for having a drink problem. Who do they replace him with? Alan Clark. Now, older listeners, viewers may remember Alan Clark. One of whose famous things was turning up at the dispatch box in the 1980s, absolutely Brahms and Liszt pissed. He was even very more, but ironically, he had a serious drink problem at times. But he was a character. He'd been the MP for Plymouth.
And of course, son to Kenneth Clark for even
indeed. Now, well, Kenneth Clark had done a TV series in the 1960s called Civilization, which is seen as one of the highest, most sophisticated TV series ever. And he was called Lord Clark of Civilization. And Alan Clark said, "My father was Lord Clark of Civilization. I'm Lord Clark of barbarism." Alan Clark, as well as having a bit of a drink problem, was also quite right-wing. He wrote these diaries. He sort of expressed some views on Hitler, which were, probably sort of Nick Fuentes type views of Adolf Hitler,
Mm.
and therefore was a controversial figure. He'd been the MP for Plymouth. He'd stood down in 1992. He wrote his diaries in which he wrote some very rude things about the people of Plymouth, and it was thought generally he weren't going to return to Parliament. Anyway, he gets selected for the 97 election for Kensington and Chelsea. He also had a reputation for sleeping around with other men's wives, and this got up the nose of a High Court judge whose wives and daughters allegedly slept with Alan Clark, and so his revenge was to go out campaigning for Labour in Kensington and Chelsea in 1997 to try and unseat Alan Clark in revenge for him having what I think he called a coven, Alan Clark, with this judge's family. But Alan Clark manages to hold the seat despite the landslide defeat in 1997, but he then dies a couple of years later of a brain tumour in 1999. This then leads to the Kensington and Chelsea by-election, which Michael Portillo puts himself forward for, and he gets selected. He gets to be the candidate in Kensington and Chelsea. It's a fairly safe seat. He wins it. Labour Party, at the time of the Kensington and Chelsea by-election, I think there was a film on called The World Is Not Enough. It was a James Bond film.
Yeah.
And so on the night Portillo wins the Kensington and Chelsea by-election, Labour mock up a photo of Michael Portillo as James Bond, and the headline is Kensington and Chelsea is not enough, he wants to be Tory leader. And so he gets back in, and all the speculation is he's going to replace William Hague, because William Hague's really unpopular. He doesn't. He becomes Shadow Chancellor. The Tories go down to a massive defeat in 2001, but he gets back into Parliament as Shadow Chancellor. He resurrects his career through a by-election. So that is an example of somebody who successfully gets their career back. But then it all sort of goes wrong. The Tories get absolutely smashed in 2001, and he runs for leader, and he's the favourite. He's ahead in all the early rounds of the MPs voting, and there is some talk that he gets some of his MPs to tactically vote. It's him, Ken Clarke, and Ian Duncan Smith. And I think there's talk that some of his MPs tactically vote for Ken Clarke to get Clarke through to the final round of party members, on the grounds that because Ken Clarke was a fanatical pro-European, they would vote for Michael Portillo and Ian Duncan Smith.
Well, Portillo had a little bit of a mini political evolution. He was seen as because he had the reputation of being on the right of the Conservatives in the 90s when he first tried to.
Yes. Oh, he was the great hero
of the centrist within the Tory party.
Indeed, he was seen as this very right. He does this speech on the
After
SAS
that documentary
in 1995. What is it? The SAS have a famous motto:
"Who dares wins."
Yeah. We dare, we will win. But he gets allegedly some of his voters vote tactically for Ken Clarke, and the result in the final ballot is 59 votes for Ken Clarke, 54 for Ian Duncan Smith, and 53 for Michael Portillo. So by one vote, Portillo gets eliminated and loses his seat. Loses the leadership election. Obviously, Ian Duncan Smith goes on to win. He's very unhappy with politics, and he decides that instead of being Prime Minister, he would rather spend his life going on quiet train journeys in very loud suits around seaside towns rather than be Prime Minister. And perhaps if poor old Keir Starmer spends 10 minutes looking at any Facebook group, he might well reach the conclusion that Michael Portillo was right, and going on nice train journeys is more pleasant than being Prime Minister.
Great British toolmaker. Maybe he can be presenting that. Harsh joke, but it's
best failed political comebacks after talk.
Yes, I saw that one. Thank you so much again. Thank you very much.
Well, it's quite a few,
one. And we got the thank you so much again. Betting odds 77, right? So a bit of a change, but looking quite promising. But yeah, best failed political comebacks after talk of success. Oh well.
Well, it's
Are we asking? Are we personal ones? Ones that we personal ones or ones that we think had a successful career out of politics?
I mean, if we're talking by-elections, Tony Benn in the early 1980s was thought of as being potentially leader of the Labour Party. He stands against Dennis Healey, deputy leader of the Labour Party. It's a really really ferocious contests. Healey wins 50.426 to 49.574 for Tony Benn. It's very, very close. He loses his seat in the 1983 election. It's generally thought that had he won his seat in Bristol in 1983, he would have run for the Labour leadership. Maybe he'd have beaten Neil Kinnock, maybe he didn't. He does get his political comeback in the Chesterfield by-election in 1984, which he holds and he wins for the Labour Party, although a much reduced majority is one where the Liberals come quite close to winning it. But he gets elected, but unfortunately for Tony Benn, he sort of missed his moment, whereas in 1981, he's sort of talked as being the future of the Labour Party. He's going to be leader of the Labour Party one day. Having lost his seat in 1983, he gets a lot of the blame for the loss. A lot of the policies, the left-wing policies in the manifesto were blamed on Tony Benn. After the election, someone says, isn't it a disaster that you only got 8.5 million votes, having got 11.5 million in 1979? And he answers, but it's 8.5 million votes for socialism. It's the first time we ever stood for socialism, and this goes down quite badly. He wins his seat in 84, but he's very much on the fringes of the Labour Party after that. He runs for leader against Neil Kinnock in 1988, but it goes 89% Neil Kinnock, 11% Tony Benn. So it's pretty decisive. I mean, I'm a great admirer of him. Very good public speaker, very principled man, but he sort of missed his chance. And when he does get back in Chesterfield in 1984, he hasn't got any of the sort of glamour that he had in the early 80s when he might be leader of the Labour Party.
My dad's very generous about him because that was his MP and he met him
in Bristol or Chesterfield.
Yeah, Bristol. That's where you can't tell from. If my dad was here, you could tell, but I was born in Bristol and that's where my dad's from. I'll give my answer in a moment, but just a quick story. So my granddad was a Conservative and my dad started to get into politics, and once he started to notice that my dad was getting interested in politics, he thought, I'll take him to see Tony Benn, because people used to do what they call not workshop. Yeah. And he did that to sort of make my dad feel, what an embarrassment he is, So he took him there, and thinking. So my dad went there thinking, I'm going to show him what an embarrassment this crazed socialist, blah blah blah. Anyway, walks out, and my granddad says to my dad, what did you make? He says, I liked him. I was inspired. He was great. I was like, anyway, and then over time, he just naturally started to get into Labour Party politics, and he helped. He wasn't that involved. He basically just did leaflets and canvassing, but he wasn't. He was a grassroots activist. But yeah, so my dad, in irony, my granddad's attempt to sabotage the reputation of Tony Benn to make my dad see the light in his eyes ended up just getting my dad to.
He was a mesmeric speaker. If you went to go and tour him, it was said, that MPs from all parties would go into the House of Commons if Tony Benn, Michael Foot, or Enoch Powell were speaking, because they were whatever you thought their politics, they were really good speakers. And Benn was a very good speaker, but of course he gets absolutely hammered by the newspapers. And so he always used to say, if I read the newspapers, I wouldn't like me either, because they were just all, Tony Benn's loony, mad left wing, all the rest of it. But he was a very good public speaker. And I was going to tell the story about when he came to speak for Cherie Booth, but.
Oh, no, do that. All I was going to say is that he was very toxic for some. He was toxic for some people, like at the time.
Oh, his views were very left, very polarizing left-wing views. Yeah,
I think he once said I think he once said that now that I'm seen as an old man and harmless, people admire me. So it killed the threat, and people like my uncle, who's a Tory. He went to see him in Buxton, of all places. Doesn't live in Buxton, lives in Manchester, but he went to see him in Buxton, and he said he was marvellous. Again, like I said, marvellous speaker. Tell us the story. That story you were gonna.
Oh, so Cherie Booth, i.e. Tony Blair's wife,
Yeah.
is standing at the 83 election for Thanet South, and she has this big public meeting in Margate, and it's before it's before the general elections, it's before Tony Blair's been selected for Sedgefield. And Cherie Booth was the daughter of Tony Booth, who'd been an actor in the 1970s. He was in Sickness and in Health, and Till Death Us Do Part, the Alf Garnett one. He was the scout skit, as Alf Garnett called him. And he's a very left-wing political figure, and the father of Cherie Booth. And Cherie Booth goes along. So she's married to Tony Blair. Tony Benn's the speaker, and Tony Booth's her father. And she says, there are two great Tony B's who've influenced my political life. Tony Booth, my father, and Tony Benn, the speaker today. And she doesn't mention Tony Blair. And of course, he is incredibly jealous afterwards that she praises Benn and Booth and not him. Although obviously later he becomes Prime Minister, but back then obviously he was just a defeated parliamentary candidate in Beaconsfield.
I love that story. I've heard you say it before. I think you said it on stream, actually. I think you've said it before, Michael. Or I've heard you say it to me. I'll keep mine quick. I think for me, political comebacks. Now, political comebacks, not by-election comebacks. I'd actually say William Hague as a political comeback for me. Because he stood as Tory leader. He ended up getting one net gain, so he was pretty ineffectual, and it was considered a very bad campaign for the Conservative Party. Considering Labour had quite a few, trips. So there was the woman who famously was talking to Tony Blair, shouting at him about the NHS and waiting times.
Sharon Stover.
That's the one, yeah. So Labour were going in. They were still going in quite popular, but the Blair magnetism was beginning to wade. So there was an opportunity for the Conservatives to do well, but they didn't. They ran on the saving the pound, which Brown basically killed by saying, well, we are going to sign up to the pound. These are my economic tasks, which were never going to be completed. It was never going to be achieved. But he then became Foreign Secretary, shadow Foreign Secretary for David Cameron, then became Foreign Secretary. And I think he's a great writer. I read his articles and his opinion columns. I've read his books. So not really by-election connected, but I think that would be mine. But I've still got a head cold in the fact that it's now 12:30 in the morning now. So I haven't got quite the bandwidth to think of one right away, but that was my immediate one. So mine would be William Hague. I think maybe we could turn to a few comments because I saw some interesting ones earlier. So let me have a look. If you behave yourself, there we go. Which one did I see that looked quite interesting? Best we've had that one. Best we've. So this one. Short answer, we're expecting it to be 4 a.m. If it's a tight contest, it could even be later than that. Or if it's obvious, it could be earlier than that. So I'd brace yourself for around 3 to 4 o'clock. But that's the short answer. And I saw another one. Maps of... Yeah, I've seen that map. This might... I think if you... So I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream.
Did you? Have you still got that slide from the start?
Yeah. So let's pop it up. Yeah, that's a good shout, Michael.
Because you got Denton, which is obviously the more reformy part, and then there's some of the
Yeah.
Manchester wards are more Labour and some of them are more Green.
Yeah. I've got the general demographic. So here we go. Let me zoom in. So we're looking at this one here, basically. Yeah, it is quite a multicultural, mixed demographic. So the average white population, when I last checked, it's about 85%. Well, actually, it could be. I might not. I think that might have been another census I looked at. But anyway, this has got a 60% white population. Unlike much areas which have a very diverse and multicultural population, there are wards where it's a bit more concentrated. And I think I'll try and Google the map. I did see that map on X somewhere about where the Greens, you saw it was basically split in half. Greens in one half. I think it's the Gorton bit. I think Gorton, it's pretty much Greens, and then the Denton bit, it's pretty much Reform. Now, if the so the ones in the Green has a higher level of Black ethnic minority population. It also has quite a young population as well, because we have to remember the Greens not only benefit from the Black and ethnic minority community, but they also benefit from a young population. And if something I forgot to show earlier is that when you look at the age breakdown from the Office of National Statistics, it's actually got a higher average, 45, but I won't bore people the problems with averages against other metrics. But it's actually got quite a high. Now they are under 18, but it has got quite a high under 18 population compared to the national average. So it's not just that; it's also youth population, and most polls show that the younger voting population are Green
The
or Labour.
Levenshume ward has quite a lot of students and young professionals, so it tends to be a green voting area. So that's sort of strongly
Good
Green.
example.
And Denton tends to be more white working class and more likely to be Reform inclined.
Yeah. I'll let you speak on this, Michael. I'm going to see if I can find that map while you're chatting.
So clearly, the three parties all have a significant vote share in different parts of the constituency. The Reform strength tends to be in Denton. The Green and Labour strength tends to be more in Gorton and Levenshume. So it's a divided seat. It's really two sort of constituencies that have been sort of carved up and put together, because you had the city seat of Manchester Gorton and the Denton and Reddish seat before, and you basically have the merged, and part of one goes in with part of the other. Both of them had traditionally been Labour seats, but they were very much different demographics, with Manchester being more of a city seat, the Gorton parts, and more ethnically diverse. There we go, there's the map. So you've got Levenshume and Burnage, which are the sort of Manchester wards that are more Green leaning. Then you've got Longsight and Gorton, which are Longsight's more Labour and Gorton's more Reform. And then you've got the three Denton wards, which are much more solidly Reform. So you can see there that the sort of the eastern end, which is sort of more white working class, is more strongly Reform, and then the more city wards, Levenshume, Burnage, are more sort of multi-ethnic and more studenty and young professionals, and therefore incline more to Green and Labour.
I also, if you break down, I did see, because I know I did the Leave and Remain one earlier. I think it's hard to compare because this is a new constituency. So the data I found was from the Legacy constituency, is the one that eventually they got rid of, and they've merged, and they moved borders and boundaries. But relatively, it was 60% Remain and 40% Leave. But I think if you break that down further, you tend to find that this general area was a bit, I think, leaned more on the Leave side. But Manchester as a whole did vote to remain. But I think I said
So
earlier, Michael, I don't. I think even I think I know they still. I still see in opinion polls, how they voted, and they break down the party intentions with how they voted on Brexit. I think it is becoming quite less relevant now in terms of looking at the Brexit vote these days. But I just thought it would be worth sharing it with the chat. Sorry, Michael. Yeah.
no, it's just we've got a comment then about the last week there was an election in Stonygut, which is a very multi-ethnic ward, quite a high Muslim population in Leicester, which was a Green gain from Labour. I mean, Leicester's an area where you have seen this change in voting. It had been absolutely rock solid Labour city, Leicester. But then at the last election, you saw a seat which had elected 3 Labour MPs with comfortable majorities in 2019, completely against the trend of the Labour landslide. Labour end up losing 2 of the 3 seats. In Leicester South, Jonathan Ashworth loses his seat to one of the Gaza independents. And again, that's Leicester South, a combination of quite a high Muslim population, but also quite a high student sort of population, young professional population as well. And then Leicester East, which is a very high Hindu population, was a Conservative gain from Labour, which was very rare. But that's another trend that you're seeing in terms of different ethnic groups voting different ways. I think Harrow has one of the highest rates of Hindu population in the country, and that I think was now Harrow West is now, I think the Harrow East is now the safest Tory seat in the country, Bob Blackman's, and that has a very high Hindu population. So we are seeing voters change, because in the past, most ethnic minorities, whether it was Afro-Caribbeans, Muslims, Hindus, tended to be fairly solidly Labour, if you go back to the 1980s, but there's been a divergence. And we saw this, obviously there was a lot of controversy in the Green video, because the Greens put out a video showing
Is it an Urdu?
yes, and they showed a photo of was it
Modi,
Starmer shaking hands with Modi,
President
the Hindu,
Modi of India.
and we also saw the photo with what's his name, David Lammy, with was it with Israeli politician as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So clearly you're seeing this sort of polarizing of voting
Yeah.
on the ground. In fact, Oliver's just made the combination of Shivani Raja, who was the one who won in Leicester East. You did have this strange situation in Leicester East, which was the Tory gain, that you had the two former Labour MPs, Keith Vaz and Claudia Webb, standing as independent Labour, as well as the official Labour candidate, which helped the Tories gain that seat as well.
How successful are independents in terms of having a long vocation in parliamentary politics? Because there was the famous, is it Martin Bell?
Yeah, so it's very rare for independents to win. I think there were 1 or 2 that won in 1945, and then no independent, I think, won until about 1970. There was a guy called S.O. Davis, who was the Labour MP for Merthyr, who was about 80, got deselected by the Labour Party, who said he was too old, and he stood at the 1970 election as an independent and gets elected. But it's very rare for independents to win. You then, as you rightly say, you go forward to 1997, when Martin Bell, who was the TV presenter, he wins Tatton with a famous Neil and Christine Hamilton, the Battle of Tatton, when Neil Hamilton wins that seat with an 11,000 majority. And of course, but the special circumstance there was that Labour and the Liberal Democrats stood down in favour of Martin Bell, so he was able to get all the sort of anti-Tory, anti-Neil Hamilton votes. And then in 2001, there was an independent doctor who won.
Because he was quite successful.
He wins Wyre Forest. Yeah, he wins twice. Yeah.
Oh, twice.
He wins 2 times. Yeah, so there's an independent doctor who wins. Basically, they were going to close a hospital in Worcestershire, or I think it was Wyre Forest. And he gets elected as the local doctor, beats the Labour MP, David Locke, with about 20,000 majority. and holds it in 2005. Eventually, I think loses it to the Tories in 2010, but he holds it for 2 terms, which is impressive for an independent. But the last election, yes, you saw these various Gaza independents who win Jonathan Ashworth's seat and a number of other safe Labour seats, and also almost gain seats. As we know, Wes Streeting nearly lost his Ilford North seat to an independent by 500 votes, which may or may not be why he's suddenly, despite being a very right-wing Labour MP, suddenly saying that his position seems to be changing on the Israel-Palestine conflict, which may or may not have anything to do with the fact he's got a 500 vote majority over a Gaza independent in his constituency.
What would you? Well, a quick one. What would you say? What makes a successful independent MP? If you're elected as an independent, how do you go about getting re-elected despite not being on a party ticket? In your view,
it's very difficult to be elected as an independent because you've got to go against the party machine, particularly in a general election when people are voting for governments. So you have to be an exceptional candidate in exceptional circumstances to win as an independent. You've obviously got to have a strong local base. It helps if you've got a local team of independents on the council and things who can sort of back you up. So yeah, it's difficult to win as an independent. It's possible, but it's not a very likely. There was a lady called Claire somebody who came a very close second in Devon. Yeah, you're right, Shabana Mahmood did lose her seat, as did in Birmingham, what's her name? Birmingham Yardley, Jez Phillips. Yeah, she nearly lost as well.
Well, and
Jez Phillips, yeah.
Keir Starmer, Wes Streeting. I mean, I think
Wes Streeting, for North, he lost.
And does that put a leader at risk if they got such a small majority? Like, surely you wouldn't want to elect a leader. Is that in the minds of
I suspect it probably is. Yeah. I suspect people will be worried that if the leader's got a very narrow majority, they might lose their seats.
You don't want a John Howard situation.
That might influence people.
For the Australians out there, John Howard, who lost his seat in the 2007 Australian election. Please comment if is he the only one that lost it? Any Australians still out there? Please comment if he's the only Prime Minister to lost his seat. I feel like Kevin Rudd lost his seat, so you might not be alone on that. Sorry, Michael. Yeah.
What do you think will be the winning and losing moments for Greens, Labour, and Reform in the campaign candidate selection depending on the wins? And so I think for Labour, I think it undeniably would have been an easier ride, probably, if they had selected Andy Burnham. Now, who knows whether it would have been enough for them to win the seat or not. And it obviously opens up the extra complication that he'd then have to, if he had won, he'd have to give up the mayoralty of Greater Manchester, and there's the risk that they would lose that in a mayoral election. But I think not selecting Andy Burnham was probably a mistake.
I agree with that.
Yeah, the Greens, I think basically this will be maybe the first time in a parliamentary by-election they've really flooded it and done what other parties do in winning campaigns, just in terms of the sheer intensity of the number of people and activists and literature they've got out. I suspect this is, I doubt there's been another parliamentary by-election where the Green Party has knocked on as many doors or delivered as many leaflets as they have in this one. So it's probably just the upscaling of the campaign. They've also been quite good at presenting their candidate accurately or inaccurately as this local plumber, ordinary person. I know that's
I'm on good authority. She is a plumber.
Controversy about whether she's well off or not, but just in terms of the messaging, that they seem to have done a reasonable job. Although there is a pushback.
Well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
my dad was a top-rate taxpayer under. I mean, but the irony was under Margaret Thatcher. He said he didn't like Margaret Thatcher, but he said I did benefit a lot from her. I was paying way less tax. But yeah,
and in terms of Reform, I mean, Reform selected Matt Goodwin. He's clearly got a profile and is reasonably articulate and presentable. On the other hand, some of his views have been quite controversial, and perhaps if there has been a high turnout of Muslim voters against him, perhaps another less provocative Reform candidate may not have provoked so many people to perhaps go out and vote against him. So yeah, I mean, Matt Goodwin was an interesting choice of candidate. He's clearly a very smart, articulate man. I do wonder whether if
Well,
I do wonder if Matt Goodwin. I've got Matt Goodwin's books. I've got his book on UKIP as well. He's a very good writer. I do wonder if the academic world had been kinder to Matt Goodwin, and because he used to be this sort of centrist. I get the impression he wasn't particularly liked within the academic world. He didn't get promoted much, and this has made him quite bitter and angry. And I do wonder if Matt Goodwin had just been treated, better by the academic world and given like a professorship and
most
tenureship,
people buy a sports
and
car.
he may not have ended up being quite so right wing. So I do wonder whether part of the reason for the rise of Matt Goodwin is he sort of felt a bit excluded in the academic world.
I'd recommend buying a sports car. I'd recommend buying a sports car if you're in those situations. Yeah. Okay, I agree with Andy Burnham. I agree with your comments about Labour. I think the Greens have run quite a fun campaign for what I've seen. It's been quite fun, quite I think quite generally quite positive compared to, in the scheme of things, it's been quite positive, which I think can have some appeal. I think their weakness, I mean, there's been a few hiccups here and there. There's the, I mean, it's semantics, she's flown around. Is she really agreed? She's been flying around on her holidays. She drives a diesel petrol car. So I think those might have been some miscalculations. For me personally, it just seemed like their campaign was based on vibes and memes, and good vibes and memes.
Yeah,
I mean
that's what we're seeing.
Policy.
I mean,
I didn't get a lot on policy. No.
Yeah, I mean that might be their online campaign. I mean, maybe on the doorstep and in the public meetings and the leaflets, there's more to it.
Oh,
but...
Echo, turn lounge lights on. Oh, that's a bit creepy.
Okay.
And Reform. I think Reform, if they do a good second, I mean, I suppose that's not talking about the campaign. I'm preempting the results. I think for Reform to have got this much attraction, if the opinion polls are right, I think that's quite a good achievement considering the kind of the demographic of the area, being a traditional safe Labour seat, being in it's in Manchester. It's a deprived part of Manchester, but still it's seen as urban, a bit more metropolitan, university, student population. So I think that's a positive. And without being biased, I think maybe the issue of, again, I think there's no real evidence to suggest you being a local person matters too much. I think there's some outliners where it can, but I think it has
I think it does. There was a time when the Conservative Party, so there was an election in Romsey in Hampshire in 2001 when the Conservatives, the Lib Dems, put up Sandra Gidley, who was a local pharmacist in Romsey in Hampshire. And the Conservatives put up, I think, was it Farmer from Dorset or something? And this was used against him, that he was from Dorset. And the Lib Dems did gain that seat, Romsey, from the Conservatives. And I think there is evidence that if you put up a local candidate, it does make more of a difference. I think after that election, the Conservatives became much more cautious about making sure their by-election candidates were local ones. I think it does make a bit of a difference having a local candidate. Some people will vote, particularly in a by-election where it's not for the government. They will perhaps pay more attention to the candidates, and so I think it does. I think it does make a difference. I was also going to say there is one other. I was going to say there's one other election taking place tonight, and I thought, as Lib Dems, given that Gorton and Denton is not a seat we're particularly putting much hopes on or expecting much from,
I've got a lot of confidence in us.
There is one other election taking place tonight, which is a Southampton council by-election, and it's a Liberal Democrat victory in the Shirley Southampton. We've held that seat with the Lib Dems first and Labour second. Reform third, Greens fourth, Tories fifth.
That-
So there you go. There's a Lib Dem win tonight, which,
Oh.
as we're not going to win Gorton and Denton, at least we've won the Southampton council by-election, which is the one principal authority election tonight.
That does raise a good point there, Michael, though, because we talked about if the Greens win this Manchester constituency, that obviously that could expand their voter base beyond the constituencies that they've got now, which have been mostly, with the exception of Brighton Pavilion, they've been conservative, rural, middle-class constituencies. How fragmented do you think this could we end up in a situation where the Greens do really well in London and in urban city areas, Lib Dems do well in the south, and Reform do well in kind of the red walls and deindustrialized towns, and is the best strategy to lead into that, or to what I suppose really what would be the best strategy for the Conservatives and Labour, who look to be polled on all sides on this?
So somebody asked, what would you do if Lib Dems winning Gorton or Denton?
I
think Matt Goodwin was once offered to eat one of his books live on TV if he got this prediction wrong, and he did get it wrong. But anyway, if we win, I'll eat my copy of the British general election of 2024 on the live stream. There you go. I'm afraid sadly, we're not going to win Gorton and Denton. But if we were, then I'd predict Ed Davey to be Prime Minister at the next general election. But we might get there anyway. But no, sadly, we're not going to win Gorton and Denton. But going back to what you said, we are having different party competition all over Britain, and there are different areas where different parties are in competition. And if you look at the sort of places that voted for Jeremy Corbyn in 2019, they're exactly the sort of places like this seat where the Green message, like a lot of the inner London seats, the Green message is going to have resonance. There is now a clear sort of very left-wing vote in the country, as well as a very right-wing vote. We're becoming more polarized, and a lot of it's concentrated in some of these inner city seats. So, and then as you rightly also say, there are other parts of the country, like some of these southeastern seats, where the Lib Dems are very much in contention, and where there are seats in Oxfordshire and Surrey and Hampshire that we may well gain next time from the Conservatives. So yeah, there's different parties in different contention in different seats, and you usually got a good idea which parties are likely to do well in your constituency by sort of the activity in the seat. Which party has a lot of councillors, which party knocks on the doors, which party puts out leaflets, which party has candidates that are very active on social media. So as politics becomes less national and more local, because no one party is massively ahead in the polls. You go back to 2017, the Conservatives are on 44%, Labour's on 41%. Everyone else is crowded out. What you do on the ground locally doesn't make so much difference in the 2017 election, because so many people were just voting Labour or Tory. Now, where everybody is sort of bunched somewhere between sort of 15 and 25%, give or take a few percent, the campaigning on the ground does make a difference. And where a particular party is very strong on the ground, it will make a big difference in your constituency next time. So I think you'll find lots of seats which will be competitions between Conservative and Lib Dem, or Reform and Labour, or Labour and Green, or Reform and Conservative, or Reform and Lib Dem. There'll be all manner of different patterns and obviously in Scotland and Wales, there'll be the Plaid Cymru's SNP dynamic. So there'll be lots of contests where different parties are in contention next time. It makes politics more interesting, and it also means that obviously there's likely to be more tactical voting, because you may find yourself in a seat where your party is not one of the top two or three, and you have to think about whether you would vote tactically in those circumstances.
And when we say your party, we mean your preference, not the
your political party, not the Jeremy Corbyn Sultana party. No.
Yeah. Anyway, do we have any more political comebacks Fact, have you got any more political comebacks?
Well, we could go back to the sort of SDP years, because obviously one of the things we've recently done is obviously this history of the SDP, which is on Yellow Rebel.
Check it out.
We've done the first couple of episodes of that. So you see Roy Jenkins, who had been Chancellor of the Exchequer in the 1960s, Home Secretary in the 1960s, big reforming figure, very successful figure. As the Labour Party goes into the 1970s, he becomes a more marginalised figure. He's very strongly in favour of joining the European Economic Community at the time when the Labour Party is becoming more sceptical in the 1970s. He's one of 69 Labour MPs who rebel against the party leadership in 1971 and vote with Ted Heath's Conservative Party to take Britain into Europe when the majority of Labour MPs voted against. So the Labour Party is moving leftwards, moving more Eurosceptic in the 70s. Jenkins is a sort of pro-European moderate. He basically runs for the party leadership in 1976, having previously been one of the favourites. He ends up coming a poor third. Jim Callaghan becomes Prime Minister and he decides to leave Parliament and go off to become President of the European Commission. He then sort of stops his involvement in the Labour Party and sort of semi-detaches himself from British politics. But then after the 79 election, he begins to get back involved again. He begins getting in contact with David Still, the Liberal leader. He has the Jenkinsite MPs, which were former Labour MPs who were sort of sympathetic towards him. And he decides he's going to form a new party, the SDP, with a gang of three: Shirley Williams, Bill Rogers and David Owen. But he has to get himself back into Parliament because obviously he stood down in the 70s, after 76 to become President of the European Commission. So he stands, first of all, the SDP is launched in March 1981. He stands, first of all, in the Warrington by-election of July 1981. Very safe Labour seat, not given much chance of winning. He doesn't win, but he gets the Labour majority down from 10,000 to 1,759. And he says in his speech at the count, it's the first time in 35 years of standing for Parliament that I've lost, but it's by far the greatest victory in which I've participated. And in fact, Warrington was one of the most difficult seats for the SDP to win. I think the pollsters predict that based on that result, they'd have won 500 seats. So he doesn't get in, but he comes close. And then finally, another seat pops up in 1982, Glasgow Hill Head. The Tory MP for Glasgow Hill Head, Tam Galbraith, dies, causes a vacancy. It's the last time there was ever a Tory MP in Glasgow. Causes a vacancy for a by-election in March 1982. Jenkins stands. Labour Party giving it a good go because they think they can win a seat in Glasgow. It's a Tory seat, so they give it a good go as well. Jerry Malone stands as the Tory candidate. Some of the early polls put Jenkins in third place, so opinion polls aren't always that accurate in by-elections. Although by the end, I think they show him in first place, and in the end, he manages to win, and he gets elected in Glasgow Hill Head on I think March 25th, 1982, and he goes on to be elected leader of the SDP in June 1982. Goes into the 83 election as Prime Minister designate, which is a bit of a pompous title. And although they get 26% of the vote, the Liberal SDP alliance, they only get 23 seats, whereas Labour get 28% and get 209. It was before the Lib Dems worked out how to win seats on first past the post. So there was his recovery in a by-election. The other member of the Gang of Four who gets back in is Shirley Williams. She had been a Labour MP in Hertford and Stevenage, Labour Cabinet Minister, Education Secretary. She loses her seat in 1979. When the SDP's launched, she needs to get herself back into Parliament. There's a vacancy in Crosby, by-election in November 1981. She stands and she manages to get back into Parliament on a huge sort of 34% swing, and gets back into Parliament that way as well. So there's a couple of examples of people to the SDP who managed to resurrect their political careers and get back into Parliament.
Yeah, I mean, they both resurrected their political careers and also simultaneously also losing their political careers. A particular attention's been made to Shirley Williams, who lost in 79. Might have been it. No, yes, 70. She lost in 79 her seat. She then gets her seat she then wins in 80, 80, can't remember, 82, 83, can't remember. But then she loses her seat.
In 1983
Yeah,
election, she gets it back in
yeah.
November 81 and loses in 83.
And I think she gained a reputation of she was popular by the nation, but she just kept losing seats.
She never quite found. Yeah. She has a seat in Hertfordshire, which in 1979 swung very strongly to the Conservatives. So she was probably just in the wrong part of the country. It was, I think, the biggest swings in the country sort of came in that part of the country at the 79 election.
Yeah.
So she never, and then So I think it was more that she never quite found the right seat that was safe enough for her.
Yeah, and I think that could be quite telling when you've got a new movement about how fragile that could be if they went on this ticket from 83 and then both Roy and Shirley Williams ended up losing their seats. So I think that might be lessons for Greens and Reform. Although the Greens they've been around a long time. I mean, it feels silly calling them they're new to Parliament, more or less.
Who did Roy Jenkins lose his seat to in 1987?
Yeah.
Who was it? George Galloway. So there's someone else.
I was gonna say it.
George Galloway. There you go. So he resurrected his career because, of course, he'd been a Labour MP.
Glasgow Central East. Yeah.
Glasgow Hill Head. Yeah, and then it becomes Glasgow Kelvin. Yeah. He gets deselected by Labour in the run up to 2005, and he goes off and fights an East London seat against Una King, but he loses that in 2010. But he gets back to Parliament in Bradford West by-election in 2012. Now there's one, but we talked about betting. The betting odds were like several hundred to 1 for him to win that Bradford West, but he wins it. It's quite an interesting one, that one, because he says something like he campaigns strongly for the Muslim vote, and he says something like, I, George Galloway, am not a Muslim, but I've never drunk alcohol. And then his Labour opponent, who is a Muslim and who's also a barrister, he says something like, if you send the Labour MP to Parliament, he won't be spending all his time at the bar anymore. He'll be spending all his time in the bar, implying that he, George Galloway, is teetotal and this other guy drinks rather too much. And Galloway gets back into Parliament by winning Bradford West, but then he loses it in 2015. 2015 seats. But then, of course, he then tries to get back in the election in Batley and Spen in 2021, which he loses. But then he does get back in for a few weeks in Rochdale in 2024 when he wins that by-election, but then loses it a few weeks later in general election. So Galloway tends to be good at winning seats, but then losing them not long.
Yeah, I think you could do a whole analysis on that, really. Like, does it say more about it was just a protest, or does it say more about George Galloway himself as a parliamentarian? So
there's a question. I was going to say, could you see Matt Goodwin sticking around as a non-parliamentary member of Reform as a key figure, given he loses, or will he just go back to GB News in his Substack? Well, I mean, he clearly has a successful career as a GB News presenter, and his Substack he makes quite a lot of money from, for those who sign up to it, I think. He wrote the Reform Manifesto, I think, in 2024, at least had a very strong influence on their last general election manifesto, which has now been rejected, I think, by Reform, and they now say that they're going to change a lot of the policies that were in that manifesto. But I can see him still being involved. I mean, I imagine he would he's a very ambitious man who I suspect
they're all ambitious.
Like to be We are, I suppose,
part of the problem in some ways.
part of politics, but I suspect Matt Goodwin is more ambitious than most.
Yeah.
I suspect if reform let him, then he will stand again. But candidates who lose by-elections, it can sometimes damage their political careers long term. There were some of the Tories who you lose safe seat. The guy called Richard Hickmott who lost Eastbourne in 1990, and that was basically the end of his political career. There was the guy who stood in Greenwich in '87 for the Tories, who was John Antcliffe. He loses that, and he's sort of parliamentary career sort of ends before it starts. So
a lot of people,
I think.
I was going to say, a lot of people, like, there's this perception that we Brits or any voter, we don't like media or celebrities. But actually, it's not really the case, isn't there? Because, of course, for anyone that watched the movie Elizabeth in the 1970s, Labour's own
Glenda Jackson.
Glenda Jackson.
So she gains Hampton Highgate in '92 for Labour. Yeah, she beat Oliver Letwin in that seat. Yes. So celebrities can do well. Sometimes they win, sometimes they don't. Somebody asked biggest by-election failures and upsets. Well, I suspect there's a number of different ones, but I mean, Eastbourne in 1990 was quite a surprise. So Eastbourne, 1990, Margaret Thatcher's under a lot of criticism for the poll tax and divisions within the Tory party. But they're expected to win Eastbourne. The MP for Eastbourne was somebody called Ian Gow, who'd been Margaret Thatcher's PPS and was a very strong Northern Ireland unionist. He was one of the few MPs to vote against the Anglo-Irish Agreement in 1986, and he leaves the government because of it. And so he becomes a target for the IRA, and they blow him up in 1990. Now, initially, the thought is that it's not going to be contested, Eastbourne, because it was a killing due to terrorism. There is a view that it won't be contested. And initially, I think Paddy Ashdown is minded not to stand in Eastbourne. Now, this is 1990, just after the Liberal SDP merger, which doesn't go very well. And the Liberal Party is quite Liberal Democrats then is doing quite badly in the polls in 1990. Eastbourne's a very safe seat with a 20,000 majority, and the Tories are expecting to win Eastbourne. Margaret Thatcher has a conference just before the by-election in Eastbourne, and she does the Monty Python Dead Parrot sketch. She says the Liberal Democrat logo is the bird of liberty, and she does this joke about how it looks like it's a dead parrot, it's extinct, it's lost its life, or whatever.
To be fair, credit to her, I've watched that, and she had no idea who Monty Python was. She was
told at the time she didn't have a clue what the joke was, but she delivered it quite well. Yeah. The problem, of course, is that when you then go in your conference and tell everyone this is a dead parrot party, it's going to lose, and then you lose the by-election, that makes it even worse. Is why one of the parties often do is obviously they lower expectations. There, obviously, she raised them very highly and basically said, "Oh, we'll win easily." So when she then loses Eastbourne, it causes a lot of problems. It's only a few weeks later, obviously, that Geoffrey Howe resigns as Deputy Prime Minister. Michael Heseltine challenges her for the leadership, and she ends up losing the premiership. So Eastbourne in 1990 was probably a surprise, given it wasn't expected. Chesham and Amersham probably more recently was a bit of a surprise. That was generally thought to be, it was going to be the Conservatives had a good local elections in 2021, and in the Hartlepool by-election, the Conservatives gained that seat from Labour. It's when Keir Starmer thinks about resigning. And then a couple of months later, there's a by-election in Chesham and Amersham that the Conservatives had a big majority in. And it's assumed they'll win. And it's when Johnson's still popular. It's before, obviously, Partygate and all the things that happened that make him lose his popularity. And I went and helped in Chesham and Amersham. It was a seat where the Lib Dems were making a big effort. But I remember wanting to watch the result on TV, and literally the news channels weren't covering it. There was just literally no, because it was just assumed that the Conservatives would walk it. It was going to be an easy win in Chesham and Amersham. And then, of course, the Lib Dems go and win it, which, of course, causes a big surprise. And it begins, obviously, that whole group of Lib Dem wins then in the last Parliament in Tiverton and Honiton and North Shropshire and Somerton and Frome. But yeah, that's another one which is
I think mine would be Ashfield.
Yes, I was about to say Ashfield because it's on the same day as Grimsby.
Yeah, because I think by-elections, you can look at it in terms of consequences, and you've already written a great piece, Michael, about this on British by-elections for
Ian Dale's book.
Yeah, and that's Ashfield. You know what? I've actually got it here.
You got it as well, right? Yes, there you go. Yeah. So Ashfield, I didn't. So Ashfield was because
that had consequences, really. I mean, it was a very slim majority Labour government, and it was just chipping away each by-election. It was just chipping away Labour's majority, and had consequences on governing.
So the interesting thing about Ashfield is it's held,
and it was a big swing, wasn't it? Like 20%.
Yes, it's held on the same day as Grimsby, and Ashfield has a 23,000 majority, and Grimsby only has a 7,000 majority. Ashfield is caused by David Markand, who's the Labour MP, resigning his seat to go off and work for Roy Jenkins. He leaves his seat in Nottinghamshire with a 23,000 Labour majority. And then on the same day, Grimsby is the seat of Tony Crosland, who'd been the Foreign Secretary for Labour, author of The Future of Socialism, was quite a leading figure for a while in the Labour Party. He goes into a bit of decline. He stands for the leadership in 76, but only gets 17 votes and comes last. So he had a lot of hopes for him, but it sort of fades away in the end. There's a by-election in Grimsby, and the 23,000 majority in Ashfield is lost to the Conservatives, but on the same night, the 7,000 Labour majority in Grimsby is held by Labour. There's various reasons. The Labour candidate in Grimsby is the very charismatic, now passed away Austin Mitchell, who, if we're talking about academics becoming politicians, because obviously we've got Matt Goodwin being an academic, I think Austin Mitchell was a politics lecturer as well before, and he was a successful by-election candidate. He holds Grimsby despite only having a 7,000 majority on the same day that Labour lose Ashfield, which is a 23,000 majority. It's probably partly the candidates, probably also that there was a big swing away from Labour in mining areas about that time, because Labour government was following a policy on pay differentials or something, which basically held down the miners' wages, I think, which made them unpopular in the Nottinghamshire area, where the miners tended to earn more than in most other parts of the country. When the strike happens, the Nottinghamshire miners are the ones that carry on working. They don't go on the strike in 84. Whereas in Grimsby, there's a lot of anti-EC feeling because of the fishing industry, and Austin Mitchell was a Eurosceptic and anti-EC and wanted to leave the common market. So the theory was that probably also helped Labour as well. But yes, Austin Mitchell was an academic who stood as well, as was Michael Steed, who stood in a by-election in the late 60s for the Liberal Party. There's this collection of books. This is now a bit battered, but this is the British General Election of 1987. Michael Steed used to write the results appendixes with John Curtis, who is obviously still alive and still a famous figure. But Steed was also a member of the Liberal Party, who stood, I think, in Brierley Hill in the late 60s. But I mean, I think he lost his deposit there. But he was an academic who also stood in a parliamentary by-election. So Owen Jones has called the election. He says, "I'm calling it the Greens have won. Anna Spencer will be the Constituency's new MP." We'll have to wait and see. This was we do remember Owen. We do remember when Owen Jones didn't he declare there was a good chance that Ed Miliband was going to win because
he said Labour's got it because Ed Miliband is interviewed now controversial star,
Yeah,
Russell
yeah,
Brand.
yes,
So,
yeah. Well, you want to
yeah.
forget that
Oh,
now,
dear.
won't he? But yes. Well, he's predicting it's going to go green.
And I'm
And
sure Zia Yousaf is
honestly,
predicting reform. So, there we go.
well, indeed. But I mean, if there will be people at the count now who will be doing the box counts, and if they are going strongly green, and all the
Well,
the gamblers are saying,
Labour
the,
sources,
the
again,
bookies are saying, yeah.
not so buoyant now. So we've had them saying it looks like a good night for Labour, but they must have had new information now. They must have been the people that are marking off the party
Sources that
volunteers.
Labour have lost it. So
Yeah.
people are already now calling. Apparently, Labour and Reform are both basically saying that the Greens are likely to win. I think we've now got in the quotes here. Somebody doesn't like Owen Jones. There we go. There's a polarizing
Well,
figure for you. Yeah.
I'm not a
Greens have won
fan.
the election according to Sky News. But yes, it
Right.
looks like now, and if they're calling it at 1:20 and it's not due to declare to 4, it probably also means that perhaps it's not going to be particularly close. Perhaps there has been in the end, because the polls were sort of, and the tactical voting sites were saying it was more likely to be Green than Labour. Perhaps we'll see a degree of tactical voting from Labour in the end towards the Greens. If they're declaring it this early, it's perhaps not that close, but we'll see.
Yeah, I imagine, you've got a unpopular government at the moment. I imagine even with a very tight three-horse race, if you're a Labour person, you're probably, and you can see the Greens have got an edge, then you're probably going to bank your money on voting Greens. Um, Even with a nose peg, as they famously said about Jacques Chirac's going
Oh, indeed,
international
when he
now.
stood
Jacques
against
Chirac,
Jean-Marie Le Pen,
vote
yes.
the crook, not the fascist, as they
There
said.
you go. So James
Yeah.
Heal, who I think works for the Spectators, and he's saying that Green, Reform, and Labour people are all suggesting Labour's come third, which makes it sound like perhaps there has been a significant tactical vote from Labour towards the Greens to
Yeah.
stop Reform. I have to say, it's going to be pretty bad. If this is the result, it's going to be pretty bad news for Starmer. I think there were some comments in the chat earlier about it being in some ways worse for Labour if the Greens win than Reform, because it means they're now losing votes on two sides, to the left as well as to the right. And if the Greens
Great
have one, I think
Sky.
it is going to pile on the pressure on Starmer, because just as a lot of the MPs in Reform facing seats are unhappy because they risk losing their seats to Reform, I think a lot of Labour MPs in inner city seats now are going to be worried they might lose their seats to the Greens.
I think as a strategy, Labour would probably have to wait till May now.
Yes, to see what happens in the London borough elections. I mean, if there are big Green gains in London.
Yeah. And the question will be... Oh, go on, Michael.
I was about to say it's a historic event, because, as we say, the Greens have never, I don't think they've ever come second, let alone first, in a parliamentary by-election. Their previous best was always 10% in Somerton and Frome in 2023. So for them to have won is a quite remarkable event and a new thing in the Green Party's history.
It seems like they've thrown the kitchen sink on this. Now, obviously, probably paying them dividends now, but obviously they are a party that doesn't have a lot of rich financial backers. They don't have the support from the unions as well. So one would hope from the Greens, because they have been doing quite well in membership, they would hope that probably with this momentum now, they can probably get more paying members. Because I think we've seen in local by-elections, haven't we, Michael, that Reform and the Lib Dems have done pretty well. And I, in my own kind of, admittedly, tribalism and maybe a bit, pettiness, I said, well, this is real results. We get our members going out, knocking on doors, canvassing, campaigning. The Greens weren't doing that. They weren't picking up council by-elections. So I think this election victory for them will probably make them really pause for thought about how they can mobilise their members, because if they can get their members to actively campaign in an area where, I mean, they were quite a distant third. I mean, to sort of do,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
it is a remarkable result.
yeah.
And it's clear that a lot of Labour voters, particularly in these sort of big city seats, are open to voting Green, which is going to worry them, because you've got Labour on the one hand losing votes in some areas to Reform and other areas to the Greens. So it's going to be a difficult time for the Labour Party now, certainly, and it's a little bit of bad news for Keir Starmer. If what people are saying turns out to be the case, and Labour come third behind both Reform and the Greens, then it'll be obviously very bad result for Labour, just as Caerphilly was when they came that very bad third behind Plaid Cymru and Reform.
Yeah, and I think the analysis will be: was this a support for the Greens, or was this was it a support for the Greens? Was it to lock Reform out, or was this a protest, a condemnation of Labour? And that will be for the data analysts and scientists to unravel. Apparently, we've just had the turnout confirmed. So, from Manchester Evening News website, their reporter said turnout was 47.62%.
Which is
how's that faring with?
I think it's slightly up. Did I say it was 46.8? I think
47.62. So you could round it up to
and last time I think the turnout was 46.8. So I think it is slightly. I think it's a slight increase. So it is one of those rare examples where, as we said, we thought there was a possibility. So it was 46.8% in the general election. So if it's 47.6, you say that's about 1 percentage point up, which is a rare occasion when by-election turnout is higher, and I suspect it is largely because you've got a situation where a seat that used to be a safe seat for one party, Labour, has suddenly become competitive. People's vote makes a difference, and also because a lot of people who vote Green are going to be quite negative to Reform, and a lot of people who vote Reform are going to be quite negative towards Green. That will also, I think, drive out the turnout as well, because in a sense, people voting against somebody is often stronger than for it. As I think the last comment, I think someone saying, "Can't watch Polanski's smug face; it will spoil my Friday." There you go. Yeah, negative views can sometimes be stronger than positive views.
Indeed, you've a perfect example there. Michael. I love that. I love when you said that. There was literally a comment waiting there to be read to prove your point. So yeah, right. Now, I think sadly, in terms of, I have been trying to keep looking around social media, looking at all the news websites. I've got to say, unlike Caerphilly, it does seem like again, you'd think, given the three horse race of this contest, you'd think there'd be a lot more excitement and media attention. But I think, unlike Caerphilly, it seems to. I mean, it is getting reported, and there is like updates, but not as bountiful as I noticed with Caerphilly. So I am trying my best, guys. I'm going to try and look at various websites as Michael and myself go along.
Yeah, I guess with Caerphilly, it was because it was the last Welsh Parliament by-election before May's sort of all-up parliamentary election,
and the old system
Wales,
as well.
it was seen as a bit of a prelude to what's likely to happen in May in the whole of Wales, because obviously they've got their Welsh Parliament election in a couple of months.
And a quick update about that, about the family voting thing. It's basic now. There's been another update from the organisation saying, according to what they are saying, they did report it, so it's in dispute with what the council is saying. But I have had a look at their websites, and I've looked at social media, and I'm getting a lot of question marks. So I think we'll have to wait and see we are now in the morning. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the morning, whether this organisation is treated with credence or what. So just an update on that. It's sort of going back and forth between the council and the organisation.
And I mean,
I can't pretend to have heard it.
The question will also obviously be the scale of the victory. If Reform win, if Greens win by quite a significant majority, then it's very difficult to say that.
They have gone a bit quiet, Reform, actually. I've not really, they had the initial concern of family voting, but whether whether the gap is that big that it's not going to be meaningful. Yeah.
To be fair to Reform, it was always going to be a tough seat for them, given the demographics, the fact that there is a large student vote, a large young professional vote, large Muslim vote, all of which are demographics where they tend to poll quite poorly. The combined right-wing vote, about 22%, means that the Conservative and Reform vote last time means it was always going to be a tricky one for them. It'll be interesting to see, obviously, if Reform, we'll see what happens come third, then obviously that would be a very bad result for them. I think the indications from other sources are maybe Labour third, but it was a long shot for Reform. I mean, they did put up quite a prominent candidate in Matt Goodwin. So they did make a big deal of it, but we'll see. Will it be another Caerphilly where it's expected to be close and left wing? That may well be the case. I mean, sometimes tactical voting happens quite late, that just suddenly a large number of people the last few days decide actually it's that particular party that's most likely to win. Because in Caerphilly, I don't think people were largely predicting Labour vote would fall as low as 11%, which it did. It was a real calamitous result. So if Labour's really been squeezed back heavily, then perhaps there has been that late tactical voting, perhaps helped by things like the tactical voting sites and the opinion poll that put Greens ahead. Perhaps those together were enough, particularly if the Greens had, I think someone said the Greens had 2,000 people out in Gorton and Denton today. If you've got that number of people pushing out last minute leaflets saying it's you that's the party that's going to win, that's going to encourage people to turn out and vote.
And it'll be a concern for Reform UK, because they're already dealing with the Conservatives. I mean, really should be a concern for the Conservative Party, but the fact that they're not even mentioned, they haven't been mentioned at all.
Well, indeed, I mean, the Conservatives, will obviously, for both the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, the question is whether we save our deposit tonight. It may well be that we don't, that we're simply squeezed out. If the Green Party can put 2,000 people, and to be fair to the Lib Dems, there have been by-elections where we put that kind of number of people out on election day, and we've really squeezed the Labour vote into the ground when it's been one that we've been trying to beat the Conservatives in, like Chesham and Amersham and North Shropshire. If the Greens are putting that kind of people on the ground, and equally, I think Reform said they had about 1,000 people, well, again, they're going to squeeze out the Conservatives as the right-wing option in that case.
Although they started in the wrong constituency. If anyone saw Lee Anderson's post when the campaign, when the election date was announced, he took a photo. I'll have a look. I'll see if I can find it later. But he took a photo with all the members outside this building. And of all people who saw it, it was Angela Rayner, and she said, "You're not of that constituency. I recognise that constituency. You're in my constituency." So, I just thought I'd throw that in because I just found that I like that. It brings a bit of humour sometimes in politics, because I think politics is quite ruthless, cut and dry. And particularly now, it's quite polarizing. And without sharing too much about my own family, I've got a relative who I love dearly, but she's a Reform voter, and we just avoid talking politics. That's a way of, we try not to fall out on politics. So it was nice to see that. It was quite just to bring a bit of colour and humour, which I think was needed. Right, Michael, can I let you entertain the chat or give him and let you carry on? I just need to desperately make a drink and then go to the toilet. So yeah, can I leave you with the chat and stuff? And yeah,
Okay.
cool. Okay, cool. Right. Rupert Lowe. Well,
So
he's not standing.
The Rupert Lowe for the win. Well, the Rupert Lowe's not now. I'm afraid that Restore Britain, isn't it, are not standing in this election. Although it will be interesting to see next time there's a by-election, if they do stand, what happens. Because, yeah. There is no Restore Britain candidate, although there is an Advance UK candidate. There is an Advance UK constituent. This Nick Buckley MBE, so it'd be interesting to see what he does in this seat. I suspect he probably will only get a couple % of the vote at most. I suspect Reform will have squeezed him out of the race, but we will see what happens and whether he manages to make any kind of significant impact. Do you think the electorate will stay divided as it is now going to the next general election, or consolidate into voting blocks? That's a good question, because if you go back to 2019, there was a time when it was really split between Brexit Party, Lib Dems, Labour and Tories. And then in the summer of 2019, but then when it got to the end of 2019, things really polarised again between Labour and the Conservatives, perhaps because of the arrival of Boris Johnson replacing Theresa May seemed to really polarise things again towards the two main parties. I suspect they probably won't go back to that kind of level of polarising to the two main parties again. I think it's probably changed now, and that there will be less of that polarizing behind the two parties. I think now there's just so many parties have done well in terms of the Greens and the Lib Dems and Reform having lots of councillors in different parts of the country. There are lots of seats now where the Greens are second to Labour. There's quite a few seats where the Lib Dems are second to the Conservatives. There are quite a few seats where Reform is second to the Conservatives and Labour, but there's now so much party competition between different parties that I suspect we won't see the return of that kind of polarisation between the two parties. Labour and the Tories just keep going down now. I mean, if you look at the council by-elections, the record of the two parties has been pretty poor. They've both made heavy losses. The question, of course, will be whether Reform and the Greens perhaps replace Conservatives and Labour as the left and right parties. Maybe. Certainly the indications are from tonight that Reform will be the leading right-wing party and the Conservatives will be very much also Rans. The Greens will be the leading left-wing party and Labour may be squeezed out a bit.
Do we
so there may
just
be
just to interrupt you there, but I'm back, by the way, guys. I give my nose a good blow as well because I am suffering from a cold and my eyes are looking awful at the moment. So I apologise if I'm not looking. I'm glad I haven't got my HD webcam on. It was not working earlier, so you would have seen in all my grugginess. How significant do you think could this potentially be a repeat of what the Liberal Party suffered?
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's very much potential for the realignment of politics. That we had this 100 years really since 1924 of Labour and the Tories dominating politics, the Liberals and then the Liberal SDP alliance, the Lib Dems challenging at various points, but Labour and the Tories managing to stay as the two main parties. We may well be seeing an end to that two-party domination. We've seen in Caerphilly how badly Labour and the Tories did. We've seen in the county council elections last year how badly Labour and the Tories did. We're probably going to see tonight in Gorton and Denton a bad result for the Conservatives, probably a lost deposit, and Labour also perhaps coming third. So we may well see not the replacement perhaps of the two-party system, but just a new multi-party system where in different parts of the country it'll be Conservatives versus Reform, or Labour versus Reform, or Lib Dem versus Tory, or Lib Dem versus Reform, or there'll be Greens versus Labour. There'll be this different two-party system in different seats. And again, it really makes us think, is it really time for proportional representation? Because you could have a situation where a party wins an overall majority at the next election, but only gets 27, 28%. People are already very annoyed, I think, with the Labour government that they win a huge majority with a third of the vote. When usually, 2019, Labour got a similar share of the vote and got absolutely smashed. They get the same share of the vote, literally about only 1 point better in 24, and they got a huge majority. And that does put legitimacy of governments into question. So, you could argue that we do need PR. If it's a replacement, the major two parties splitting the vote, would it be a very sudden shift or gradual shift? I think it's happening. I mean, we're seeing it happen in real time now. It began in 2024 with the huge drop in the Conservative vote, the big increase in the Reform vote, although not in terms of seats. We saw it in terms of the Lib Dems going up to 72 seats. We've seen in last year's local elections with Reform and the Lib Dems being the top two parties in terms of seats. We've seen it in Runcorn with that going to Reform. We're probably going to see it tonight with Gorton Denton going Green. So it's happening, and just as Labour got a huge majority at the next election, you could potentially see Labour suffering a massive defeat at the next election, losing ground to both left and right, with both Greens in sort of the inner city seats and Reform perhaps in some of the sort of northern seats and Welsh seats. Taking seats off Labour. So yeah, it's I think we're seeing a decline and end of the two-party system. And I'd say it's a Lib Dem, but maybe it is time for PR, because we are basically moving to a PR, people voting in a PR fashion, but under a first past the post system.
And I would agree with that, which is probably pretty obvious from two Lib Dem. One your councillor, Michael, Lib Dem councillor, and I'm a Lib Dem member activist. How goes Labour at conference, they voted for wanting to change the electoral system to have proportional representation, and it does have quite a lot of backing from Labour backbenchers. Does this, if they come third and it's quite a distant third or relatively distant third, how will this only accelerate within the party the call to have proportional representation? And could potentially, I mean, it might be too late for Keir Starmer, but could that be the legacy of either Keir Starmer or a future Labour leader, giving that the electoral change the electoral system? If they're going to go, they might just go with some big legacy.
I think the thing with Labour at the moment is they'll be uncertain about these things. They'll be saying to themselves, could we at the next election, if immigration's brought under control, if the NHS waiting lists are down, if the cost of living crisis is over, could we perhaps run re-election, having sort of managed to achieve a few things, and also say it's either me or Nigel, whoever the Labour leader is, then it may be Starmer, but I suspect to be somebody else. It's either me or Nigel Farage as PM, try and polarise it that way. Could they recover? Maybe. Equally, I think we could equally see the Labour Party going into further and further decline, defeat after defeat in local elections and by-elections, losing support to the Greens to the left, losing support to reform elsewhere, perhaps also to the SNP and Plaid Cymru and Lib Dems in other seats, that you could just see this sort of total melt away of the Labour position. So I think at the moment there's still uncertainty as to whether it is an existential disaster for Labour, or they may cling to the belief that they might recover. I suspect it's probably wise for them to move to a PR system because they at least hold some seats, but whether they will do that is another thing. And also there'll be the question of trying to get it through Parliament and trying to, that whole practical side of doing it as well.
Block it. Yeah, because it's not a manifesto, so in theory, I don't think the Lords. It'd
What's
be
the local
wise,
and
I think,
national relationship between
the
Greens and Lib
that one.
Dems?
I think I'll let you answer that because I don't know if you have.
Well,
any
there's no
in your
formal.
neck of
Yeah,
the
there's
woods.
no formal
Sort of case by case, isn't
agreement
it? I think we have
anywhere.
had coalitions with the Greens. It's all
There have
case by
been
case
times
basis.
before where we've worked with them on councils in different places in the country.
2019, there was talk of a pack as well.
There was 2019. There were a few seats where the Lib Dems stood down in favour of the Greens, and the Greens stood down in favour of the Lib Dems at the time. Although I wouldn't expect that to be seen now. I think now the Greens have taken such a polarising position on many issues. I don't think the Liberal Democrats will come to any kind of national agreement with them. But clearly, there will be seats where the Lib Dems are best placed to beat the Conservatives, and there'll be other seats where the Greens are perhaps best placed to beat Labour and people who are sort of mixed between Lib Dems and Greens may look at different seat and say, well, in this seat it's not worth voting Green because they lost their deposit last time, but the Lib Dems were second. Perhaps in another seat the Greens were second and the Lib Dems lost the deposit. There might be some people who just look at the local situation and say one party is better than the other at winning. But there's no formal arrangement between the parties, and I wouldn't expect there to be, particularly now. I think there is a disagreement on a number of policy issues.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think because obviously there's been conversations about whether we try and go for the mango greens and within the Lib Dems. I was going to say with you mentioning polarization, does this potentially, if Labour, because I've heard someone, a Lib Dem friend of mine, saying, I think the Lib Dems would, even though it's not competitive for us in this seat, he said he theorised that if Labour are third and quite a distant third, in his view, he thinks that might open up space for centrist, moderate Labour voters for the Lib Dems. Do you think that could potentially open up space? Because Labour seen as just a sort of dying brand.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are very disillusioned and unhappy with Labour for different reasons. And some of the people who are fed up with Labour will may be more inclined to go towards the Greens. Some will be more inclined to go towards the Lib Dems. Some possibly might be more inclined to go to Reform. So I guess it's what the issues are that are upsetting people, and also where they live as well. Because obviously, if you're in a seat where the Lib Dems are second and the Greens are nowhere, you're probably more likely to switch to the Lib Dems.
Because the strategy's usually been, it's like we work closely with Labour. Well, not closely, but we try not to be as antagonistic, I guess, when it's a Conservative government. And then usually Well, I suppose it's just for opposition parties, you're going to attack the government of the day. So I think, yeah, I think that would be quite interesting. I personally don't know. I think there is potential for that. I do think there's potential for that. But I think we've kind of settled on a strategy of targeting sort of more rural areas, sort of town areas, and I think that seems to be working. But I think there could be some scope from that, so I think that could happen. It's interesting how perception differs. Zach Plensky is a beacon of hope when I look at the news landscape. One person smug as another, not a UK resident. No. I mean, no, that's fine. I mean,
absolutely right. Yes,
he's motivated a lot of people, and I think in traditionally the left, they've always benefited when they've had a figurehead. So when they've got a particular person that they can rally around on, I mean, it was Tony Benn in the 1980s, Jeremy Corbyn, and I think Zach Palensky is that. And I think much like them, they are quite, during
yes,
current
this is, you've got
events,
the
they
right
are,
word, it's polarizing.
yeah.
One person's hero is another person's devil. I mean, in a sense, you could argue that Zach Polanski is a consequence of Nigel Farage. You've got Nigel Farage, who stands for a certain set of views, very hard line on immigration, nationalistic. And what you're going to get then is clearly, because some people agree with him, they're going to think Nigel Farage is wonderful. But clearly there'll be some people that dislike Nigel Farage and perhaps take the opposite view. And therefore, when there's a Nigel Farage, every action has a reaction. If there's a Nigel Farage, there's going to be somebody who's the polar opposite. And I guess Zach Polanski, being very pro-immigration, pro-migrant,
Wealth
internationalist, and all
tax.
the rest of it, yeah, exactly, is going to be seen as the sort of antithesis, the opposite of Farage. So in a sense, you can almost say that Polanski is a sort of reaction to Farage, that people who very much dislike Nigel Farage will want to go for a figure that's very opposite to him. And in a sense, Polanski, in both his policies and style, I guess, is very much the opposite to him. So there will clearly be some people who think Polanski's a saint and other people who think he's a devil, and then there'll be other people who think Farage is magnificent and other people think he's the devil. That polarization.
I mean, I've not been shy in saying I quite like Hannah Spencer. I've been better a few times. But for me, I'm not for me, Michael, you don't have to comment on this. I'm just going to speak personally. I'm not a massive fan of Zach Palensky due to I have complaints on sort of policy direction. Like I always think the wealth tax for me, it's overused. It often doesn't work. I'm more of a land value tax guy. That was my perfect, that would be my perfect tax for me. And I think it's one that we often put in manifestos, a local land value tax. So it is in the Lib Dem manifestos, but it used to be in. I think we used to advocate for a national land value tax. But for me, it's just evidence based. The wealth tax. It's been tried in many countries. They've tried it in Norway. They've tried it in France. They've tried it in Spain. It ends up losing them more money than it actually gains. And for me, I've seen the land value. Maybe I'm just not economically maybe I lack the economic wisdom, but I think you can't move a piece of land. At the end of the day, you can't move it. So I always say that's the smart man's wealth tax, and I just don't think. I think it sounds good, but I think. And also, I think for me recently, it's kind of there's a danger when you start to appeal to that kind of narrow ideology, when you narrow your base, and there'll be people who have come from I've seen it online, people who are in the Workers' Party, communists going in, understandably, when they can find a left-wing candidate that they can rally behind one, they're going to start infiltrating that. So my worries, and I've always had recently with new members, I've always had bad interactions with Green members. They tend to be very I mean, they support proportional representation, so they're going to have coalitions and compromise, and yet they seem to not want to do deals, or they're just uncompromising. So, well, that's just my own personal bias. Not speaking for the party, that's just my own personal view there. So, but like Michael says, for everyone's devil, he's a saint for people, and I can understand the appeal. My dad quite likes him. For people who were tuned in earlier, he was a big admirer of Tony Benn, and he thinks he's carry on. And I think better than Corbyn, as my dad said, because he knew straight away Corbyn was never going to win. He just he did not have the personality to lead a party, and there's little enthusiasm, but he feels it with Zach Plensky. So there are people like my dad who, like that person who commented, who are big admirers of him. I saw an interesting comment earlier. What form of PR would you back? And do you think it's too late for Labour to push for AV over PR, or would it save Labour? Well, I support. I mean, I think single transferable votes.
Same here.
Yeah.
I mean, Labour could go for AV. I mean, obviously, in the AV referendum, Labour did support that. Well, I mean, Miliband supported it, although a lot of the Labour Party didn't, but didn't do with much enthusiasm. And in fact, Gordon Brown, before the 2010 general election, sort of dying months of the Labour Party, was hinting that he would support some form of AV. Would AV perhaps save Labour seats next time? Maybe. Although you've now had two elections, Caerphilly and now this one, where Labour started off as the sort of main opposition party to reform, but actually in the end, the tactical vote in Caerphilly went to Plaid Cymru, and now in Gorton and Denton looks like it's gone to the Greens. So the risk Labour are facing is that even in seats they hold, they're no longer being seen as the main challenger to reform. You've got Plaid Cymru and the Greens emerging to the challengers to reform, and that is a pretty serious situation for Labour to find themselves in. Obviously, in the past, when governments have been unpopular, like the major government in 92, 97, it was losing seats, but it usually tended to keep second place in a lot of them, like Dudley West and Wirral South and Staffordshire South East. They were still second even when they lost those seats in Newbury and Christchurch. But this time around, you're seeing Labour coming third in seats they held, which is a pretty worrying situation for them.
Well, further update. A bit of a row going on between speaking of Labour and the Greens, bit of a row going on between Labour and the Greens. The Greens think Labour have come third. Labour have pushed back on these claims. But a Labour source says that different ballot boxes are proving successful for all three parties. They say that claim made by Reform and the Greens are not based on anything. So, interesting.
I mean, obviously there'll be obviously wards. Some of the wards Labour will be doing better in than others. Some of the wards Greens. You should be able to go in with a reasonable estimate of what your party is going to do in each polling district, and therefore you can see by how much you're matching what you'd expect to do or how you're not doing. If the Green Party is making any kind of breakthrough in the sort of Denton wards, that would be quite impressive, given they weren't that was more expected to be Reform territory. But we'll have to see. Obviously, we can't see the counts from the different wards, so we don't know what's happening in that sense. But people at the count will be able to see what's happening, and people ought to be able to work out on their spreadsheets now, 4 hours in. Most of the ballot boxes in an urban constituency are going to be in. They have done the verification if they've got the turnout, so they will have had all the boxes in, because they wouldn't be able to get the turnout without that. They'll now be moving on to stage 2, which is the count. They will know what they've seen, and all the parties now should have a good idea of A, who's won, and by the sounds of it, it's Green, and B, who's going to come second. Somebody asks, but how much do Greens need to beat Labour by for Stop Reform vote to retain credibility? I suppose in the end, if
Go on, sorry. No, carry on.
I was going to say, well, if the Greens win and Labour come third, then they're going to say they're successful. Sometimes these tactical voting sites get it wrong. Not that I'm bitter that Best for Britain said that Labour were the main challengers in Hinckley and Bosworth at the last election, and actually Labour came fourth and I was second. Not bitter on that at all, but sometimes these tactical voting sites can send out the wrong information.
Well, then
if Greens win, they have recommended the right choice, which is the Green Party, and they've won.
Yeah. And again, polls could also motivate people to actually go out and they might be undecided or
yeah.
right.
I mean, but those polls were showing all three parties very close together, and also bear in mind there will be people who are left of centre and anti-reform who are, because of their views on Gaza or immigration or other issues, are closer to the Greens than Labour.
Evil.
And therefore they're voting Greens not just out of tactical reasons, but also because sort of ideologically they're the sort of more left wing as well.
And we won't really know because unfortunately, when you fill in a ballot sheet, you don't put down what the reasons were. Although I would find that really useful. That'd be useful for data science. But we don't know how much Gaza is still an issue because it has kind of dropped out of news conversation. And I think when it was still quite fresh in 2024, we were getting rolling news on Gaza. I think. A lot of people who are very passionate about the situation in Gaza and in Israel probably did mobilize and did vote for those independent candidates and for a good, in where the Workers' Party stood and did pretty reasonably. But we will not know. It might be that it's still a big issue for certain communities. Election guru. John Curtis thinks it's likely the Greens have got it.
It seems to be.
He
all
says
the
it'd be
parties from the
remarkable if the
counts
Greens win. He said it'd be remarkable if the Greens win, but it appears likely. So he's kind of looking both ways there. Appears likely.
Well, it would be remarkable because, as I say, I think their best result previously was just over 10% in Somerton and Frome. They've not had a good record in by-elections in the past, but maybe they've learned from that. I don't think in any previous election they've put this number of people into one seat. And clearly, if you're in a constituency and the people knocking on your doors are green, the people putting leaflets through your door every other day are green, the candidate who you're seeing on social media all the time is green, if you have all that sort of stuff, and all the posters in the windows, a lot of them are green, then you're going to obviously get the message that the Green Party's got a good chance of winning. Whereas if you're Lib Dems and Conservatives and you're not putting a huge amount of effort into the seat and you're not getting leaflets out and knocking on doors and posters up, then in that seat, people will have seen that they weren't contenders in Gorton and Denton. So I think a lot more than in the past, what people see in their constituency will influence how they vote at an election, and if one particular party is very visible, it will make a difference.
I'm still, given how polarizing politics is, I'm still surprised people do. I think it probably shows maybe there's a lot of hyperbole when it comes to this issue of polarization, but I'm surprised people still put their sort of placards out, given the sort of the almost toxic nature within certain parties and just politics generally. So I find that quite encouraging, really, that there's been no major incident with someone who's had they put like a placard and people have taken it down or ripped it or whatever. So, but yeah. I'm losing my bandwidth from Michael. So, have we got any more election? Boris election comebacks. Did we fail to mention Boris Johnson?
Well, he came back at a general election in 2015.
Oh well,
he didn't come back,
yes. I'm counting.
Yeah, he did. One person who did well, I suppose another one which was a surprise result was Glasgow Govan in 1988, because it
Okay.
brought back Jim Sillars. Jim Sillars had been a Labour MP in the 70s, who then broke away and formed the Scottish Labour Party. He lost his seat in 79 in Ayrshire South. He'd been predicted as a future possible Labour leader, but he fell out with the party. So you have Glasgow Govan in 1988. Labour had lost nationally to the Conservatives by a 100-seat majority in 1987, but they'd made a bit of progress, particularly in Scotland, and they did very well in Scotland in the 1987 general election. They got 50 out of the 72 seats in Scotland. They gained a lot of seats, but then the Tories came back with a big majority. So the SNP sort of called the Labour MPs in Scotland the Feeble 50, and said they were, I think they said the Labour MPs were a shiver looking for a spine to run up. They were very negative and basically said that Labour weren't challenging the Tory government enough. And then you had this election in Glasgow Govan, which in the 1987 election, Labour had won with like 65% of the vote, huge majority over the SNP. Sillars returns, his very charismatic character in Glasgow Govan, and he gains the seat in the 1988 by-election, very big swing, about 30%, and he returns to Parliament in the 88 by-election. And there's a lot of predictions then that the SNP are going to break through. In fact, they have a slogan, I think, free by 93 is the SNP slogan going into the 92 election. They're going to have independence. Doesn't happen. In the end, their vote does go up to 21% in the 92 election, and they make a bit of progress in votes, but Sillars loses his seat again in 92, and obviously Scotland doesn't become independent, although some years later in 1999 there is the Scottish Parliament, and eventually in 2007 there's a minority SNP administration, then in 2011 there's a majority in SNP administration, and we'll have to see what happens in May to that.
Scotland's an interesting one where because Reform seem to be doing pretty well. They're doing pretty parts of Wales, parts of England. Scotland seems to be a unique case. I think they are looking at polls. I think they might come second, but I think it's going to be quite a distant second. Why do you think that is? What is it in Scotland for Scottish voters that they don't find attractive about Reform UK?
I mean, in the past, Nigel Farage's parties have always struggled in Scotland. So even when they were winning the European elections in sort of 2009, 2014, or 2014 they won them, they weren't doing so well in Scotland. UKIP's always struggled in Scotland. It always polled a lot lower in Scotland than it did anywhere else. What you've seen in recent years is actually the gap between Scotland and England narrowing in that respect. Reform are doing reasonably well. There was the by-election for the Scottish Parliament, I think a year or so ago, when they didn't win Reform and they came third, but it was a good third. It was about a quarter of the vote. Whereas previously, the right-wing sort of UKIP and then the Brexit Party always struggled in Scotland. Reform has actually done all right. So although Reform aren't doing as well in England as they have, aren't doing as well in Scotland as they have done in England, actually Reform is doing a lot better than UKIP and the Brexit Party and these other sort of Farage parties have done in Scotland. And it is one of the more remarkable features of Reform that they have actually managed to make an impact on Scotland in a way in which UKIP, even when it was at its most successful, never managed to. So in a sense, that's a sort of example of the widening support of Reform, that they are still, doing better in Scotland than the previous sort of Farage parties have done.
Yeah.
But it's always going to be more difficult for them because a lot of the votes for Reform is based there's still a link between how people voted in the 2016 referendum and how they vote, whether they like to vote Reform. And obviously, whereas England and Wales voted Leave, Scotland was something like 62% Remain, and
Yeah.
therefore obviously the pool of Leave voters, which tends to be the main pool that Reform is getting its votes from, is obviously a lot smaller proportionately in Scotland than it is in England and Wales. So there's always going to be more of a ceiling on the vote in Scotland, but they seem to be doing better at getting votes in Scotland than previous Farage parties have done.
Yeah. I suppose that opens up a strategy for Labour, like you mentioning about the Brexit vote, because if you look at opinion polls now, the pendulum shift. Most people think it was a disaster. It didn't work, and now there's a strong case to say people are now moving towards. Well, it wouldn't be Remain; it'd be going back in. And I suppose that might open up something for Labour. Again, it'd be a negative campaign, but to sort of personalise the whole Farage gave you Brexit, give this, give that. And I think that might open some avenues, especially if they tied in the whole European Court of Human Rights. You know, I've heard people say, I've heard political advisors say they need to frame that as being this is Brexit 2.0. So I think that might give some space, well, for any challenger of reform, you know, whether it be Labour, the Lib Dems, or the Greens, because it's one. Mind you, single issue. It's like I said before, I'm not too sure how strongly people feel about it these days. I think people regret leaving in hindsight now, but how strongly they feel on this issue is another matter. Right. I'm just going to see what is the minimum refractory period between buy. I do not know what that means. I hope you understand that, Michael.
That's
Could
idea.
If you could explain again, we'll come back to you. Explain what you mean. Yeah.
So I think part of the challenge that in terms of the Europe issue, I think the challenge is going to be that whilst there is a lot of support for rejoining, as soon as the question is asked, people will then say, well, are you going to join the single currency? Are you going to join the euro? Are you going to enter the Schengen agreement and have open borders effectively? Because while we were in the European Union, we managed to get opt-outs of the Schengen agreement.
We were in a better bargaining position.
Whereas if you're going to rejoin and you have to sign up to the single market and if you have to sign up to the single currency and
we're just not in a position.
The free movement, people aren't going to support that.
Yeah, I don't think the European Union would think. They think, oh, how long? You know, if we were asking for opt-out and demands, they'd say, oh, that's a bit ungrateful. You guys voted to leave. Yeah, I think that's weirdly, Michael. Just a bit off topic. It's actually a position my uncle takes. He voted to remain. He's a proud European. He actually he quite liked Macron's idea of expanding integrating the European Union, but he is a small c conservative. And he always liked John Major because he got the opt-outs. He's one of the few conservatives who would sing and praise John Major. And he thinks if we rejoined it, we'd put us in a weaker position because you'd have to sign up to because we had a rebate as well. You'd have to sign up for the full budget, freedom of movement, the working time directives. So now, weirdly, even though he thinks Brexit's been a disaster, he's now taken a position which I can't quite get my head around it, but you know, maybe that's just my own bias. He's taking a position now that he doesn't want to rejoin. But yeah, so just a little bit of antidote there. So I think, I think that's fair to comment. Still not had. Oh God, what's that? Oh, it's 2:16. Oh well, we got possibly got 2 hours still. Have you got anything to add, Michael? Anything at all, generally?
Well, I mean, this is a seat where the Green Party got 2.5% of the vote and lost deposit in 2019. So if they're now winning and winning by a comfortable margin, which it may be if people are already calling it, then that is a remarkable progress for the Green Party. And it does show how they can make progress in some of these urban seats. So it will be interesting to see what happens in some of these inner London boroughs in May's council elections, whether the Green Party can take some of these perhaps solid Labour councils in London, or at least gain some seats. It'll be interesting to see if how they can do, because obviously they won't be able to pour 2,000 activists into every seat. So the question is whether they can replicate this in local elections across the board.
Could this, like, Labour have backings of the unions when it comes to money? Now, correct me if I'm being a bit too fanciful. If the Greens do quite well here, and then that gets repeated in other Labour areas, could the unions potentially say, we're gonna, especially the left-wing unions, could they potentially say, we're gonna go to the Greens, we're gonna remove ourselves from Labour, or is that just too unrealistic?
Well, the unions tend to be quite tribal towards Labour, the ones that do affiliate. I mean, who knows? It may simply be, a lot of voters will switch their votes from Labour.
You're right.
to Green,
Yeah, you're right, because there's going to be an issue because they've benefited, but they could focus their campaign. They focus this campaign. They've put money in. They've got their volunteers. They've got their canvassers, but they are going to start running into problems in local elections and in national elections. And this has been proven in local elections where they've lost seats in local council elections. And for what because I've got some friends who are Greens, ears on the ground. I've said, what happened here? They just said we just couldn't get people. We just couldn't get mobilisation. So, so if this presented an opportunity for the unions to look at the Greens, then that would probably.
But if they did, it would be major news, because the unions have traditionally been with Labour through thick and thin. Even one of the things why the SDP didn't sort of make it in the 80s was the unions remained very much loyal to the Labour Party and were able to concentrate their support on Labour, which allowed Labour to get through the 80s, even though there was the SDP challenge, because they had the funding from the unions. So if the unions were to break away and start supporting another party, then that would be a major challenge
yeah, sorry, Michael, which someone commented. So it's not uncommon.
I mean, there has been a trend for unions in some other countries to back other parties. So, and in France, I think there were some unions that used to be CGU or something. There were unions in France that tended to be communist, and others were socialists. So, where there were strong communist parties in some of the Western European countries like France, some of the trade unions did go with the Communist Party rather than the Socialist Party. So it's not unknown for trade unions to support other parties. So yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, it's potential.
It's a real issue. They are going to run, again, the Greens.
Far more like unions choose not to donate to Labour. Yeah, some unions already don't donate anyway. Some of the unions have withheld their money from Labour in the past. So it's possible that they are less likely to. I'm going to go to the toilet for a moment and grab a drink. So I'll see you later.
No worries. I'll entertain the chat. So let me do a full. Oh no. How do I change mine? I'll just do that. My bad, just me. 1 million English. trial. Okay. Well, thank you for those who are still with us. Really appreciate this. I hope it's been all right. Yeah. I was unlike. Oh no, don't need that. Right. Yeah, I think I was being a bit optimistic when I thought this might be a repeat of Caerphilly. Oh, mind you, no, Caerphilly came in by about 3 o'clock, so we've still got time. But thank you for those who are in it for the long run. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Let's get an update from the BBC. So, nice little infographic here. So, yeah, as you can see, it's been in fact, let's go to a better infographic. Let's go to mine. No bias there at all. Right, preview. There we go. So as you can see, so they had 18,000 votes in the last election, which amounted to about 51% of the vote share. But the interesting factor is that it did have a sharp decline in 2024. So we're already seeing a sort of noticeable pattern from these. It's hard to define the red wall. I'm not sure if the red wall. I'm not sure if this is a red wall constituency. I mean, I think red wall came after the referendum, but you didn't. But from this, you can see a trend that in safe Labour seats they were beginning to have a sharp decline, and I think a lot of it was pinned down to Keir Starmer's strategy. I think Labour in 2024, their strategy was to not repeat the mistakes of Jeremy Corbyn, going after easy bait in safe Labour constituency. I think as well, Corbyn in 2017, he had a bit more consistency when it came to the referendum. It was a very clear, we're going to leave, but we would negotiate a soft Brexit. I think that then became confused in 2019, which is probably, and 2019, I think will always be remembered as the Brexit election. So I think that might have contributed to that for them on this. But this isn't a red wall seat anyway. But it does show a noticeable trend of Labour's decline in that area. And Michael is back.
Someone's put in about the turnout.
Yeah,
someone said they've just released the turnout. Yeah, we've said it's gone up by about 1 percentage point, hasn't it, compared to the last general election? Which is rare for a by-election to have a higher turnout.
Yeah, although I mean, again, I think this election was it 60%. The last election was it 60% turnout or something like that? Yeah.
So the last general election was 46.8, and now it's 47.6.
Yeah, but
although it was higher in. Lower nationally, it was again, it was a low turnout, about 60%. Although this was significantly below the national average, but it's a rare example where a by-election has gone higher than the general election in turnout.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at this. Graphic, and I thought I'd just show off mine because I put a lot of effort into it. I thought, why not? Even though I think it's only seen 2 minutes on screen, but yeah. I was just saying it was like we're just seeing a noticeable trend in. I think really speaks volumes. The change of strategy for political parties, where it is a bit more. You do target areas. You sort of targeting areas more differently than because obviously. I mean, talk about polarization. We had the 1980s election where Labour did very poorly in those elections, 83 and 87. But you did see a sharpen of the regional divides where the North was voting.
So
Because Conservatives used to be fairly competitive in the north. Used to be fairly competitive, not massively, but it was fairly competitive. And it sort of it completely changed the political makeup of the country, where you just see seas of red in the north and seas of sort of blue in the south.
Yeah, it's polarised. So the 1987 election, there's quite big swings in 1987 to Labour in the north, Scotland and Wales, and then virtually none in Scotland in the south, and then there's a slight swing to the Tories in London in 1987. So you do see that sort of north-south divide. That's probably the one election where it's most sharpest in terms of the north-south divide.
Starmer must own this. Oh, you can't see it. So Starmer must own this catastrophic. Must own this catastrophe. A Labour MP. Oh no!
I'm not surprised somebody would come out and say that. Yeah, it's not a good. It's not a good result for Labour at all.
Okay.
But then perhaps it was never given everything, all the disasters that have befallen Labour lately, and their record in other elections, is perhaps not surprising. They obviously tried to be upbeat about their prospects of holding the seat, but in reality, given all the problems they've been going through, and given the drops in support they've been having in other by-elections and in the polls and so on, it's probably not surprising that Labour have ended up getting such a bad result, if that's how it is.
Yeah. Oh, I can't see these pictures. Oh well, I'll stop sharing. Oh. Right. Have we got? Is it worth talking about? You said you mentioned about academics getting elected?
Yeah, so there's been academics of sort of before.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we mentioned Austin Mitchell, who had been a university lecturer in politics as well as a TV presenter ended up getting a job in TV in Australia, I think. He was the MP for Grimsby for many years. So he was an academic. And then there was, I think, Professor Esmond Wright, who was an academic as well. He stood in the 1967 Glasgow Pollock election, which had been a Labour seat in 1966. He gains that in 1967 and holds it until 1970. But he was a pretty well-known academic in Glasgow, professor of modern history.
What kind of academic was he? Was he Dickie Bow tie?
Modern history. He taught John Smith and Donald Dewar. There you go. It would go on John Smith to be Labour leader and Donald Dewar. Under PRS-TV, what parties do you think will form and how long will the process take? I think in a sense it's already happening, isn't it? In that we're seeing the old blocks of Labour and the Conservatives beginning to break down. You've got a populist right-wing party in Reform. You've got further to their right, you've got Restore Britain. You've got the Lib Dems, you've got the Greens, you've got Labour. You got your party. In a sense, we've almost got a PR system now in terms of parties. So I think we're already seeing the formation of these various parties happening now, even without the PR system. So yes, there's so many options now compared to what people used to have.
Yeah. In terms of how long it would take to form a government. Now, there's been cases like Belgium where it's taken either over a year or just under a year. And a lot of critics like to point to that and say, oh, well, look at Belgium. It took a year to form a government. To which I always say, well, last time I checked, Belgium was still there as a functioning country. So most countries with proportional representation will have mechanics where they'd vote on the budget, they'd accept, they'd have a caretaker government. So the government would carry on, they'd vote on budget and just it'd be very procedural. They'll just, nothing's changed. It's just carried on, with the day-to-day spending and stuff like that. And then you get recent cases like the Netherlands, where it took, it looked very touch and go because it was a very tight contest between the four top parties. It was a centre-left, centrist, centre-right, and the far right. And the D66, which ended up coming on top, and now has their leader has recently become Rob Jetten, I think his name is now become Prime Minister of the Netherlands. He had hoped that he would be able to do a deal with the Red-Green Alliance because they naturally have more of a working relationship with each other. They couldn't, but in a sign of solidarity and to just get the country going, they decided to do a three-way coalition with the centrist party and the centre-right. So not their usual political bedfellows, but they did it to sort of lock out the far right and also the far left as well. So, and that took only a few months. But it does, honestly, in terms of the functionalities of government, they do carry on. They do carry on. So,
the civil service still run things effectively.
Yeah. And it depends on the election results. I mean, you can have a PR system where one party's got 45%, or like Germany, typically they have what you call the mixed members vote. So they have half their constituencies, they vote individual MPs, and then the other half, they do like a top-up thing based on the proportionality. And usually that ends up providing, and they have a 5% threshold as well. That usually produced more stronger lasting governments because it means you can have a party that's got 35% of the vote, but the share of the seats about 40, 42, whatever. So, yeah, and there's different models, there's different systems, and I support STV myself, but I wouldn't be opposed to looking at the German model if we wanted to do a transition because
so
it'd be a shock for
voters. If you look at Scotland, you've obviously got the these alternative members list system in Scotland, where you had traditionally there were 129 seats in the Scottish Parliament, 73 were first past the post constituencies, and 56 were top up lists. So people voted for a first past the post constituency MP in Scotland, but also voted for a list member as well. That meant you had proportional element to it from the list system, but you still had the constituency seats as well. And there was a similar thing with the Welsh Assembly as well. I suppose the argument that was always used to defend the first past the post system, and the first past the post system was often quite popular when it was polled in the past until recently, was it produced strong governments and decisive governments, and you therefore tended to have governments with majorities and so on. But I suspect in recent years that argument has really weakened because we keep having changes of Prime Minister, David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak. Now it looks like Keir Starmer may not last very long, even though there's big majorities. Lots of parties getting votes. It looks like, possibly it hung Parliament next time. The old argument that used to be that whatever you thought of the first past the post system, it might not have been very fair in terms of its allocation of seats, but at least produced stable government and governments often with majorities that could do things, doesn't seem to be the case now. The system does seem to be great. And so that argument that was often used to defend it, that, it's not a very fair system, but at least you produce stable governments, that's very much changing, in that we keep having these very rapid changes of prime minister and governments, even with large majorities, don't seem to be able to get their own way. I mean, Keir Starmer's got a huge majority and has to keep U-turning on everything every 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the recent examples of we've had since Cameron 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including Keir Starmer, 5 prime ministers in a space of about a decade, or probably less than 2016, 2026, so less than a decade. And I think as well, parties are, and I think this is the nature of the game as well. Most political parties have to be coalitions. To win under first past the post, you have to be successful. Governments often have to be quite big tent, broad, but then that invites factionalism, which is what we've seen with the Conservative Party, and then we've seen with the Labour Party now as well. Although it's a different kind of factionalism, really, because I think it's a bit more on personality and less on ideology these days. Although there are crossovers with the soft left and all that. And I think you're right, Michael. I think the argument is really been shot in the hip, really, when it comes to the issue of stability. And I think, as someone who likes PR, it's a politics of pluralism and cooperation. I think that's where we need to be generally, because no one in the whole nation does not speak with one voice. We are many individuals and many people with individual views and ideas, and we try and work plurally and cooperatively and constructively for the nation as a whole. And also, I think it would liberate a lot of parties as well. In a lot of respects, I think PR would actually liberate a lot of parties. I mean, I've always it's what I'll borrow what my dad used to say. He says the Labour Party, too broad a church, it needs to split, and that's always been my dad's view. But he knows it's impossible under first past the post.
And in the past, if you were like in France and Italy, they had socialist parties and communist parties, and you could argue that sort of the hard left of the Labour Party would be in a separate party to the mainstream of the Labour Party. The sort of Bennite wing of the Labour Party under a PR system would have been in a separate Corbynite wing of the Labour Party, in a separate political party. So
but
in a sense,
you see in European countries, like you have the SDP, the left in Germany, the SDP, the left, the Greens.
But in a sense, people are making their own parties now, even with the first past the post system. That lots of people are now voting Green or voting Reform rather than Tory or Labour. So in a sense, people are moving to PR voting, even though it's a first past the post voting system still. So in a sense, the voting system just needs to catch up with where most people are, which is people are already voting as if it's a PR system with lots of different parties getting significant votes.
If you're any Canadians or Americans, ranked choice, because I've just learned what your version of PR is called. Because I follow a YouTuber named Mr. Beat. He is an American history YouTuber. He's great, and he did a Q&A. He's got 1 million subscribers, so I actually gave him money for this to ask his question. And I said, because he's on about ranked choice, and I said, oh, why not a proportional representation? Because I thought he meant alternative vote. But turns out that's what they call proportional representation in America. That's what they call it. It's like it's the Irish sort of version of it. Oh, is that single transferable vote? Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, the Irish proportional election system. So so for any Canadians or Americans, we ranked choice, and that's what I learned a few weeks ago. Right. Still no news on the count. I'm just gonna have a little look on Twitter.
I mean, if it is third for Labour, I think the last time they came third in a Labour-held seat in a by-election was probably Mitcham and Morden in 1982. And that was after the Labour MP defected to the
Wow.
SDP, Bruce Douglas Mann. There you go, and that's when Labour fell to third in a seat that was Labour. So it's going to be a really bad result, as we say. This seat is created from two seats that were generally very solidly Labour and had been for many years. So for Labour to lose it is a bad result. To come third's even worse. But it sort of reinforces what we saw in Caerphilly, which is that people are looking for either a right-wing option in reform, or they're looking for an alternative left option in Plaid Cymru and Caerphilly, and now it looks like Greens in Gorton
Well,
Denton.
Lucy Powell said, basically saying the Greens made the better argument to vote for them to stop reform. So I think she's apparently in a neighbouring. She's in a neighbouring constituency. So she's not
So she
Hampshire,
got
but I think
elected in
she
the
is.
by-election.
Yeah.
She got elected in Manchester Central, I think, in about 2012. Yeah, so she's a Manchester MP. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the. I suppose it's the whole. Comes back again about. I mean, I think Starmer's going to have to go. I think he's going to have to. I don't think he'll go before May. I think he's going to have to go after May. But I think any Labour leader is going to have to revisit their. Are going to have to revisit like broadening their cabinets if it's to be believed that Morgan McSweeney's tenureship made it very difficult for people like Lucy Powell on the soft left to feel involved because she is currently not in the cabinet, even though she was elected by Labour members as deputy leader. Right, let's have a look.
So in terms of careers being revived or relaunched in a by-election, I guess a good example perhaps is Sir Alec Douglas Hume, who had been a Tory MP in Scotland. Yes, he'd been a Conservative MP in Scotland in the 1930s. I think he was the MP for Lanark, and then he loses it in 45. He becomes Lord Dunglass. But then when Macmillan stands down as Prime Minister in 1963, the Conservatives are looking for a replacement leader of the party. And in those days, democracy wasn't really much of an input into Conservative elections, because the Conservative Party, nobody in the Conservative Party voted for their leader or Prime Minister back in 1963. A leader basically emerged, what they called the Magic Circle. Basically, a group of Tory grandees decided who they wanted to be Prime Minister. The favourite had been Rab Butler, who had for many years been touted as the next Tory Prime Minister. But he is
the Education Act.
Indeed, the Butler Act of 1944. Yeah, and then
which
Lord
is the
Hailsham
only. It's the only act. It's the longest. Well, I can't say the longest. It's so far the only act that hasn't had a major like legislative change. It's still called the Education Act. They haven't replaced it. They didn't so there's a little bit of trivia there. Anyway, Cara, sorry, Michael.
Well, they decide that Alec Douglas Hume, Lord Dunglass, should be the Prime Minister to succeed Harold Macmillan. But he needs to get, basically, though there had been Prime Ministers in the Lords in the past, so Lord Rosebery was a Liberal Prime Minister from 1892 to 1895, and then you had Lord Salisbury, the Tory Prime Minister, until 1902. Generally, it was considered in 1963 you couldn't really have a Prime Minister in the House of Lords. So they've got to find a parliamentary seat for Alec Douglas Hume, Lord Dunglass. He's helped by the fact that Tony Benn had managed to renounce his peerage after a long battle. Tony Benn had been a Labour MP in Bristol. He'd had to give it up when he inherited his father's peerage. He went through a big battle to renounce his peerage and eventually managed to do it and get to be elected in Bristol.
Yeah.
So Alec Douglas Hume, in order to become Prime Minister, ends up standing in a by-election in Kinross in West Perthshire on the 7th of November 1963, and he holds the seat and therefore goes on to become Prime Minister of Britain, and the last Tory leader to be elected by the magic circle, because when he goes in 65, they do finally have an election by MPs for the next Tory leader. And that goes to Ted Heath, who beats Reggie Maudling, and Enoch Powell comes third in that election as well. The Tory leader.
I mean, that is a successful by-election. The fact that it allowed him to be Prime Minister, and actually, really, someone asked us earlier. I'm not sure if they dipped out now, but someone asked us about successful by-elections, and I suppose really. And coming back to significance, really, you mentioned earlier, it was probably Tony Benn. Tony Benn who deliberately triggered a by-election and actually got the law changed. So if we were to measure success in terms of tangible accomplishments, it was probably Tony Benn in changing the Peerage Act.
Well, indeed, it allowed more people to then do the same thing, like Alec Douglas-Home, who then goes on to become Prime Minister. So yes, that is a substantial legislative change.
Yeah, very good, very good.
But yes, I mean, obviously we've got these elections in May to the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Assembly, and all the council elections that take place, the Welsh Parliament. Sorry. And obviously, it looks set to be a pretty bad set of results for Labour. And then obviously the questions then will be, is Starmer replaced? And then it'll just be interesting to see how the Greens, how the Lib Dems, how the Reform and the Conservative Party do, because the Conservatives will be defending a lot of seats. Now that these council elections that were going to be cancelled are now taking place, they involve some Tory county councils. I think Norfolk and Suffolk. I suspect quite a few of those are going to be at risk to losses to Reform. So you may also see the Conservative Party have a pretty bad local elections as well.
Starts carving up election battle lines. Like I said earlier, we could see the Greens redirecting their focus in university cities and towns, urban metropolitan, Reform, red wall seats, and sort of conservative leaning seats, and then Lib Dems in sort of south, particularly the south west. hard to think of the
southwest, southeast. Yeah, there's quite a few seats where the Lib Dems are second to the Tories still.
Because is there elections in Manchester actually? Local elections for I don't doubt it'll be this year. Is there any? Do you know of?
I'd have to check. There may be Manchester Council elections 22. Yeah, there is on the 7th of May 2026 council elections in Manchester. They're one of those places that elects by thirds, so yeah, they tend to have elections most years. But at the moment,
never understood that. We had that in Stoke.
Yeah, at the moment it's 87 Labour. No, sorry, Labour got 86 seats. The Lib Dems are the second party on Manchester with 4, 2 independents and 1 workers' party. So it'll be interesting to see how much that changes this year. If it's only a third.
We don't know the wards.
1/3 of councillors, 32 will be elected. So Labour, even if they lost every single seat, would still have a majority. But it'd be interesting to see how many they do lose to the Greens and the Lib Dems.
Well, they could do. Yeah. They could do. Yeah. And it might make it quite competitive it might allow openings in other areas like Liverpool for the Greens, because I know the main challenge is there, and I hope they do pretty well in the Liverpool council elections, is the Lib Dems, which traditionally used to vote Liberal Democrats.
Oh, we had a majority there for quite a few years over the periods in the 80s and 90s. We ran Liverpool.
It's strange because normally local elections normally obviously you get the ones where you're protesting the government, but they normally tend to map how you vote in constituencies. Well, am I wrong? Actually, because that was a bit of an outliner, isn't it?
So,
Because Liberals and Liberal Democrats.
so there was
ran the
a Liberal
council.
parliamentary seat in Liverpool. So there was the Liverpool Edge Hill by-election just before the 1979 general election when David Alton gained that seat from Labour. That was a very successful result for the Liberal Party. It was just before the beginning of the 79 election. The party had done pretty poorly in the 74 to 79 Parliament. Then they win this Edge Hill seat, and it's a bit of a boost for the party in the run up to the 79 election. There's boundary changes, and there's a newly created Mossley Hill seat, which votes Liberal in 1983 and elects David Alton. So we did have a seat in Liverpool from 79 through to 97. And there's been times when we've come a good second in Wavertree and Garston over the years. So we've done all right in general elections, though generally speaking, Labour's tended to dominate most of the parliamentary seats in Liverpool. Although three of the Labour MPs in Liverpool did defect to the SDP.
Didn't Harold, due to boundary changes, didn't Harold Wilson end up becoming a MP for?
He was Hayton, so I think it was
Sorry,
yeah.
it
was Merseyside, so it's near Liverpool, but he was the Hayton MP.
Don't confuse the two. I've learned the hard way. People get quite protective.
Of course, just down the road, you had Robert Kilroy Silk, who was MP for Knowsley, and of course, in Labour MP, Robert Kilroy Silk, an early version of Farage's party UKIP. He, of course, was their big candidate in the 2004 Euro elections, Robert Kilroy Silk, until he fell out with Nigel Farage and went off and formed his Veritas party, which sort of blew itself up.
Which I believe they did it at a local golf course near your
Hinckley,
area.
yes, Veritas. Truth, I think it was Kilroy Silk.
It is Latin for truth.
Kilroy Silk's party, which was short-lived, but yes.
I mean, I know we try and be impartial here because we're here to, it was just a vanity project. Let's be honest, it was just a vanity project. That Veritas, I don't think I'm upsetting people too much by saying that.
One of the issues with, I suppose, the radical right and the radical left tends to be the divisions and the personality clashes that they tend to have, and people break away and leave the party. Obviously, you had in the various UKIP parties that Farage was involved with, you had Robert Kilroy Silk obviously leaving, setting up his own party. You've just had similar things with Ben Habib breaking away and setting up his Advance UK. You are standing today with this Nick Buckley MBE. We'll see how he does. I suspect he'll probably lose his deposit. And then you've also, of course, now got Rupert Lowe breaking away, who I see they're claiming 100,000 members, and I think they were about 7% in one poll. So again, it's interesting to see if how they get on. But yes, it is a sort of pattern that people tend to fall out with Nigel Farage.
Do we? Because it'd be interesting to see if, given how many parties there are on the centre or on the left of the progressive, because you've got Labour, Lib Dem, Greens. I suppose you could count your party. I'll be generous. We'll count your party. And whatever George Galloway party ends up popping up. Now, Reform, again, we're saying Reform, but we should really be saying the Conservatives in this. I mean, this just shows how much things have changed. The Conservatives have got Reform breathing down their neck. Now we've got potentially a Advantage UK and is it Renew, something like that, or
Restore Britain.
Do you think? But there seems to be lessons learned from the centre and the left and progressive left voters, because they do seem to be voting very intelligently in these elections. If it does a repeat of Caerphilly, And if there's going to be more populists on, sort of centre, right-wing parties, then how does Reform or the Conservatives approach that, really? Because it seems like the left seem to be learning from this, not to split their
Yeah, I mean, it'd be
voters.
interesting to see what happens if there is a by-election in a seat where the Conservative Party either hold the seat or were second ahead of Reform. What happens there, and whether the Conservative Party are able to stay ahead of Reform or whether Reform will overtake them. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how the Conservatives do, because obviously tonight the Conservatives would have had a very heavy squeeze on them. I think they are basically saying it's likely they'll have lost their deposit. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Conservative Party does in a by-election in a seat where the Conservatives are starting either first or second, and if they can resist the attacks from Reform.
And it sort of comes back to what I said earlier about Reform not being a typical right-wing party, in that they are appealing in Labour red wall areas, whereas opinion polls show that the Conservatives have sort of crawled back a little. They've given themselves a little bit more space. There's some opinion polls where they're second. It's still Reform are on top in every opinion poll, but there's some polls where Conservatives are second, or they're just a little bit behind Labour. So I think that it leaves them a bit more space. So yeah, I think that is true. That it'll be a test when when Reform does contest in an area where there is a Conservative candidate. So I think there's a lot of truth in that. And I lost my trail of thought, so I'll return it back to you.
There's still obviously 121 seats that the last general election voted for a Conservative. So, and there were 4 for Reform. So there'll be a lot of seats in this Parliament if there are by-elections where the Conservatives did start ahead of Reform. But clearly Reform are up since 2024 and the Conservatives are down. So I suspect that just as Labour are finding themselves eclipsed as the Progressive Party by Greens in this one, and Caerphilly, and the last one by Plaid Cymru, so equally you could see the Conservative Party being replaced as the main challenger on the right by Reform, depending on which seat happens to have an election next. And we may well see in May in the council elections, because obviously last year's county council elections. Well, last year's county council elections,
we'll find out in May.
Labour and the Conservatives slipped behind. Reform and the Lib Dems were the 2 biggest parties in terms of council seats last year. In by-elections since then, it's Reform and the Lib Dems who are winning most council seats, and the Conservatives and Labour are losing seats. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next year, particularly as councillors are often, the key campaigners in any constituency for a party. And if the parties like Labour and the Conservatives are having MPs but having very few councillors elected because they're all losing, that obviously gives parties like the Lib Dems and the Greens and Reform a base on the ground to really challenge in a lot of these seats.
I think because you're right, there's a lot of them tend to be quite involved in the local party branch, the councillors. It's quite tragic, really, because our local used to be our local chair. He's no longer our local chair, but Alex Sandiford. He says it's quite tragic, really, because he actually, I know when the Conservatives got a bruising in the local elections for Stafford, he said actually even though on sort of national politics, they were actually really good councillors. And it's quite tragic, really, that what should be local elections about local issues ends up becoming a referendum on the government of the day, or it sort of presents itself as like the sort of painting the national mood. It becomes like a national campaigning. So, and he said like there's been some councillors where, and particularly as well, particularly where they were basically, they've been councillors for a long time, dedication of service, and they've had that political apprenticeship. And whereas Reform, because there's been a few wobbles with Reform in local, like they've not had the political apprenticeship and that kind of expediency, and a lot of them have gone into politics properly for the first time. And in that case, in those cases, it's been quite tragic for those local councillors who did a good job. They cared for their constituencies, and yeah,
We'll create a big change around. Obviously, we saw 10 county councils that were gained by the Reform last May. In many of those places, almost all the Reform councillors were new, and obviously often they would have wiped out people who'd been councillors for 10, 20, maybe 30 years in those areas. So yeah, it is bringing about a change. Obviously, we'll see how things happen. Obviously, we've seen with places like Kent where Reform took over, they've obviously had a lot of divisions and problems there. I see that some of their councillors have gone off and joined Restore Britain, haven't they, in Kent? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in May, but it certainly looks like the indications are that there'll be more Reform gains in this year's local elections, more losses for Labour and the Tories, and that will start to transform competition in a lot of these seats, because suddenly the party with the councillors on the ground is no longer Labour and the Tories. It's Reform, or it's Greens, or it's Lib Dems.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Bear with me a sec. I need to make because me and Michael said we would probably about 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. 3 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. So I'm just gonna make myself a quick brew, blow my nose because I am absolutely dying, and then we'll. So I'll come back in a mo. So if you could entertain the chat or give us some more fun facts, Michael, that would be fantastic. So I'm just gonna make a quick drink, blow my nose, and feel a bit less like death when I get some caffeine in me. So yeah, cool.
So clearly, if the Greens do win tonight, it will be a remarkable result for them, because although they have managed to pick up seats in council elections, London Assembly, European Parliament, where we had those elections here, they've picked up seats in the Scottish Parliament. They've never actually won a Westminster parliamentary by-election, or even got very close to winning one. The best ever result I think I can find was in Somerton and Frome in 2023, when they got 10.3% of the vote and third. So if they are winning tonight, it will be the first time ever that the Greens have won a parliamentary by-election. If they win comfortably, that would be even more remarkable. Anything better than 10% is their best ever result, and it looks clearly as if they're going to get substantially more than 10% tonight. So it is a very significant achievement for the Green Party if they do win it, and it obviously puts them in a good position for May's council elections, Scottish Parliament, Welsh Assembly elections as well, Welsh Parliament elections as well, to see if they do make progress. And I think it's quite likely that the Green Party will make progress. It'll be interesting to see if there's any effect on the opinion polls, because when parties do have by-election wins, it can often give them a bit of a bounce in the opinion polls. So it will be interesting to see if, for example, the Greens might potentially overtake Labour in some of the polls. There has been the odd poll where the Green Party has outpolled Labour. And if they do get a remarkable result tonight, and the Greens are all over the news as having gained this seat, you could well see them getting a bounce in the opinion polls, and getting themselves into a good second place, perhaps in the opinion polls, which will be quite remarkable for the Green Party, and again further fracturing of the political system. Because just as we've had Reform winning their first parliamentary by-election in Runcorn last year. Now we look set to have the Green Party winning their first one as well now, which again just continues this process whereby Labour and the Tories are beginning to lose their positions as the two main parties, and other parties are coming in and making progress and gaining seats. So we wait to see what happens, but if Labour have come third in Gorton and Denton, that will be a pretty devastating result. This is a seat made from two former seats, largely Manchester, Gorton, and Denton and Redditch, which solidly voted Labour at every election. I mean, the Denton seat, since it was formed in '83, was always Labour. Manchester, Gorton was Labour going way back into the 60s and 70s. So a Labour loss here and finishing third here would be pretty catastrophic, given that it's based on two seats they basically always won, and will be similar to what happened in Caerphilly, where they went from having won the Caerphilly seat at every election since 1918 to finishing third behind Plaid Cymru and Reform in the Welsh parliamentary election in Caerphilly back in October. Labour fell to 11% there in what had been a seat they'd held since 1918. I suspect it won't be quite as bad as that tonight in Manchester, Gorton. I suspect, given the effort they put in, it'll be significantly higher than 11%. But even so, a third place in Gorton and Denton will be pretty devastating for Labour, given they've won this seat. This seat it was formed from at virtually every election since then. So it looks like a quite remarkable result we're heading for tonight if it is Green first, Reform second, and Labour third.
Thank you, Michael. I've only just come in, so I can't pretend I heard all that, but I'm sure it was very insightful and very analytical remarks. This just shows my bandwidth is going, Michael. It's getting late in the night.
So the Greens are basically saying they think they've won it. They're sort of celebrating at the count. So I don't know how long we're going to have to wait for the result to be announced.
It's been quite quiet for Reform, actually. I've not really been hearing much from Reform.
That usually means you're not expecting to win.
What predictions, Michael?
Well, the indications seem to be that the Greens are going to win with Reform second and Labour third, which, if it does happen, is a pretty abysmal result for Labour, given they've always won this this seat. That's the Denton and Reddish seats, and Manchester, Gorton have been Labour for a very long time. So if they do not only not win but come third, it's pretty devastating result for Labour.
Do you think, if I was a Labour strategist, I would probably, for Starmer, I would say the writing's on the wall, but I would hold off resigning until May, because if you elect a new leader, I mean, well, one, you're going to have a very short timetable, and I think that could get very messy. Sometimes a short timetable could benefit a party. I mean, usually party and government tend to keep a short timetable when it comes to electing their leader. But I would say I would hold off calling a resignation until after May, because otherwise it will be for the next Labour leader to pick up the take that burden, really. And
unless they have a remarkable turnaround, they're going to have a bad result in May, and it'd be bad for a new leader, Prime Minister.
Do you think it was a mistake to? Speaking about someone, BBC's just put a post about Andy Burnham, weirdly. Do you think it was a mistake for Labour to? Now, I can understand from Keir Starmer's perspective, why would you invite someone who has leadership ambitions? Do you repeat the mistakes the Conservatives did with with Boris Johnson. I mean, of course, the thing about the Conservative Party is that I'm not totally knee deep on how they select their candidates, but I think it's a bit more informal than most parties when it comes to their selection process. But do you think it was a mistake for Keir Starmer to have intervened in preventing Andy Burnham to? Yeah.
I mean, Andy Burnham was likely to have been the best candidate they could put up in terms of having the best chance of winning. If they do finish a poor third tonight, the question is, would even Andy Burnham have been a big enough difference for Labour to have won, or would they still have lost? And I suppose if you are Andy Burnham and you stand and you lose, then it's a pretty bad ending to your political career. At least maybe he'll be breathing a sigh of relief tonight that he didn't get selected if Labour come up third. And therefore he's lucky to carry on as the mayor. And it's a very powerful position, you know, it can make a difference. The Greater Manchester mayor, it's not prime minister, and he's not hidden the fact he wanted to be prime minister, but it's still a substantial job. And I suppose if Labour do come a really poor third tonight, even with Andy Burnham as the candidate, the chances are they may well have lost. So maybe he was lucky not to have been selected.
And I don't think it would have really changed Labour's fortunes that much, because if Andy Burnham had gone in and he'd won the seat, then he would have had to have resigned as mayor. And then you're opening up a contest for the Manchester mayor race, which, if they then lost that would not, they'd still be in the same situation that they could potentially be in tonight. Interestingly, Chris Mason, he's been getting sources that Labour MP texted him saying, basically, we should have allowed Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham was clearly going to be the best one to change this around for Labour. So that's quite interesting, but that's just coming out of the woodwork. Clearly thought he would too. Tough blocking him. But yeah. Have we ever seen? Oh, go on, Michael.
No, carry on.
Have we ever seen this level of intervention of blocking leadership rivals we've seen, like Howard Wilson.
So parties have intervened before to stop candidates standing in by-elections that they thought would be unpopular and would lose them votes. So the Labour Party had a couple of elections where they selected candidates who ended up having quite bad results. So Peter Tatchell in Bermondsey, there was a whole disagreement there. At one point, the Labour Party weren't going to let him stand, then he did stand, and he has a disastrous result in Bermondsey in 1983, losing the seat. In Greenwich in 1987, Deirdre Wood, who's the candidate, again had some unpopular views from being on the Labour Party in London. One of the so-called loony left councillors in London in the 80s. They lose that seat in 1987. So when it comes to the Vauxhall election in 1989, the Labour impose effectively Kate Hoey on the constituency. So Labour become more proactive in the late 80s and early 90s in imposing candidates in by-elections to avoid unpopular candidates that they had selected in the past. So yeah, national parties have intervened. Also, there was Uxbridge in 1997 after the 97 general election. The Labour Party nearly won Uxbridge. They lost by about 800 votes in the 1997 general election. The Tory MP called Michael Shersby then died a couple of weeks after the 97 election. And because Labour nearly gained it, they thought they were going to win it. But the Labour candidate in Uxbridge in 1997, I think, had been quite left-wing, so Tony Blair didn't want him to be the candidate, so he intervenes, stops the Labour candidate from being the candidate again, and imposes another candidate on the constituency. And as a result, there's a bit of a backlash, and Labour actually lose Uxbridge. It goes to the Conservatives, on a 5% swing to the Conservatives in July 97. It's the 100th day of the new Labour government, and they were going to celebrate 100 days of new Labour, and then they lose this seat. And I recall at the time that the Conservative press release when they won Uxbridge in July 97 was, "From Oxbridge to Uxbridge, William Hague's a winner," which was saying I think he got a first from Oxbridge and he won the Uxbridge by-election. But then, of course, in 2001, he didn't end up being a winner. Really, had a pretty bad result.
Yeah, I mean that's a prime example where you can win in a by-election, and I think William Hague repeated that in European elections,
Indeed,
and in
the
local
99
elections.
Euro elections, which the Conservatives won. That was the slogan, "In Europe but not run by Europe," was the slogan in 1999, which was quite successful. It was the first election when Farage broke through the 99 Euro elections. UKIP only got 7% of the vote, but it was enough to elect 3 MEPs, including Nigel Farage. And the PR system obviously helped Farage get into the European Parliament and obviously helped launch his career, which is obviously now at the moment going up and up.
Yeah, indeed it is. Again, repeating, I've just put this up in hopes we might get an announcement soon. I'm very doubtful, and I'm very mindful, as well as you, Michael, that we both got work in the morning. So we'll give it a few more minutes, but we might end up not. Might not end up seeing the results. Although, knowing me, I'll probably be in bed doom scrolling anyway. So I'll try not to.
I mean, just to do a recap. So this is a very safe Labour seat. I mean, it's estimated they got 2/3 of the vote in 2019 in this seat, which was a bad general election result for Labour. Even last time, they got over 50% of the vote. I think it's about the 38th safest Labour seat or something in the country, so a very safe seat. If they've now fallen to 3rd place behind not only the Greens but also Reform, then that's a pretty devastating result for Labour to go from 1st to 3rd. I think the last time this happened was in Mitcham and Morden in 1982, and that was basically because the Labour MP defected to the SDP and stood again for the SDP in that seat. So it's a bad result for Labour. If Reform have come a reasonable second, I mean, obviously it means the Reform bandwagon, when they're winning everything in sight, has slowed down a bit. But even so, given the seat that it is, a seat where only 22% of people voted Conservative and Reform at the last election, it's pretty far down their list of seats anyway. They'll be disappointed they haven't won. Obviously, they're ahead in every single opinion poll since May. They won the council elections last May. They won the Runcorn by-election last May. So it may be seen that things are, perhaps the bandwagon for Reform is slowing down a bit if they don't win. But it is, again, a seat that was quite far down the list of seats that Reform would hope to win. For the Greens, if they win, remarkable result. It'll be the first time they've ever won a parliamentary by-election in the more than 40 years of the Green Party's history. Their previous best result has only been 10% in a parliamentary by-election. So to win it, and to possibly win it by a significant margin, is a great achievement. So it is a remarkable win for the Green Party. In terms of other parties, Conservatives, Lib Dems, I think they both realised this wasn't one of the seats where they were likely to win. And as often happens in a by-election, when you're not in the top 2 or 3 places, you do get squeezed out. So for them, it'll be looking for future elections when they are one of the major players, and how they perform then will probably be a better test of how those parties are doing. But in terms of the Green Party, if they do win, remarkable result. Congratulations to them on their first ever win in a parliamentary election. And if Labour are 3rd, then that's a pretty devastating result, and just more bad news really for Keir Starmer and Labour after a lot of bad news they've been having lately.
Yeah, and if the Greens get this, then like you said, it'll be a first by-election, and again, I extend congratulations. And also to Hannah, who, like I said, I know her mutually through mutual organisations and events, and I'll be sure to probably pop her an Instagram message to say well done. So yeah, that would be quite seismic, really. Right. Let's see what I can find on my phone if I'm getting any updates on this.
I think they're still looking at result about 4 a.m, so we're not.
It would suggest a tight contest then, because you would think, mind you, it said
they were expecting it from the start of 4, so it's probably not necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see in the end how close it is. Obviously, you say the turnout has been fairly significant. There has been a turnout of 47.6%, so we're looking at a reasonably high turnout, 36,903 votes cast. So,
what I found interesting was that apart from Matt Goodwin, that it was all female candidates from the main parties, which I found really fun. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, the Lib Dems, Jackie Pearcey, say she has been a campaigner, I think, in Gorton for quite a few years, and was a councillor there in the past. And yes, obviously, a Labour candidate's a councillor, and the Green is. It'll be a quite remarkable result for the Greens if they do win, but that is what it's looking like. It does look like it's going to be a Green win, so that will be a pretty remarkable result for the Green Party.
And it might allow them to have allow them a bit more scope and openings of a strategy. Right, I think because I'm not hopeful we're going to get the results soon, so and I'm pretty drained now. For people that don't know, I said at the beginning of the stream, I've suffered a very bad head cold. I've only just recovered from it and I've powered through. So apologies if I've not been compos mentis the whole time, but that'll be why. So yeah, I think
it has rather flown in that we started at 9:45 and it's now 3:25. So that is 5 hours 40, but it seems to have gone a lot quicker than that.
Well, what I should do next time, Michael, is make you a producer on the stream so you could carry on if you wanted to do it solo. That would be a bit unfair. I think that wouldn't be fair if I just upped and left. But yeah, predictions. I think it's looking likely it's going to be the Greens. I still think it's going to be probably. It seems like it's going to be a tight contest between the Greens and before, but I think the Greens will have it. It's looking like Labour are going to be third. It'll depend how distant the third it will be between Labour and
I mean, I think if Labour don't get a quarter of the votes, and certainly if they don't get 20% of the vote, that'll be a pretty calamitous result for Labour. So it will be interesting to see how they do. They got just over 50% last time, so if they're down to 20-25%, that's a pretty poor result for them. Doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as Caerphilly, where they went down to 11%, but they're still going to lose. Their vote share is probably going to at least halve, if not more than halve, which is a pretty calamitous result for Labour.
Yeah, from what I gathered from my Labour friends, I think selecting their candidate as being an asset to them I think, you know, there's still the mutterings whether they should have picked Andy Burnham, but she is quite a respected local councillor who is quite well regarded. So I think if there's any saving grace for Labour, again, we'll see. We'll see what the outcome is. But if they end up not doing as bad as predictions were showing, then I think there might be a local factor there that probably influenced it. Right. So I think that's everything. We could not get the
Well, we just say it's been a long. Firstly, say a big thank you to everybody who's tuned in tonight. It has been a long, nearly 6 hours of coverage on both on this election and also looking back historically at various by-elections where people have relaunched their careers or not managed to relaunch their careers. If, as expected tonight, the Green Party does win, it'll be a historic result. It'll be the first time the Green Party's ever won a parliamentary by-election. In fact, first time they've ever got more than 10% of the vote. So if it is a Green win, that is an impressive result. So well done to them. If Labour have fallen to third, that's a pretty poor result. And again, more signs that Labour are in real trouble. So a Green win tonight would be quite remarkable. If Reform have come a reasonable second, again, it shows that Reform are making progress, but it's not stunning progress. They're not winning, but they are obviously going forwards. And again, this is an election where the Conservatives and the Lib Dems in this particular constituency weren't in the running this time. So obviously they've rather been squeezed out. But a Green win tonight will be a historic result for the Greens. And as I say, it'll be the first time they've ever won a parliamentary by-election. So well done to them if when the result is declared, it does turn out to be Green.
Indeed. Unless we get a March surprise, February surprise, and the Lib Dems end up winning a seat. Thank you. I extend the thanks to the chat. Thank you for joining in. I'm sorry we could not carry it on further into the night. Like I said, me and Michael both have work, and I'm just like still on near death's doors with my cold. But I've just got no bandwidth now. But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. And until then, take care and goodbye.